Imagine dying after another exhausting day at work, only to wake up as the most hated villainess inside the dating game you finished the night before. But she doesn't turn out to be lucky. She doesn't become the heroine who gets the prince. She becomes the noblewoman destined to lose everything, have her engagement destroyed, be stripped of her status, and spend the rest of her life locked away. But unlike the original Iris, she already knows exactly how the story ends, and this time, she's determined to rewrite it, even if it means outsmarting an entire kingdom. The story begins with a young prince gazing at Yuri and asks her to become his queen. She freezes in surprise as a faint blush spreads across her cheeks. He steps closer and says he will one day shoulder the burden of leading the nation. Countless hardships lie ahead, but he believes he can overcome them all as long as she stays by his side. The scene suddenly pulls back to reveal it was all a game. Our girl lies in bed with a handheld console above her face as a choice appears on the screen, yes or sorry. The prince promises to protect Yuri, thanks her, and admits he can no longer imagine a world without her. The game shows them about to embrace as he asks Yuri to build Tansmeria's future together. Unable to hold back her excitement, our girl sits up, pumps her fist into the air, and celebrates. Reality hits hard as the scene shifts to a lifeless office where exhausted employees stare blankly at their computer screens while groans fill the room. Our girl buries her face in her hands and regrets staying up until 2 a.m. playing games. She reminds herself she only has to survive Friday. A coworker walks over with a document, calls her senpai, and jokes that she sounds like an old man. The coworker explains that a client wants the report by Monday if possible. She immediately drops face first onto her desk. As the coworker nervously calls out to her, she asks if the data can be gathered before the end of the day, silently saying goodbye to her weekend. She leans back in her chair, lets out a tired sigh, and checks the clock. It is already late, making her wonder if she even has any food left at home. She makes her way home through a quiet street with music playing through her earphones. A sudden screech erupts behind her. She has no idea her life is about to change forever, so subscribe, and let's see what happens next. A large van suddenly swerves across the road, its headlights blinding her. She freezes as the vehicle races straight toward her. Her briefcase flies across the pavement as blood splatters onto the road. Someone desperately calls for an ambulance. She reaches out with a trembling hand before everything fades to black. Darkness swallows everything. Her body feels unbearably heavy as an icy chill spreads through her bones and pain consumes every inch of her. She tries to speak but realizes no sound comes out. A blinding light pierces the darkness. She slowly opens her eyes, wondering if she is seeing a forgotten memory. Then, a desperate voice calls out the name Iris. The scene shifts to a grand cathedral. The prince stands beside Yuri as she clings to his arm while a guard forces a long-haired girl to her knees. He coldly orders Iris to explain her crimes against Yuri. Iris slowly raises her head, still completely disoriented. The prince meets her with an icy stare, waiting for an answer. She quickly realizes she has awakened inside the game as Iris. Still unable to process the situation, Iris stares ahead with trembling eyes. She can only whisper Lord Ed in complete disbelief. Our girl presses a trembling fist against the floor as whispers spread through the grand hall. The students keep staring at her until she realizes she has seen this exact scene before. The truth hits her. She has been transported into the world of the game she played. Yuri, Lord Ed, and the other love interests stand before her, while she realizes she has become Yuri's rival, Iris. Panic sets in as she recognizes Iris's judgment scene. She already knows the terrible fate waiting at the end of it. She has to find a way out before everything falls apart. She suddenly yanks her arm back with a startled cry. The guard stares at her in surprise as she tries to pull free. She turns to the guard and politely asks him to let her go. Then she calls him Dorson. She tells him his grip is hurting her and reminds him that he is the son of Knight Captain Druna-sama. A true knight protects the weak, not harms them. She asks whether a true knight would use force against a defenseless woman. Another young man watches the exchange in silence with his arms crossed. A young man named Byrne clicks his tongue and tells her to stop making ridiculous jokes. He scoffs at her, calling herself weak. Our girl calmly admits she bullied the Baron's daughter, Yuri Neuer. Byrne frowns at how easily she confesses, and she simply nods. She points out that everyone gathered here to confirm something they had already decided. When they ask why she confessed so easily, she says it is her way of showing sincerity. Ed glares at her and demands an explanation. Ed demands to know why she bullied Yuri. She quietly replies that it is hardly the question he should be asking. Silence fills the hall. She says she does not expect to see them again, so she wants to say one final goodbye. She gives everyone a graceful bow and thanks them for everything. She says she will always be grateful for studying alongside them and for the kindness they showed her. The three can only stare in stunned silence. She turns to leave and bids everyone farewell. Ed quickly calls out for her to stop. He orders her to apologize to Yuri before leaving. She refuses without hesitation. Even if this ruins her completely, she will not throw away her self-respect. She looks back and asks what else they plan to take, after already taking her fiancé and her status. Yuri can only watch in silence. A tear rolls down her cheek as she declares that she is who she is. If she apologizes now, she would only be trampling on her own pride. Through her tears, she firmly declares that she will never apologize. She refuses to let them take anything else from her before bidding everyone one final farewell. Our girl walks through the academy gates for the last time. A carriage waits below the stone steps, with the coachman already prepared to depart. She sits quietly inside the rattling carriage and watches the countryside drift past the window. With this journey, she leaves the academy behind for good. She quietly reflects on how completely her life has changed. Her mind now holds two sets of memories, those of her past life in Japan and those of the original Iris. She recalls that Iris Lana Armelia is the daughter of a powerful duke, second only to the royal family of the Kingdom of Tasmiria. Now that Lord Edward has broken off their engagement, she knows what comes next: house arrest, disinheritance, and a lifetime confined to a church as a nun of the Daryl faith. She lowers her gaze and realizes everything has unfolded exactly like the story she remembers. No matter what, she has to avoid that future. The carriage finally stops in front of a grand estate. She looks out the window and tells herself, the farce is over. Everything now depends on her negotiations with her father. She steps out of the carriage and heads through the estate's long corridors. Every step brings her closer to the conversation that will decide her future. A door suddenly flies open. A flustered maid rushes inside and breathlessly calls out to her. She immediately recognizes the maid as Tanya. Sitting calmly in her chair, she tells Tanya that she has just returned. Tanya nearly breaks into tears as she struggles to find her words. She cannot understand how Iris can stay so calm in the middle of such a disaster. She turns away, overwhelmed by the shocking news. Iris gently tells her to calm down, though concern briefly shows on her own face. She steels herself and reminds herself that now is not the time to dwell on sorrow. After giving Tanya a moment to compose herself, our girl asks if she has calmed down. Tanya apologizes for losing her composure. Tanya reports that the Duke will return tonight. She nods in understanding and quietly takes in the news. She asks Tanya to bring her something to drink while she waits for her father. Tanya serves her a hot drink. She takes a sip from the warm cup and thanks the maid. Tanya firmly declares that whether royal or not, she will never forgive the man who betrayed her lady. She says she feels the same no matter what the Duke thinks. Tanya pledges her unwavering loyalty. She admits it may be disrespectful, but says she has never served the House of Armelia, only Iris. She promises to stand by her side forever, and our girl cannot help but smile. She gently tells Tanya to think about herself first. With a guilty look, she admits that her own selfishness has caused everyone trouble. She explains that anyone who wishes to leave her is free to do so after what is about to happen. Tanya's eyes widen in shock. Tanya lowers her head and grips her dress tightly. Fighting back her emotions, she begs Iris not to say another word. She recalls the day she should have died. Iris was the one who saved her. Placing a hand over her heart, Tanya declares that her life belongs to her lady. She promises to remain by Iris's side until her final breath, or until Iris no longer needs her. Our girl smiles warmly over her teacup and playfully asks if that means Tanya plans to stay with her for the rest of her life. She quietly wonders if there is any greater happiness than having someone place such complete trust in her. She reaches across the table and gently holds Tanya's hands. Although she understands how Tanya feels, she reminds her that there is more than one path to happiness. With tears in her eyes, Tanya mentions Lyle and Raimi. She explains that everyone Iris saved feels the same unwavering devotion, leaving our girl deeply moved. A knock echoes through the room, and she tells the visitor to come in. An older maid quietly enters and informs her that the Duke has arrived. The news makes our girl tense up. Her meeting with her father has finally come. An older woman steps into the room and informs Iris that the Duke is calling for her. Iris turns around in surprise, completely caught off guard that her father has returned so early. She says she heard her father would not be back until evening. The maid explains that he returned early specifically to deal with her matter. Our girl lowers her gaze to her teacup and listens in silence. She admits it may be presumptuous to say so, but the maid insists Iris has absolutely no reason to be scolded this time. Elle joins Tanya and reassures Iris that everyone in the manor is on her side. She encourages her lady to hold her head high when she meets the Duke, and those heartfelt words bring a gentle smile to Iris's face. Elle offers one final word of encouragement before Iris leaves. Our girl quietly thanks her and heads off to face her father. Before entering the meeting, Iris glances back and asks Tanya to wait outside. Tanya quietly nods in understanding. A light knock echoes through the room before Iris asks for permission to enter. She steps inside, bows respectfully to her father, and apologizes for taking up his valuable time. The Duke sits by the window with a stern expression and fixes his gaze on Iris. Without hesitation, he demands to know whether she truly understands the gravity of what she has done. Our girl calmly answers that she does not. She explains that she has not caused trouble for him as the Prime Minister or the Duke, and says her apology is simply meant for him as her father. Her father raises an intrigued eyebrow and asks what led her to that conclusion. Iris meets his gaze and begins explaining her reasoning with her first point. Iris argues that her actions amounted to nothing more than verbal harassment backed only by circumstantial evidence, giving the Prime Minister no reason to intervene. She adds that the other side called off the engagement on their own, slighting a Duke's family, so they are unlikely to push the matter any further. The Duke leans back and listens in silence. Our girl explains that she intentionally made it clear at the academy that there were extenuating circumstances, so most people there should be on her side. She points out that no matter how much Lord Edward stirs up trouble, the worst she can expect is a stern reprimand. Her father rests his chin on his hand and admits he has already heard about the spectacle they caused at the academy. Iris says she expected that much regarding her apology to him as the Duke. She then reminds her father that he was against her engagement to Lord Edward from the very beginning. Her father asks what makes her think that. Our girl explains that it comes down to her pedigree. Marrying someone of her status to a prince would upset the balance of power between the factions. She explains that she is the daughter of the preeminent Duke and Prime Minister, while her mother is the only daughter of the general's family. Marrying the first prince would be one thing, but marrying the second prince could eventually divide the nation into two. Her father listens closely to political analysis. A knowing smile spreads across his face as he rests his chin on his hand. The Duke leans back and folds his arms before asking why, if that were true, he allowed the engagement to Lord Edward in the first place. Iris pauses for a moment to gather her thoughts before answering. A confident smile appears on our girl's face as she suggests that he approved the engagement because he was ultimately satisfied with either outcome. Her father shifts his gaze and remarks that the kingdom of Tasmeria is divided into several rival factions. Our girl reflects on the kingdom's political landscape. The first prince belongs to the faction of the true first queen, while the second prince is backed by the second and only living queen. Although the game portrayed the second prince as the next heir to the throne, reality is far more complicated. The true queen came from a count's family, whereas the second queen was born into a duke's house. By choosing the true queen despite fierce opposition, the king created a fragile balance among the noble families. The Duke leans back with his fingers interlocked and asks Iris what she means by that. Iris explains her father's strategy. If she married the first prince, her brother Byrne would serve him and strengthen his position. She adds that if she married the second prince instead, Byrne would still support the first prince while she kept the second prince under control. A faint knowing smile crosses her face as she says the first option would have been far simpler and required almost no effort. As her father, she believes that was the outcome he truly wanted. Our girl points out that Byrne has already thrown his full support behind the second prince. She smiles confidently and suggests her father had been trying to end the engagement from the start, leaving the Duke briefly speechless before a smirk spreads across his face. The Duke covers his face with one hand before bursting into hearty laughter that echoes through the room. Iris flinches at the sudden outburst. The Duke rises from his desk, turns to the window, and admits that was exactly the outcome he had been hoping for. He says he warned his son countless times to stay away from the second prince, but the boy never listened. The Duke's expression hardens with frustration as he reflects on his son's actions. He calls Byrne a fool for abandoning his responsibilities and reducing himself to nothing more than the second prince's lackey. His irritation fades as he changes the subject and asks Iris if she is truly at peace with how everything ended. He wonders if she was not deeply in love with the prince. Our girl lowers her eyes and quietly replies that love is nothing more than an affliction. Once those feelings fade, the matter is over. She adds that she is grateful her feelings disappeared so quickly. Her father responds with a quiet grunt. The Duke points out that, from an objective standpoint, the entire incident was still her fault. He then declares that she must be punished for her actions. Iris grips her dress tightly, lowers her head, and quietly says she understands. The Duke announces her sentence. She is to return to the family fief and remain there in confinement. Iris gasps in surprise at the unexpected punishment. He explains that the territory lies far from the royal capital, making it difficult for him to keep track of her. Iris looks up at him with wide eyes, stunned by the details of her exile. The Duke turns away and walks across the room. He remarks that leaving her there to do nothing would be a complete waste. He then reveals that she will serve as the acting lord of the family fief and orders her to manage it well. Our girl can only stare at him in speechless disbelief. Our girl turns her head aside, her expression trembling with emotion as a faint blush spreads across her cheeks. She quickly wipes away a tear with a quiet sniffle, overwhelmed by the moment. Looking back at her father, Iris asks whether the position of acting fief lord should not belong to the true heir, her brother Byrne. The Duke looks away and admits he doubts Byrne will ever return to the fief. The Duke explains that the fool is far too consumed by the very affliction she just described. Iris silently tightens her grip on her skirt. A gentle smile finally appears on the Duke's face as he turns to face his daughter. Iris meets his gaze and confidently says she understands. Our girl stands tall before her father and vows that no matter what becomes of the royal capital, their fief will never falter under her leadership. A young Iris peeks through the doorway with a shy, hesitant expression. She softly asks her father if he has a moment to talk. Her father turns toward her with a warm smile and asks if she has finally decided what she wants for her birthday. She lowers her gaze slightly and admits that she wants to talk about exactly that. Our girl steps into the room and reminds her father that he always taught her to help those in need. She looks up at him and asks if he still remembers saying that. A brief flashback shows her explaining that she found a young girl collapsed by the roadside earlier that day. The poor child appears to have no surviving family or anyone left to care for her. She meets her father's eyes with quiet determination and says she does not want an expensive birthday present this year. Instead, she has a single heartfelt request. She asks if the collapsed girl can stay with her as her birthday gift. The office door swings open as a worried Melrys rushes inside. She anxiously asks whether the rumors about Iris are true, but the Duke calmly assures her that he has decided not to send their daughter to the church. Melrys covers her mouth in shock as the Duke reveals his decision instead. He explains that Iris will return to the fief and serve as its acting lord. She settles onto the couch and wonders if such a heavy responsibility is too much for someone so young. The Duke gazes out the window and says he simply wants to see what Iris is truly capable of. Melrys looks at the Duke with concern and asks if that is really the only reason. She admits the recent incident at school proved just how painfully honest Iris is, making her fear their daughter may not be ready for such a heavy burden. She sighs and recalls how Iris openly confronted the Baron's daughter without holding back. The other nobles who despised that girl simply used Iris to do their dirty work, prompting the Duke to cross his arms and remark that they played their part rather well. She grows thoughtful and remarks that she doubts Iris was truly responsible for everything she was blamed for. She wonders if their daughter has finally learned from the experience. The Duke believes Iris has changed enough to understand where she stands regarding the second prince's marriage. Melrys lets out a soft laugh and remarks that Iris still has not figured out his true intentions. Judging by everything he has done since the engagement, it is obvious he has been watching over her and worrying the entire time. She smiles knowingly and says he did all of this so their family could remain neutral in the political struggle. The Duke smiles faintly and admits that, in the end, he is simply a father who dotes on his daughter. If Iris is destined to be caught in the succession conflict, then he believes this is the better path. He reflects on how much she has grown. Our girl is no longer someone he can protect forever within the safety of his own hands. The next morning, the manor rests peacefully beneath a clear sky. Tanya knocks on her lady's bedroom door, offers a cheerful morning greeting, and steps inside. The moment she looks up, she freezes in shock. Tanya stands frozen in the doorway with her mouth hanging open. She cries out to her lady, completely stunned by what she sees. Iris sits on her bed, stretching her legs and casually wishes Tanya a good morning. Her maid clenches her fists in frustration and blurts out that this is hardly the time for morning greetings. Tanya demands to know what her lady thinks she is doing. Seated on a simple mat, Iris blinks in confusion and repeats the question back to her. She stretches her arms overhead and explains that she decided to start exercising for her health. She adds that she chose an outfit that would be easy to move in and asks if there is really something wrong with it. Tanya can only stare in stunned silence. She can hardly believe a noble lady is willingly doing morning exercises. Iris smiles and explains that she read regular exercise is important for staying healthy, especially after spending an entire week sitting in a carriage on the trip home from the capital. She says she plans to make it part of her daily routine and asks Tanya not to be so surprised next time. The maid quickly apologizes for her outburst, but Iris brushes it off with a smile. Since she is covered in sweat, she asks Tanya to prepare a bath before breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Our girl jokes to herself that the food is as rich as expected from a duke's household and worries she might actually gain weight. She then asks Tanya to arrange a meeting with Sebas because she wants to discuss the future, and the maid readily agrees. Later that day, Iris welcomes Sebas into her office and apologizes for calling him away from his work. He politely assures her that it is no inconvenience. Sebas stands before her with a document in hand and vows to faithfully carry out whatever she asks of him. After bowing respectfully, he tells Iris she only has to call whenever she needs him. His unwavering loyalty leaves our girl looking noticeably more confident. With a confident smile, our girl begins giving her first instructions. She asks Sebas to gather the past 3 years of cash flow statements, along with reports on the current state of the fief's administration. Sebas nods and asks what she plans to do with all those documents. Iris calmly replies that she intends to read every one of them. She admits that although her father appointed her acting fief lord, she knows almost nothing about how the territory is run or its current condition. After a brief pause, Iris asks Sebas to give her 1 full month. Surprised, he repeats the time frame. She smiles and explains that she will need about a month to study the records and properly inspect the estate. Sebas notes that preparing everything for a full inspection will take roughly a week. Iris readily agrees that a week is perfectly acceptable. She rises from her desk and explains that she wants to see the fief as it truly is. To do that, she plans to travel incognito with only a small group. Iris assures him she will assemble the team herself, so he does not need to worry about that part. Sebas quietly accepts her decision. He bows and apologizes for speaking out of turn. She simply smiles and tells him there is no need to apologize. Iris reminds him that she will be relying on his support once she begins governing the fief. She encourages him to continue sharing his honest opinions without hesitation. Iris calls over to Tanya and asks her to bring Lyle, Dida, and Reme as well. Tanya immediately nods and heads off to fetch them. Once they arrive, our girl greets them with a warm smile and says it has been a long time since they last met. Tanya, Lyle, Dida, and Reme stand before their lady and respectfully return the greeting. They agree that it has indeed been a long time, princess. Iris quietly smiles back at them. Lyle confronts Dida with a stern expression and scolds him for still speaking to Iris-sama far too casually. He firmly insists that he show her the respect she deserves. She gently breaks the tension, assuring Lyle that Dida's casual way of speaking is perfectly fine. The two of them turn toward her in surprise. Our girl gazes at them with a warm smile and says she considers every one of them family. She adds that she would be happiest if they spoke to her the way they always had, at least when no one else is around. Lyle immediately objects, flustered by the request. She gently asks Lyle to hear her out and reminds everyone that they already know the situation. She explains that Edward has officially ended their engagement, which is why she has returned to her family's fief. Remy explodes in anger and clenches her fists, demanding to know why the engagement had to be broken and why her lady must be kept under house arrest. Dida lets out a weary sigh, while Lyle agrees and calls the prince a spoiled rich boy with no taste. Their fierce loyalty draws a soft laugh from her. She covers her mouth with a smile and quietly thanks them for always standing by her. She admits that the political situation can no longer be changed, but says returning home and living alongside all of them again has made her genuinely happy. She gets straight to the point and announces that her father has officially appointed her as the acting fief lord. With one hand resting on the desk, our girl explains that her first priority is to tour the territory and inspect it firsthand. She asks if everyone would accompany her on the journey. Lyle bows with a respectful smile and accepts the order without hesitation. Beside him, Dida stretches with his hands behind his head and cheerfully says he has been itching for some action, happily volunteering to serve as her guard. Rame then hesitantly raises her hand. She nervously admits that she understands why the other two are going as guards, but cannot figure out why she has been included. Iris points toward her and explains that she wants Rame's knowledge, leaving her staring back in surprise. She reminds Ramy that she has read every book in the estate's library, including its historical records and geographical texts. That knowledge, she explains, is invaluable for governing the fief, and she intends to rely on it. A bright smile spreads across Rame's face. Touched by the trust placed in her, she gladly accepts the role and promises to put her knowledge to good use. She returns to the travel plans and announces that they will depart in 2 days. Anyone who needs supplies or assistance should speak with Tanya, whom she places in charge of the preparations. After Tanya nods in understanding, she asks Lyle if someone could contact Moneda. Lyle repeats the name in surprise, and she confirms it with a firm nod. She recalls that Moneda works at the Merchants Guild. Lyle strokes his chin and says he has heard Moneda is now an accountant. Smiling, he promises to contact him personally, and she thanks him. She makes one final request, asking if the meeting with Monita can be scheduled near the end of their trip. Lyle calmly assures her that it will be arranged. With the inspection plans settled, she quietly thanks Tanya for always supporting her behind the scenes. Tanya falls silent as her thoughts drift back to the day she first met her young lady. She reflects that 10 years have already passed since that life-changing day. Her memories carry her back to a crowded marketplace, where someone angrily shouted, calling a girl a thief. She remembers collapsing onto the ground from hunger and exhaustion as an angry mob closed in around her. Barely able to move, she wondered how many days had passed since her last meal and whether she would die there. Then a young Iris rushed to her side. The young lady catches the collapsing girl and desperately begs her not to give up. Soon after, she gently feeds her a spoonful of warm food while an older maid watches anxiously from the doorway. The memory shifts to a sunny day outside, where a cheerful Iris claps her hands with a bright smile and asks Tanya what she thinks. She happily announces that she is engaged to Edward Sama. Tanya smiles warmly and offers her heartfelt congratulations. The memory moves ahead to the day Iris returns from school. Tanya welcomes her home with a polite smile and asks how school has been. The warmth of the memories shatters as hatred fills Tanya's heart. She silently swears that she will never forgive Yuri Neuer. A soft gasp escapes Tanya as she snaps back to the present. The grandfather clock's pendulum swings quietly while she regains her composure. Across the room, our girl remains focused on the book in her hands as she works through the stack of paperwork on her desk. Tanya watches her lady with a gentle smile and politely asks her to let her know when it is finally time to take a break. She reflects on how Iris gave her a reason to live and quietly vows to always brew the finest tea for her beloved mistress. Our girl lifts the warm teacup to her lips and takes a slow sip while Tanya waits attentively nearby. A satisfied smile spreads across her face as she says the tea is delicious. Seeing her lady so happy brings a warm smile to Tanya's face as well. Tanya collects the tea set, quietly leaves the office, and gently closes the door behind her. As she walks down the corridor, she is relieved to see her lady's smile has finally returned. She continues through the quiet hallway with the tray in hand and silently vows to protect Iris this time. The thought of preparing an herbal tea to ease her lady's tired eyes crosses her mind. Iris walks along a quiet countryside path when the heel of her boot suddenly snaps. She wonders if the stables are nearby, then hears a sound and heads toward it. The steady clang of metal echoes through the air, drawing her attention. Lyle greets her with a respectful Oju-sama. Our girl turns toward him in surprise. She gasps, amazed that he noticed her so quickly, and jokingly asks if he has eyes on the back of his head. He simply smiles. He explains that years of training let him sense nearby people and even fight in complete darkness. Recognizing footsteps or a familiar scent takes little effort. Our girl smiles, impressed by his remarkable skill. She apologizes for interrupting his training. Lyle rises with his practice sword and assures her he was about to finish anyway, before asking what brought her there. Our girl explains that she had been reviewing the financial records Sibas gave her, but Tanya kept insisting she take a break until she finally gave in. She says she decided to visit the stables during her break. Lyle echoes, "The stables?" With a surprised look, practice sword still in hand. He points west and explains that the stables are a little farther in that direction. She must have taken a wrong turn at one of the crossroads. Our girl realizes her mistake and remarks that it is no wonder she never reached them despite walking so far. Lyle glances over his shoulder and remarks that this is a rare sight. A butterfly lands gently on the tip of his finger. He watches her for a moment and says it is unusual to see her taking a walk through the garden. She lowers her gaze and admits he is probably right. It has been a very long time since she last returned home. Our girl calls his name, and he turns to her with a calm, attentive look. With a gentle smile, she asks if he will be free after finishing his duties. Lyle lets out a light laugh before apologizing for his reaction. He drops to one knee and explains that escorting her is his duty. Then he extends his hand toward Iris, leaving her caught off guard by the formal gesture. Still kneeling, he politely asks her to let him escort her safely back to the mansion. She chuckles softly and accepts, saying she will leave everything to him. Lyle smiles warmly as he takes her hand, promising there could be no greater honor than escorting his lady. She asks if he often trains here. Lyle nods and says he spends most of his free time practicing in this spot. Our girl remarks that he is remarkably dedicated, then asks if he does not train with the other guards. He smiles and points out that even Dita sneaks away to train on his own. She stares at him in disbelief, unable to picture Dita doing that. Lyle chuckles and explains that Dita simply dislikes letting others see how hard he works. Lyle says consistent daily training is what makes someone truly strong. He then admits he has no intention of losing to Dita. She smiles and says that kind of rivalry is a good thing. Daida probably feels exactly the same way. Our girl recalls how the two have always competed with each other and sparred countless times. She reflects that this is exactly what people mean by having a true rival. She says she will be counting on his skills to protect everyone during the upcoming trip. Lyle smiles reassuringly and tells her to leave everything to them. A horse-drawn carriage loaded with luggage rolls along a wide country road. Its wheels rumble over the dirt as Lyle and Daida ride alongside on horseback, keeping watch. Inside the carriage, Iris concentrates on a stack of documents. Tanya watches her with concern and asks if she is feeling all right. Tanya sighs, reminding her that although she had planned to spend a full week on the paperwork, she finished everything in just 2 days. She urges her lady to take better care of herself. Iris smiles sheepishly, thanks her for the concern, and assures her she is fine. At the same time, she recalls working at a tax office in her previous life. Our girl reflects that her former job gave her plenty of experience with accounting, income and expenditure reports, and financial records. Thanks to that background, organizing the mountain of paperwork had been surprisingly easy. She finds it amusing that skills from her past life have proven useful even in a fantasy world. Tanya calls out to her, pulling her from her thoughts. Tanya acknowledges her, and Iris begins explaining their travel plans. She studies a map and explains that they cannot inspect the entire fief this time. Instead, they will focus on the south, where tax revenue has fallen, and the east, where it has increased. Tracing a route across the map of Armelia, she explains that they will travel south from the capital to the southernmost village before heading east to the coastal port town. Their journey will conclude with their meeting with Moneda. She smiles and says it will be a long trip, but she is looking forward to traveling with everyone. Tanya and Reime return her smile from across the carriage. The steady rattle of the carriage fills the air. The carriage enters a bustling town lined with impressive buildings and busy streets. Looking outside, Iris remarks that the place is remarkably lively. As they continue through the city, Tanya explains that it is so prosperous that many people call it the nation's second capital. A district of crumbling, run-down buildings catches her eye. She asks Reime what it is. After a brief hesitation, our girl insists that she tell her the truth. Reime reluctantly explains that it is a newly formed slum. Iris grows visibly concerned and wonders why the slums have been expanding. Reime says the causes vary. Some people migrated from other fiefs, others fell into debt, and many came chasing opportunities only to struggle to survive. Some families have also lived in poverty for generations. She believes most residents are people who could no longer afford to pay their taxes. She adds that second and third sons of farming families often end up living there as well. After listening quietly, Iris asks when the fief's tax rates were last revised. Reime replies that they have not changed in 5 generations. Iris is stunned that the policy has remained untouched for so long and begins reconsidering how the tax system works. The horse-drawn carriage rattles along the rough road. Inside, our girl lets out a tired sigh, already exhausted by the long journey. Sweat trickles down her cheek as the stifling heat fills the carriage. She fans her collar in frustration and complains about the unbearable temperature while Tanya quietly watches. Reime adjusts her glasses with a faint smile and explains that the fief stretches from north to south, so the weather naturally grows hotter the farther south they travel. Our girl notices that even the sweltering heat cannot shake Tanya's composure. Her headmate assures her they will stop to rest soon and asks her to hold on a little longer. She smiles and thanks her. The group stops beside a river, where everyone cools off in the water. Lyle immediately scolds Daida for splashing around and warns him not to soak him too. Daida wipes his face with a sigh, says he finally feels alive again, and casually apologizes. Tanya smiles at their usual bickering, and our girl remarks that those two never change. Reime settles beneath a nearby tree with a book and remarks that she enjoys this climate. Our girl glances at the guards and wonders if those heavy uniforms are not too hot. Lyle simply smiles and assures her they are perfectly fine. Lyle explains that they are trained warriors and that their uniforms are much lighter than the standard issue. Daida scratches the back of his neck with a chuckle and admits that hot days are still miserable no matter how much training they have. Given the chance, he would already be swimming in the river. Tanya immediately rejects the idea and declares that Daida is absolutely not going swimming, even with Iris's permission. He sighs in defeat, making our girl laugh. Soon, the carriage sets off once again. The group arrives at a crowded southern village lined with weathered wooden houses. Our girl walks through the busy streets with a troubled expression, while Tanya, Lyle, and Daida stay close behind. Our girl grips her skirt as the village's harsh reality sinks in. Reime notices her expression and quietly explains that the southern heat is too severe for crops to grow well. Poor harvests mean smaller yields, leaving the villagers with a much heavier tax burden. She falls silent in thought. It quickly becomes clear that the South needs another source of income because farming alone is not enough. Raimi grows anxious until our girl suddenly looks up with a reassuring smile and says everything is fine. She then suggests meeting the village chief. Inside the modest office, the elderly village chief greets the group with a humble bow and thanks them for coming. She returns the greeting with a warm smile. Our girl apologizes for the unexpected visit. The chief assures her it is no trouble, though he cannot hide his surprise as he asks why a noble lady has come to such a remote village. She explains that she is inspecting the fief, which naturally brought her to his village. The chief lowers his head in astonishment, amazed that someone of her status traveled all the way there. He quietly wonders how many years have passed since the last official inspection. After sitting down, she points out that she has hardly seen any young men in the village and asks where they have all gone. The chief's expression darkens as he begins to explain. He reveals that many of the village's young men leave to earn a living elsewhere. Second and third sons are especially likely to leave because they have few opportunities and often end up joining the military. The village chief clasps his weathered hands and lets out a heavy sigh. He explains that there is very little arable land, leaving the villagers with few ways to earn a living. Our girl listens in silence, her expression turning somber. She then asks whether beasts ever wander into the village from the nearby forest. The chief admits that beasts appear from time to time, though large ones are rare, so the villagers usually deal with them on their own. She realizes the military does not patrol remote villages like this, leaving the residents to fend for themselves. She rises from her seat, thanks the chief for the information, and says she wants to inspect the village herself. She politely declines his offer of a guide. A gentle breeze drifts across the dry landscape as our girl gazes over the village from a wooden fence. Children play in the distance while she realizes the chief has done little to improve the settlement. The village is missing far too much. She reflects on everything she has learned. Money alone will not solve these problems. The village also needs a school, a hospital, and, above all, enough workers to support itself. The realization leaves a bitter taste in her mouth. The village has been completely neglected, and as part of the ruling family, she knows the responsibility falls on them. Lyle reports spotting fruit growing deeper in the forest. Curious, she asks him to investigate, and he agrees without hesitation. The group enters the dense forest, their footsteps crunching across the ground. Dita looks around in amazement and remarks that the place is full of strange plants. He reaches toward one of the broad leaves and points out that nothing like these grows near the royal capital. Meanwhile, Raimi lights up with excitement as she admires the unusual fruits scattered throughout the forest. Our girl stops before a tree laden with round fruit. She points at it and asks Raimi if it only grows in the south. After a moment of thought, Raimi says she believes it does. She explains that people in the royal capital are unfamiliar with the fruit, so transporting it there is not profitable. Dita grins and says he would buy it simply because he has never seen it before. Tanya immediately dismisses the idea, saying only he would think that way. Dita groans at Tanya's icy attitude. A sudden rustle comes from the nearby brush, making him turn toward the sound before calling out to Raimi in surprise. Our girl freezes in shock as Dita holds up a large, textured pod. Raimi takes a closer look and calmly identifies it as a cocoa pod. A bright smile spreads across her face as she clenches her fists in excitement. Her eyes light up as she declares that this is exactly what they needed and enthusiastically praises Dita. Dita and Raimi can only stare at her in bewilderment. Her sudden excitement leaves them completely speechless. Iris grabs both of Dita's hands and thanks him enthusiastically. Startled by the sudden gesture, he flinches. Our girl declares that she finally knows what to do and credits Dita for giving her the answer. The group then gathers their haul from the forest and heads back. Outside the carriage, the elderly village chief apologizes for making Iris travel all the way to the village to complete the deal. She assures him it was no trouble and says she should be the one thanking the village for selling her so many cocoa pods. A towering pile of harvested cocoa beans sits nearby as she climbs back into the carriage. As the carriage rolls down the road, Raimi asks if buying so many seeds is really a good idea. Our girl asks what she is worried about. Raimi explains that the fruit is unpopular and disliked even in the south. She simply smiles and says that is exactly why she wants the seeds. The scent of the seed drifts across the road. Raimi excitedly points it out, and our girl agrees. A strong sea breeze sweeps past the carriage as seagulls soar overhead. Raimi leans out through the open doorway, taking in the ocean with wide-eyed wonder. She excitedly says it is her first time seeing the sea. Ahead, a bustling port town comes into view, with towering buildings, busy docks, and a massive sailing ship anchored offshore. The carriage stops, and the group enters the bustling port town. Tanya remarks that the atmosphere feels completely different from the fief capital. Our girl agrees, but a rough voice suddenly warns her to move. A large wooden cart barrels through the crowded street. She freezes in the middle of the road as she realizes it is about to hit her. Lyle lunges forward and wraps an arm around her waist, pulling her safely out of the cart's path. Tanya rushes over in alarm. Iris gives Lyle an embarrassed smile and thanks him for saving her. He calmly replies that nothing matters as long as she is safe. Still shaken by the close call, Lyle lets out a long sigh and asks her to keep Tanya or someone else by her side whenever she goes out. Our girl smiles sheepishly and agrees. Tanya immediately promises not to let anything like that happen again. At a market stall, she picks up a necklace and remarks that the design looks exotic. Raimi explains that the town thrives on trade and salt production, attracting merchants from all over. She then asks Tanya if the necklace would suit her. Tanya stares at the necklace in surprise and asks if it is real. Nearby, a fishmonger proudly holds up a massive fresh fish and boasts that it is today's rare catch. Raimi happily scribbles notes into her booklet, saying reality is stranger than fiction. Behind the hanging fish, Lyle watches with a weary smile, amazed she can stand so close to them. Dita tries on a wide-brimmed straw hat, and the shopkeeper says it suits him perfectly. Meanwhile, our girl walks past with a small nod, already focused on what lies ahead. Our girl stops at the end of a quiet corridor and cautiously peeks around the corner. She peers into a dark alley, but Dita quickly grabs her shoulder and warns her not to go any farther. She looks back in surprise and says this seems like exactly the kind of place they should investigate. Dita shakes his head, explaining that a guard's duty is not just to protect her from danger but to keep her away from it. She points out that Dita, Lyle, and Tanya are all there to protect her. He folds his arms and firmly refuses, insisting she is not setting foot in such a dangerous alley. Dita explains that the criminal underworld has its own rules, and anyone who breaks them is shown no mercy. Handling a few thugs is one thing, but if a larger organization gets involved, their group would have no chance. He warns that getting involved with a place like this will only end badly. Dita adds that, for now, the people running the underworld have no reason to notice her. After a brief pause, our girl says she understands. She agrees to stay away from the alley. Dita then suggests visiting a shop he has been wanting to try, and asks if everyone is ready for lunch. Lyle agrees, and the group heads to a nearby restaurant. A small bell jingles above the door as they step inside. Raimi clutches her growling stomach and jokes that reality really is stranger than fiction. Our girl enjoys the seafood and says it is exactly what she expected from a port city. Dita chuckles, teasing that their princess has quite the appetite. Lyle remarks that the fish was served raw. Tanya supports a pale, groaning Raimi and admits that, raw or not, it was surprisingly delicious. The group stands atop a grassy hill as a cool sea breeze sweeps beneath the open sky. Flocks of birds glide over the vast ocean, while the setting sun sinks below the horizon, painting the clouds a brilliant red. As she gazes across the sea, our girl quietly says she wants to transform this region one day. She shares her vision of expanding the port, increasing trade, and turning it into a gateway that connects the region with the rest of the world. She looks up at the sky and asks if a future like that would not be wonderful. Dita grins and jokes that when her dream comes true, she owes him a bottle of foreign wine. Lyle immediately scolds him for being so casual. She laughs softly and tells Dita to look forward to it. Our girl realizes the inspection tour was the right choice. It showed her things she had never known, places she had never seen, and taught her far more than she expected. She turns to her companions with a hopeful smile and asks them to trust her once more as she leads the fief toward a brighter future. Her companions answer without hesitation. Tanya says she entrusted Iris with everything long ago, while Raimi and Lyle gladly pledge their support. Dita grins and says life by her side is never boring, so he is happy to follow her. Their unwavering faith leaves our girl quietly gazing at the shimmering sea. She looks toward the horizon and quietly thanks everyone from the bottom of her heart. Moonlight pours through the inn's window as Iris sits alone on the sofa, unable to stop thinking. Dita suddenly appears with a smirk, reminding his princess that sneaking out of her room at night isn't a good idea. He points out that an inn isn't as safe as home, so she should be more careful. Iris clutches her nightgown and apologizes with an embarrassed smile, admitting she couldn't fall asleep. Caught off guard, our girl asks if he'd been following her all along. Dita scratches the back of his head and casually explains. If Lyle and Tanya found out he let her wander off alone during his watch, they'd kill him. Iris can only offer another awkward apology for causing trouble. He adds that Tanya probably would have noticed she was missing and followed her anyway. Iris then calls his name and asks about something that's been bothering her. She brings up the dangerous alley the guard stopped her from entering earlier and asks why he seemed to know so much about it. The question makes Dita hesitate. She quickly assures him she isn't accusing him of being involved with criminals. She simply wants to understand a world she knows nothing about. Dita falls silent. After a long pause, he reveals that everyone, including himself, grew up in the slums before their princess took them in. He explains that no one helps you there, so the only way to survive is to protect yourself. He adds that the slums show no mercy, not even to children. Iris quietly accepts the harsh truth behind his past. Dita says growing up in the slums sharpened his instincts. Once you know what's truly dangerous, avoiding it becomes much easier. Iris quietly clenches her fists as his words sink in. He then calls his younger self an idiot. Even knowing the risks, he still became an errand boy for the people lurking in the slums. A small smile crosses his face as he explains that's why he recognized the danger in that alley so quickly. Iris gently asks why he chose such a dangerous path in the first place. With a faint smirk, he admits he did it for money, just like many others in his situation. But he says he regretted it almost immediately. Kids his age started disappearing one after another. By the time he realized how dangerous it really was, leaving meant certain death. Our girl grips her nightgown and wonders if that's why he always calls her princess. Compared to his past, she feels like someone raised in a sheltered world. She brushes it off, apologizing for asking such an odd question. Dita says nothing and quietly watches her. Then he suddenly grins, saying he calls her princess because she'll always be his princess. The unexpected answer leaves Iris blinking in surprise. He steps closer with a teasing smirk and asks if she's curious. Iris instinctively leans back as he points a finger near her face, then a loud smack suddenly echoes through the room. Tanya suddenly grabs Dita by the head and yanks him away, scolding him for getting too close to her lady. He cries out in pain as she sighs, saying she figured Iris hadn't returned to her room yet. She reminds Iris it's getting late and tells her to get some rest for tomorrow. Iris admits she couldn't sleep. Tanya offers to bring her some warm milk, and she happily accepts. Before leaving, our girl glances back and quietly thanks Dita. After Iris closes her bedroom door, Tanya turns to Dita and asks if he'd like a drink too. He assumes she's offering warm milk as well. Tanya shoots him a flat look and asks why she'd make the person guarding her lady sleepy. It's just hot water, Dita laughs, saying that's exactly what he expected from her. Tanya gazes down the quiet hallway and remarks that Iris rarely lets anyone see her feeling down. He takes a sip and mentions that Iris asked why he always calls her princess. Tanya listens in silence. Dita complains that she's awfully cold toward him. Tanya points out there isn't any deep meaning behind the nickname anyway, and he readily agrees. He says Iris is like the kind princess from a fairy tale, and he only teases her because she's so sheltered. Tanya reflects on Iris's innocence and wonders if he was really in the wrong. She tells him he should just be honest with Iris. After all, he never meant any harm by teasing her. Dita smiles and says he could tell her the truth, but everyone else already wears their affection for Iris on their sleeve. Tanya asks if he couldn't have found a less embarrassing way to put it. He says his words made Iris stop and think, even if he never meant them that deeply. Since everyone else constantly dotes on her, he thinks it's better if at least one person treats her differently. He explains that Iris needs someone she can't fully figure out, someone who makes her stop and think from time to time. Tanya shakes her head and calls him a contrarian. She announces she's heading back to bed. Dita waves her off as she disappears down the quiet hallway. Before leaving, Tanya turns back and tells him not to confuse people too much. If he keeps hiding his true feelings, one day even he might not understand them anymore. Dita simply smiles and says that won't happen. No matter what, there's one thing he'll never compromise on. Morning arrives, and the story shifts to a bustling town lined with grand domed buildings. Inside a quiet room, a familiar voice remarks that it's been a long time since they last met. Manita greets Iris with a smile. She laughs and jokes that he's already ready to talk business after so long apart, then asks what brought him here. She asks how he's been. Spreading his arms confidently, Manita says he's doing better than ever, earning a knowing smile from our girl. Iris says she'd expect nothing less from the vice chief of the Merchant Guild. Since he's so well informed, she assumes he already knows she's returned to her family's fief, and he confirms that's true. Iris asks how business has been for the Merchant Guild. Manita says everything is going smoothly, earning a knowing smirk from her. She points out that trade with the capital seems to have dropped, despite what he just said. His expression twitches, revealing she struck a nerve. Iris laughs and tells him he's far too easy to read. An accountant of his skill shouldn't let his thoughts show so clearly. Manita turns away with a quiet huff. He apologizes for speaking so carelessly about such a sensitive matter. Iris nods, repeating that trade between the capital and their fief has clearly declined. Moneda silently admits the changing economy hit them hard. He then sets the topic aside and asks what brought Iris to see him. Our girl asks if he'd like the chance to handle more money than ever before. Surprised, Moneda asks if the Duke's family wants to hire him. Iris confirms the offer but says there's more to it. She explains he won't be working for the Duke's family, he'll be working for the entire fief. Confused, Moneda asks what she means. Iris reveals her long-term plan to reform the fief by separating her family's affairs from its government. She reaches out her hand and offers him the role of managing the fief's finances. Moneda asks why she chose him when the Duke's family already has plenty of capable people. Iris simply answers with a confident smile. Iris says she's choosing him because no one understands the job better than he does. She adds that becoming vice chief at such a young age proves both his ability and character. More importantly, he's someone she can truly trust. With a smile, she promises he'll be handling more money than ever before, and his overall situation will improve as well. Moneda admits it's an incredible offer, but asks if she really has the authority to make a decision this important. Tanya quietly stands behind Iris, holding a document case. Iris unrolls an official document and reveals that she's been appointed the acting lord of the fief. She hands him the papers. As Moneda carefully reads through them, Iris asks what he thinks of the offer. A confident smile appears on his face. He accepts, asking only for 3 days to hand over his work at the Merchant Guild. Iris admits she expected him to investigate the offer more carefully first. Moneda says a good merchant knows when to make a quick decision, and she praises his answer. She tells him to meet her at the estate in 3 days. Smiling brightly, Iris says she'll be waiting for him. Moneda watches the carriage waiting outside the estate through the window and reflects on Iris's midterm strategy. He knows he still owes her for taking him in years ago, but no matter what he feels personally, he vows never to let it affect his work. Even so, her proposal has clearly shaken him. Our girl returns to her carriage and departs, leaving him behind. As he watches it disappear, he realizes she understood her fief's finances down to the smallest detail. She is nothing like the person she used to be. Adjusting his glasses, he quietly looks forward to meeting her again in 3 days. The scene shifts to a vast estate, surrounded by towering white stone walls under the bright afternoon sun. Inside an office buried beneath stacks of paperwork, the door opens as the footman Sei politely enters with another pile of books. He explains that Seba sent more documents for review and asks where to put them. Iris points to the main table and tells him to leave them there. As he does, she recalls that Sei was one of the children she took in long ago. Back then, he had been clumsy, shy, and always wore an innocent smile. Sei nervously admits he was trying to imitate Sebas's calm, professional demeanor. Embarrassed, he asks if acting so serious ended up looking unnatural. Our girl smiles and assures him that wasn't the problem. His shoulders were simply far too tense. She explains that staying so stiff makes everyone around him tense as well. Iris encourages him to relax a little more instead of forcing himself to appear composed. Sei gratefully thanks her for the advice. Sebas reaches the doorway and politely excuses himself before leaving the room. Sebas enters with the remaining documents, explaining they are the rest of the files that followed Sei's delivery. Iris thanks him for bringing them. As she glances over the mountain of paperwork, our girl asks how Sei has been doing lately. Sebas says he does not know much about the boy's private life. She quickly clarifies that she only meant his work. Slightly concerned, he asks if Sei made a mistake. She shakes her head and says Sei has been doing an excellent job. The only issue is that he seems far too tense, as if he's constantly forcing himself. Sebas agrees and explains that Sei changed not long before Iris officially returned to the fief. He then corrects himself, saying it would be more accurate to say the young footman chose to change on his own. Curious, she asks why. With a gentle smile, Sebas reveals that Sei has been chosen for promotion to butler. Since a butler must lead the other servants, the boy likely felt he needed to become the perfect role model before taking on the position. That's why he's been pushing himself so hard. Our girl realizes that explains Sei's sudden change in attitude. Sebas adds that Sei even said he wanted to become just like him. Still, he believes there's no reason for the boy to match his abilities so soon. After all, it took Sebas decades to reach his current level. Iris agrees, saying what Sei truly needs now is simply more experience. Our girl asks if Sei truly has what it takes to become a butler. Sebas replies that the final decision belongs to her as his master. He assures her he would never recommend someone unfit for the role. Iris thanks him for his unwavering judgment. Later, everyone gathers inside the estate for a meeting. With Tanya, Moneda, and the others behind her, Iris thanks them all for coming. She begins by sharing her thoughts on the current state of the Armelia fief. After spending the past month touring the territory, she concludes that the fief is already quite prosperous. Its coastal location keeps trade thriving, while the warm southern climate supports strong agriculture year-round. It's no surprise people call it the nation's second capital. Even so, she warns that the fief has a serious weakness. To her, the territory resembles perfectly ripened fruit. The wealthy continue to grow richer while the poor have almost no chance to improve their lives, making fair competition nearly impossible. With a somber expression, she declares that a fief cannot truly prosper if its common people do not. She explains that the local economy has grown stagnant. Without new opportunities to stimulate growth, the market will slowly decay from within. Something has to change. Her ultimate goal is to build a fief where no child has to endure the hardships they once faced. Smiling confidently, our girl says the first step toward lasting growth is improving the people's standard of living. With that in mind, she announces a series of reforms she plans to begin immediately. Our girl lays out the first phase of her plan. She will separate the Duke family's personal finances from the fief's treasury, then establish a bank to centralize the territory's financial system. She continues by outlining tax reforms, proper highway maintenance, and mandatory education. Sei raises his hand and asks what exactly she means by a bank. Realizing she skipped over the explanation, Iris apologizes and admits she got carried away. She promises to explain the banking system in detail later with Sibas and Moneda present. Before moving on, she points out there's one major condition behind the plan. For the banking system to work, she explains, the fief's tax revenue must be completely separated from her family's personal spending. Moneda summarizes her idea. Tax revenue should be used only for governing the fief, while the Duke family's household expenses must come from another source. She confirms that's exactly what she intends. When Moneda asks how she plans to achieve it, our girl confidently declares that she'll start a business. Caught off guard, Moneda questions the idea. He warns that many people ruin themselves by jumping into business without experience. Iris simply lets out a small laugh. With a confident smile, she asks if he's already rejecting the idea before hearing the proposal. After all, it could end up being highly profitable. She quickly admits she was only teasing. Moneda's caution is completely justified since she has no real business experience, despite her confidence. Iris asks everyone to be patient a little longer before revealing the product she plans to sell. At her cue, Raimi steps forward with a cheerful smile, carrying a large sack in her arms. Moneda examines the strange fruit with a skeptical look. Raimi explains it's called cacao, a fruit found only in the south. The locals usually grind its seeds into a bitter paste and drink it. He says he's heard of cacao before, but remembers it being far too bitter to enjoy. Iris smirks, knowing it simply hasn't been processed the right way. She then tells Tanya to open the door. A woman enters carrying what Iris requested. She introduces her as Merida, the family's chef. Iris recalls that Merida was another child she once took in, and praises her for keeping up with every demanding request during her old diet. Our girl reveals that Merida used the cacao seeds to create a new kind of sweet. The lid is lifted to reveal neatly arranged chocolates and round truffles. Iris invites everyone to give them a try. Sei immediately lights up after taking a bite, calling them delicious. Lyle quietly agrees, while Raimi happily declares the round ones are her favorite. Tanya, meanwhile, says she prefers the slightly more bitter variety. After tasting one herself, Iris admits it's still inferior to the chocolate from her previous world. Even so, she decides it's good enough for a first attempt. Across the room, Moneda samples one as well. After a careful taste, Moneda realizes these sweets were truly made from cacao. He immediately recognizes their commercial potential. He asks how she plans to price them. Iris explains the cost must cover both the labor needed to process the cacao and the sugar, so the final product won't be cheap. Our girl explains that the chocolates are meant for the nobility, so they'll be sold as premium luxury goods. Since they're all made from cacao, she can create many different varieties. She asks Moneda for his opinion. Smiling, he calls it an outstanding idea, saying it's a product unlike anything the market has seen. He adds that having a clear target audience is a huge advantage. As long as the initial marketing succeeds, he believes the business has every chance to thrive. Iris then turns to Sei, saying this leads to her next decision. She announces that Sei will oversee the business's sales and daily operations as her representative. Startled, he asks if she really means him and suggests Moneda would be far more qualified. Iris immediately refuses, insisting the role belongs to him. She explains that since their customers are nobles, his experience serving the Duke's household makes him the perfect fit. Confidently, she assures him he'll grow into the role quickly. Sei accepts the responsibility and vows to live up to her expectations. Our girl declares it's time to launch the business. She instructs Sebas to secure a formal contract with the southern village that supplies the cacao, and he respectfully agrees. She then orders Lyle and Dita to determine how many guards are needed to secure the trade route between the estate and the village. Lyle immediately accepts the assignment. Finally, Iris asks Merida to prepare more samples. She promises to provide additional recipes later, and the chef happily agrees. She then asks Tanya to prepare writing materials because she plans to send a letter to her mother. When Tanya looks surprised, Iris smiles and says there's no better advertisement than her mother. She knows her mother will proudly serve the sweets at her tea parties, spreading their reputation naturally. Iris then orders Moneda to work alongside Sei on all the paperwork needed to launch the business and, if possible, secure a workshop for production. The banking project can wait until the business is running. Moneda accepts the assignment. Next, our girl asks Raimi if she knows the current market prices for goods sold in town. Raimi confidently says she does, and proudly claims she can recall price data from the past 15 years. Pleased by the answer, Iris smiles. She officially ends the meeting, entrusting everyone with their new responsibilities and reminding them to report any major developments directly to her. With a confident smile, Iris declares the birth of the Azuda Corporation. Iris sits at her desk with a quill in hand, while Tanya stands behind her carrying a stack of books. Suddenly, the door flies open, and Sei rushes inside, shouting in amazement. He excitedly reports that their new chocolate has become a massive hit. Thanks to Iris's mother's influence, aristocrats are flooding the company with orders, leaving everyone overwhelmed with work. Our girl lets out a quiet giggle, thinking this is exactly the result she expected from her mother. Raimi wonders if they really need a separate version of the chocolate when the current one is already so popular. Tanya gently asks her to lower her voice, prompting a flustered Sei to apologize for bursting in. Iris nods with a confident smirk. Since their goal is to sell to the highest-ranking nobles, she explains that the premium line must feel rare and exclusive. She officially begins the meeting now that everyone has arrived. Reflecting on the company's early days, our girl credits her team's talent for its rapid growth while recognizing that her knowledge from a past life gave them a major advantage. She notes that the noble exclusive chocolate remains as popular as ever before, asking for an update on staffing. Sei smiles and assures her everything is going smoothly. He reports that they have hired a large number of chefs to keep up with demand. He adds that because chocolate is completely new to the world, everyone is focused on mastering it. Iris acknowledges the report and reminds him to enforce the scheduled break system, warning that overworking the staff is unhealthy. Iris points to the documents on her desk as she continues outlining the company's plans. Although she has already discussed it with Merida, she wants the store and the second product line managed only by people who prove themselves worthy. She tells Sei to remember that their ultimate goal is to bring chocolate to the common people as well. Once they build a strong enough workforce, the company can expand beyond the royal capital. To make that happen, she begins considering a dedicated transportation division. Sei bows and accepts the order. Our girl then turns to Moneda and asks how ordinary companies transport their goods across the country. He explains that smaller businesses usually handle deliveries themselves, while larger companies do the same with armed escorts protecting the shipments. The answer gives Iris an idea. She assigns Raimi to map out the best transport routes, prioritizing stable weather and gentle terrain. She also wants travel times and operating costs calculated for every territory. Iris then tells her to work with Lyle to determine how many escorts each route would require and include those costs as well. Completely baffled, Raimi wonders what enormous project they are starting this time. Our girl casually remarks that they could end up transforming the nation's trade industry. She then asks Moneda to stay behind because their next topic is the banking system. As the carriage rolls through the streets, Moneda admits he is genuinely impressed that Iris devised such a comprehensive strategy on her own. Seated across from him, she asks if he is referring to her banking plans. He calmly confirms that he is. He reflects on her ideas for price controls, centralized capital, and the concept of credit, clearly impressed by how advanced they are. She sheepishly admits to herself that those economic ideas were never really hers to begin with. Still, Iris explains that if they want money to circulate, they also need a way to control it. Moneda agrees, but stresses that a reliable system must come first. Although large amounts of money flow through Armelia's markets, the administration has no way to oversee it. Most citizens keep their savings at home or leave them with merchant guilds. As she walks down the hallway, our girl reflects that guild deposits are easy to withdraw from any branch. However, people expect nothing more than a safe place to store their money. Outside a large guild building, Iris points out that her banking plan depends entirely on winning the cooperation of the guild leaders. She reminds herself that the political stakes are enormous, and one wrong move could ruin everything. Inside the meeting room, several guild leaders gather around a long table. Iris opens the discussion as every eye turns toward her. Our girl greets them with a polite bow and thanks everyone for taking the time to attend despite their busy schedules. An elderly guild leader smiles and tells her there is no need to be so formal. He says they have all been eager to meet the young leader behind the fast-rising Azuta Corporation. Iris calmly corrects him. Today, she says, she is not representing the Azuta Corporation, but serving as Armelia's acting fief lord. One of the guild leaders chuckles, realizing she summoned them under her official authority. She smiles and explains that only her position as fief lord could have gathered them all in one place, especially since her company is still in its early days. The room immediately falls silent. Iris reflects on the Merchants Guild's influence. Although it has branches across different fiefs, it operates as a single organization throughout the kingdom. Every merchant must belong to it, paying regular fees in exchange for protection, support, and legal arbitration. With the introductions over, she says it is time to move on to the main topic of today's meeting. She announces that Armelia has officially established a bank and encourages every guild leader to make use of its services. One guild leader apologetically admits he has never heard of a bank and asks for an explanation. Iris simply describes it as a more advanced version of the Merchants Guild's current money storage system. She explains that the bank has three main functions: accepting deposits, handling transfers, and issuing loans. The guild leaders exchange puzzled looks. One admits he still does not understand, so another asks her to explain it in more detail. Iris begins with the first function, deposits, and confidently explains how the system works. Our girl points out that people and businesses already leave their money with the Merchants Guild. Her bank would simply take over that role, saving the guild the cost and burden of guarding large amounts of cash while offering additional benefits. She then moves to the second function. The bank will create accounts for individuals and allow organizations to settle payments directly through them. An elderly guild leader nods as he grasps the idea. If both traders keep their money in the bank, he says, transactions can be completed without anyone withdrawing cash, making trade both safer and more convenient. Another guild leader frowns and questions whether such a system is truly safe. After all, handling that much money always comes with risks. Iris calmly replies that she has already planned for that. She explains that every deposit will be protected by her family's military. Pointing to Lyle and Dita standing guard outside, she assures them of her force's quality. She also plans to hire the guild's current guards and train them to the same standard. Our girl confidently reassures everyone that any threat to the bank will be dealt with immediately. Satisfied with the answer, one guild leader shifts the discussion and asks how the bank's loan system will work. She explains that deposited money will be lent to others, allowing idle capital to fuel new businesses. Borrowers, she says, must pass strict screening before receiving funds. Those who qualify can secure financing for new ventures. The senior guild leader quietly remarks that it is an interesting idea. Iris summarizes the bank's key services. Customers can deposit and withdraw money at any time, transfer funds, and take out loans. Since the bank is backed by her household, she guarantees its security as long as her family stands. She then asks for their opinion, adding that she wants the guilds to benefit as well, even if her bank overlaps with part of their business. The senior guild leader asks what she expects from them in return. Iris calmly answers that she does not need their help to establish the bank. Her real goal is to keep wealth flowing throughout her fief and strengthen its economy. She proposes transferring the staff who currently manage the guild's deposit system to her bank. A large institution, she explains, can never have too many experienced employees. Our girl also asks the Merchants Guild to lend her part of one of their buildings for a new bank branch, noting that the main headquarters is already prepared. After a brief pause, the senior guild leader agrees without objection. With a calculating smile, he points out that Iris is covering all the startup costs while taking over a deposit system that is already losing money. From his perspective, there is no reason to refuse. Satisfied, Iris declares the banking discussion finished and moves on to what the merchants have really been waiting for. With a bright smile, Iris reveals the real purpose of the meeting. She announces that she wants to establish a school throughout the territory. A guild leader asks if she plans to build a school like the one in the royal capital. Our girl immediately replies that she has something completely different in mind. She says there is no point in creating another institution only for nobles. Instead, she wants one elementary branch to teach reading and writing, while an advanced branch focuses on practical skills. The elementary branch will be mandatory for every child in the fief and funded entirely through taxes. The merchants react in shock, but Iris explains that she only needs their support for the advanced branch. She asks the guilds to help by providing funding, equipment, or training materials for the advanced school. A guild leader wonders why she cannot simply borrow money from her own bank. Iris explains that the bank's stability depends on the family's tax income, and pushing it too far could cause the entire system to collapse. The guild leader suggests delaying the project until she has enough money. Iris refuses without hesitation, declaring that the people themselves are the territory's greatest asset. She explains that investing in the citizens' abilities will strengthen the entire fief. That is exactly why the school cannot wait any longer. Our girl finishes by saying that leaving people's potential untapped would be a terrible waste. The room falls silent as the guild leaders reflect on her words. A merchant finally breaks the silence by asking what the school will actually teach. Maneda steps forward with a stack of documents, explaining that the handouts contain all the details. As the guild leaders read through them, one man's eyes widen in disbelief. He reads the subjects aloud in shock, listing agriculture, administration, accounting, and even medicine. Another merchant blurts out that such a curriculum is impossible, but Iris calmly confirms every word. She says medicine is the most important subject of all. In this world, medical knowledge is tightly controlled by the royal family and high nobility, leaving ordinary people with little access to proper health care. Every major city has a doctor, but they are nowhere near the level of noble physicians. The church also provides treatment, yet its numbers keep shrinking, leaving many villages without a doctor and forcing people to depend on unreliable magic. One guild leader loses his temper and shouts that she must be insane. He argues that doctors are valuable precisely because they are so rare. He demands to know whether she understands the consequences of what she is proposing, while the rest of the merchants watch in silence. Our girl stands her ground, insisting that protecting the people of Armelia comes first. She points out that they do not have enough doctors to care for everyone. She argues that human lives cannot be measured like profits on a ledger. Spreading medical knowledge is the right decision, and she adds that some people in this very room should benefit the most from it. She explains that more doctors would drive medical research, create new medicines, and increase demand for medical supplies. Then she asks who stands to profit from selling those products if not the merchants themselves. One guild leader quietly realizes just how profitable the idea could become. Iris moves on to the next topic and asks everyone to turn to the third page. As the merchants flip through their handouts, they freeze in shock after discovering a copy of the Azuda Company's private accounts and balance sheets. A guild leader stares at the unfamiliar financial records in shock and asks Iris to explain them. She calmly introduces the system as double-entry bookkeeping. She explains that dividing transactions into two accounts makes it easy to track funds, inventory, and sales. The system also reveals a company's profits, assets, and exactly where its money goes. Iris reveals that she plans to make the bookkeeping system mandatory for every business in the territory. The senior guild leader immediately asks what she intends to do with all of that financial data. She explains that the records will be used to evaluate bank loan applications and serve as the foundation of the territory's new tax system. Our girl recalls how shocked she was by the world's outdated accounting methods. Businesses relied on inconsistent records with no standard system. She points to the financial charts and explains how standardized balance sheets and profit and loss statements provide a clear picture of every business. As someone who believes in efficient markets, she plans to require every company to keep daily records under this system. Iris then unveils her biggest reform yet. She plans to abolish the old head tax and replace it with taxes based on each business's financial reports. She adds that combining double-entry bookkeeping with the guild leader's experience will make the territory's finances completely transparent. The senior guild leader fixes his gaze on Iris and says he cannot overlook her proposal to overhaul the tax system. He asks whether she even has the authority to carry out such sweeping reforms. Iris confidently says yes and pulls out an official scroll to prove it. Iris presents the official document, explaining that it grants her the same authority as her father while she serves as Armelia's acting fief lord. The senior guild leader asks whether double-entry bookkeeping will be taught at the new school. Iris confidently confirms that it will. Our girl explains that graduates trained in tax law could help businesses legally reduce their taxes. She adds that modern farming techniques would boost production, and merchants who invest now will receive exclusive rights to any new crops developed. The senior guild leader quietly considers the offer before admitting it could make them a fortune. Iris smiles and thanks him for understanding. With the meeting nearly over, she thanks everyone for coming. Then she invites anyone still interested in the project to remain behind. After the doors close, Iris stares at the room in surprise. She admits she never expected so many merchants to stay. A noise near the doorway startles her for a moment. As she wonders what is happening, the senior guild leader lets out a quiet sigh and begins to speak. He gestures toward the remaining merchants and proudly says that everyone still in the room is among the finest merchants in the territory. He explains that merchants always weigh risk against reward. After hearing her proposal, they believe this opportunity is simply too valuable to ignore. He admits they would have dismissed her immediately if she had been chasing childish dreams. But today's meeting proved that Iris is the real deal. The merchant says Iris already proved her ability by building the Azuda company and surpassing established businesses in a short time. That is why they are investing in her talent. Our girl smiles warmly at everyone around the table, grateful to have earned the trust and respect of such capable people. The two shake hands and seal the agreement. Iris reflects that these first-rate merchants are the very people who have kept the entire fief thriving all this time. Later, Moneda asks if Iris truly understands fear. She averts her gaze with a small pout and quietly complains that the question is rude. Inside the moving carriage, our girl admits she was nervous the entire time. Moneda says she never showed it and admits he never expected her to jump straight into business negotiations. The carriage rolls through town as Iris asks why he called her out today. Moneda explains that he wanted to give her a progress report on the banking project, and she points out that he ended up doing exactly that. Moneda quietly replies that she completely misunderstood what he meant. He proposes delaying the highway repairs and using that money to fund the school instead. He also questions why they are not relying on bank loans. Iris firmly argues that trade and the flow of goods are essential to the fief's future. She explains that as goods move, money moves with them. Repairing the roads will boost the local economy, improve people's livelihoods, and make it easier for families to send their children to school. The primary school will be completely free. However, families in rural areas depend on their children's labor, making education a difficult choice. She suggests using public spending on infrastructure to put more money directly into the people's hands. Our girl confidently adds that the people are smart enough to recognize how much the new roads benefit them. Once trade expands, more jobs will become available and household incomes will rise. With fuller wallets, parents will be far more willing to send their children to school, making it a win for everyone. Moneda adds that giving the ducal family the rights to the new premium products will also earn them public goodwill. Iris smiles, confirming that he understood her plan perfectly. She quietly laughs, pleased that the guild leaders are thinking exactly the way she expected. Meanwhile, the carriage continues past the noble estates. With a confident smirk, our girl declares that she will build her influence until no one can challenge her position. Moneda is impressed that she has already planned so far ahead. She teases him, asking if he really thought she had no plan at all. He quickly backtracks, insisting that was not what he meant. Iris snickers before steering the conversation back to business. She orders him to head straight to the company's headquarters and launch the bank's operations as soon as he returns. She also instructs him to secure the funding for the highway project. Moneda confidently accepts the task. Our girl reflects that things are only going to get busier from here. Adjusting his glasses, Moneda says that's exactly the kind of challenge he was hoping for. Time passes as the fief rapidly develops. Roads are built, the bank opens its doors, and customers begin filling its counters. Back at her desk, Iris starts drafting her next plans. Surrounded by stacks of paperwork, she notes that the bank has already established a strong presence in the city. The next step is expanding its reach beyond the city limits. Sebas reports that the bank is progressing exactly as planned, and the high school has already been completed. He adds that everything has gotten off to an excellent start. A knock interrupts the meeting. Iris agrees the progress has been smooth but says the real challenge is getting every common child into primary school. The door opens as Tanya walks in with another stack of documents. She politely says she has brought the paperwork Iris needs to review. Without stopping her work, Iris thanks her and asks her to leave the documents on the desk. Tanya remains silent instead of moving. After a brief hesitation, Tanya gently suggests that Iris should take a holiday. She explains that the bank has been operating for 6 months, yet Iris has not taken a single day off from her overwhelming workload. Iris explains that she is recruiting more officials to help govern the fief. Once the bureaucracy is fully established, much of the burden will no longer fall on her alone. She thanks Tanya for worrying about her, though she admits her workload has grown tremendously over the past 6 months. To ease that burden, our girl is expanding the government into 5 ministries: Codis for law, Arquiteto for construction, Abitanti for the people, Io for education, and Borsa for finance. She maps out how the new government will operate. Borsa will oversee taxes and the budgets of every ministry. Abitanti will manage the population and conduct the census, while Codis will draft and revise laws. Arquiteto will handle roads and public works, and Io will oversee education, science, and culture. At the top of it all stands Iris, leading the entire fief. A clock chimes through the quiet office. After hours at her desk surrounded by books and paperwork, Iris leans back and stretches to ease the stiffness. She lets out a weary sigh and admits she's exhausted. Deciding she's done enough for today, she heads off to freshen up. Our girl sinks into a warm bath with a content smile. Tanya asks if the water is comfortable, and Iris happily says it's perfect. Tanya encourages her to relax and wash away the day's fatigue. Iris settles deeper into the bath and thanks her. After the bath, Iris changes into a robe while Tanya offers to tie up her hair. The moment she touches it, she freezes in shock. Iris giggles at her reaction. Tanya stares in amazement, saying her hair is so beautiful it almost seems to sparkle. As she brushes through the silky strands, Tanya asks how Iris made her hair so shiny. Iris smiles and holds up a small bottle, revealing her secret. Tanya curiously examines the bottle. Iris explains that it's called conditioner and that it keeps hair soft, smooth, and silky. She recalls how frustrating hair care was in this world. Without conditioner, washing with soap always left her platinum hair rough and difficult to manage. Realizing the problem, our girl decided to solve it herself. She spent months developing a proper conditioner to meet her own needs. Tanya is amazed to discover it's even rose-scented and praises the invention. Iris casually offers her the bottle, leaving Tanya stunned. Blushing, Tanya carefully hugs the bottle to her chest. She politely protests that it's too generous, then shyly asks if she can really keep it. Iris smiles and tells her she can always make more. Relieved, Tanya gratefully accepts the gift. Later, 3 young maids peek around a corner as Iris and Sebas walk past. They whisper that both Iris's and Tanya's hair has become unusually shiny, convinced they're hiding some kind of secret. The girls suddenly jump as Tanya appears behind them. She gives them a stern look and asks if they should really be standing around during work. Instead of answering, the maids surround Tanya with questions. They eagerly ask what Iris used to make her hair so shiny. They insist she has to share the secret. Tanya sighs and reminds them they're on duty, warning that the head maid won't be pleased if they keep slacking off. Just then, Iris peeks out from a nearby room. The maids keep pleading, saying they don't expect to match Iris's beauty, but at least want prettier hair. Tanya is left speechless as Iris walks over and asks if she's busy. The maids immediately gasp and greet their young lady. Iris apologizes with a smile for interrupting them. The maids quickly bow and apologize for causing a disturbance. Iris tells them not to worry, but her silky hair soon catches everyone's attention. One maid finally gathers the courage to ask about it. She quickly apologizes for the question but admits the entire maid staff has been talking about Iris's beautiful hair. Realizing what's going on, our girl grins and reveals the secret conditioner. The maids exchange confused looks at the unfamiliar word, conditioner. Iris offers to let them try it, and the hallway erupts with cheers. Tanya watches in surprise, wondering if she's really giving it away. Further down the hallway, Moneda, Lyle, and Dita silently watch the commotion unfold. Dita nervously jokes that the maids have gone feral. Lyle smirks, saying the pursuit of beauty is a frightening thing. Meanwhile, Moneda adjusts his glasses and immediately sees a business opportunity, declaring that the Azuda company should start producing the conditioner. Later, Sebas enters Iris's office with urgent news. She is surprised to see him early, but he reports that the Duchess will be arriving this afternoon. The announcement leaves Iris stunned. She realizes her mother never mentioned such a visit in her last letter. Sebas calmly waits for instructions. After gathering her thoughts, Iris prepares to welcome the unexpected guest. She immediately begins issuing orders. The foyer, dining room, and her mother's room are to be cleaned, fresh roses placed in the entrance, and dinner prepared with their new fondant chocolate, a light meal, and their new herbal tea. Sebas bows and accepts every instruction. She then asks Tanya to clear her schedule so she can spend the day with her mother. Tanya agrees without hesitation. As she waits, Iris finishes her remaining paperwork. Before long, Sebas opens the doors and announces the Duchess's arrival. She thanks him and turns toward the entrance. The household staff lines up in the entrance hall, welcoming the Duchess with respectful bows beside a display of fresh roses. Melrys steps inside with an elegant smile, apologizing for arriving without warning. A maid pours fresh tea into a cup. Iris welcomes her mother home with a warm smile, saying she's happy to see her again after so long. Melrys smiles back, amused by her daughter's sweet greeting. She takes a sip of tea and admits she's just as happy. Ever since Iris left the royal capital, they hadn't had a proper chance to talk. Our girl wonders if it's really all right for her mother to visit the territory while the social season is still ongoing, since the nobles should still be gathering in the capital. Her mother assures her there's nothing to worry about. All the official events have already ended, and she informed her close friends before leaving. She mentions receiving an invitation to a tea party from the Knight Commander's wife, but says she never intended to attend. Iris quietly studies her mother. Melris was extraordinary in many ways, starting with her unmatched platinum beauty. She also suspects her mother still hasn't forgiven Dorson for how he treated her in the past. She reflects on her mother's influence among the nobility. Known as the flower of high society, Melris could make or break a social event simply by showing up. Since a host's reputation depended heavily on attendance, Iris realizes her mother is basically Azuda's greatest advertiser. She also knows leaving an event early could damage a noble's reputation, and even the queen wasn't exempt. A satisfied smile spreads across our girl's face as she imagines the Knight Commander's family panicking after learning Melris won't be attending. To her, it feels like a small victory over Dorson. Time passes. Inside the estate, Iris sits at her desk, reviewing documents, while Moneda and Sebas wait quietly beside her. The office door suddenly swings open. Melris freezes in shock and asks if Iris is seriously still working. Our girl apologizes for missing breakfast. Her mother brushes it off, telling her not to worry. Instead, she worries about Iris herself, saying her daughter looks exhausted. Iris reassures her with a smile. She says she's fine, hasn't collapsed yet, and is actually enjoying the work. She tells her mother to have breakfast first, mentioning they're serving chocolate croissants today. Melris pauses in confusion and asks what a chocolate croissant is. Our girl explains it's simply bread filled with chocolate, a brand new product from Azuda. That immediately excites her mother, who says it sounds delicious. Melris decides she'll wait instead. Iris promises to finish her paperwork as quickly as possible. She settles into an armchair with a cup of tea while a maid serves refreshments. Across the room, Iris continues working through the mountain of documents with Sebas. She spots an error in the calculations and tells Sebas to fix it. Another budget request is rejected, and she orders him to cut the expenses even further before asking for an update on the Arquitecto project. Sebas reports that construction of the town halls and roads is progressing smoothly. Iris accepts the update but asks for proper details, ordering the team to submit a formal report. She tells Sebas to prioritize the census, insisting the fief capital's records be completed before the road repairs are finished. He bows and accepts the order. Next, she asks Sei for Azuda's morning report. After flipping through the documents, our girl smiles, pleased that every department is performing well. Sei reports that the Duchess's influence has flooded the company with orders from the nobility. Iris is delighted by the news. He adds that creating a members-only club for nobles was the right decision. She agrees, noting that aristocrats love anything exclusive. She reflects on how irresistible the club must be. Members gain access to exclusive stores stocked with Azuda's premium products. What started as a small business has expanded into multiple industries and even established a branch in the royal capital. Merida arrives with breakfast as the narration explains Azuda's rapid growth. The company began with chocolate before expanding into cafes, luxury shops for nobles, regular stores for commoners, and beauty products like conditioner and lotions. Despite their premium prices, the products became hits across every social class. Sei organizes his next tasks. He plans to notify the builders about Iris's upcoming visit to discuss construction materials, review beauty product samples, and send each store's account books to her. He heads down the hallway carrying his paperwork, wondering when his life shifted from being a butler to managing an entire company. Along the way, Tanya notices him and greets him warmly. He returns the greeting. When Tanya asks about his plans, Sei says he'll rest briefly before reporting back to Iris. She smiles and invites him to have some tea. Tanya serves him a cup of lemongrass tea, saying it's perfect for relieving fatigue. Sei thanks her, then awkwardly asks if he really looks that tired. Tanya says he doesn't look tired, but asks if he actually is. Sei admits he probably is, though he says it's nothing compared to how hard Iris has been working. He wonders if the Duchess came back to the territory because she was worried about her daughter. Tanya agrees. Since Sebas regularly sends reports, Melris would have known exactly how hard Iris has been pushing herself. Sei admits that whenever he sees Iris working, he feels compelled to work even harder himself. Tanya smiles knowingly and tells him not to use Iris as the standard. Their young lady is practically a work addict. Sei laughs, admitting she's absolutely right. After finishing his tea, Sei sets down the cup and thanks Tanya before getting ready to leave. She calls out to stop him. Tanya reminds him that Iris is still talking with the Duchess and suggests waiting a little longer before interrupting them. He smiles, realizing it has been a long time since mother and daughter were able to spend time together. Instead of leaving, Sei asks for another cup of tea. Tanya happily agrees, but a voice suddenly calls from the doorway. Dita strolls into the room with a casual wave and jokes that this must be where everyone has been hiding. Sei greets Dita with a smile, saying it's been a while. Tanya offers him some tea, and after asking if it's the famous blend everyone's been talking about, he eagerly accepts. One sip is enough to win him over. He declares it's far better than ordinary tea. He says he's amazed that Iris keeps coming up with one successful creation after another. Sei laughs in agreement before Tanya asks what he's been doing lately. Dita explains that he and Lyle have been leading recruits on highway patrols. He says he was suddenly recalled to the estate, though he has no idea why. When Sei asks about the roads, Dita reports they're completely safe and that local trade is thriving. He invites Tanya to join him for training sometime. She rejects the offer without hesitation. Tanya explains that her fighting style is built for one purpose: killing. Every technique she has learned exists to protect Iris. She adds that her training is nothing like his and doubts he could keep up. Then she reminds him that he's supposed to be Iris's shield. Dita thinks to himself that she's a terrifying maid before asking if she's saying he would lose to her. Tanya calmly says she only meant their training serves different purposes. Dita accepts the explanation, sets down his mug, and heads back to train with Lyle, waving goodbye as Sei and Tanya watch him leave. Back in the office, Melrys praises the new herbal tea, saying it's excellent. Iris lights up, thrilled that her mother enjoys it. Our girl explains it's one of the best-selling products at Azuta's cafes, but demand has been difficult to keep up with. Melrys asks to be notified as soon as more is available, since she wants to serve it at her next tea party. Iris happily agrees. Melrys adds that the hair conditioner Iris sent her also became a huge hit among the noble ladies. Changing the subject, Iris asks how things have been in the royal capital. After a brief pause, her mother says everything is much the same as always. Her expression hardens as she complains that Byrne has completely neglected the family, spending nearly all his time following the second prince and that woman. Iris falls silent, stunned by her mother's anger. Melrys assures Iris that she's firmly on her side. She says she's furious with Byrne, and if he weren't her own son, she would have destroyed him herself. A little nervous, Iris asks if anything has changed at court. Melrys says the capital is unchanged, but the royal court has grown tense because a woman named Elria has started getting far too full of herself. Our girl lowers her gaze, troubled by everything her father has been dealing with. She quietly murmurs Elia's name as she pieces the situation together. Melrys explains that a baron's daughter is trying to gain influence, adding that the king has grown weak-willed since Sharia's death. She reveals that both she and Elia strongly opposed his marriage to that woman. Among all the women in Tasmiria, Elia, the king's mother, holds the highest status. Right behind her stands the influential Elia. Elia is the king's only official concubine and the mother of the kingdom's second prince, Edward. Our girl silently takes in the royal court's political landscape. Melrys sips her tea and explains that after Sharia, the king's first wife and the first prince's mother, passed away, Elia's faction rose to power with surprising speed. She wonders if Elia opposed Yuri's engagement to Prince Edward. Melrys explains that the struggle between the royal factions has reached a stalemate, especially since many oppose an engagement with a baron's family. She pauses for a moment, trying to remember the girl's name. The name comes back to her, Yuri Noir. Melrys smiles knowingly and remarks that Yuri is exceptionally skilled at stroking people's egos. She adds with a sharp smile that the vain Elia fell completely for Yuri's flattery. Curious, our girl asks if her mother has met Yuri in person, and Melrys confirms that she has. Melrys explains that meeting Yuri was pure coincidence. After Iris disappeared from high society, Yuri began appearing everywhere at Prince Edward's side. She admits she dislikes people whose true nature she cannot read, making Yuri someone she has no interest in knowing. Our girl quietly wonders if Yuri is really that difficult to understand. Melrys says she cannot quite explain it, but there's no reason for Iris to get close to Yuri anyway. She realizes she barely interacted with Yuri herself, so she does not know much about her either. It becomes clear her mother has nothing more to add. Although she's familiar with Prince Edward, their relationship at the academy consisted mostly of sarcastic exchanges, so she decides to ask about someone else. Our girl asks what kind of person the first prince is. Slightly surprised, Melrys asks if she's never met him, and she confirms she hasn't. Melrys recalls that Prince Alfred withdrew from public life at a young age, before leaving the country to study abroad. She explains that Sharia's death threw the royal court into chaos, though none of it was the prince's fault. Calling him an exceptional man, she says he reminds her of Iris's father. That comparison leaves our girl stunned. Melrys clarifies that they don't look alike, but they share the same presence. Iris falls silent. She adds that if Prince Alfred remains in the country, Iris may meet him one day. the possibility catches her completely off guard. Melrys smiles and quietly tells her to keep that information a secret. While our girl wonders why the prince stays out of the public eye, the office doors suddenly swing open, and an energetic voice calls out to Melly and Iris. A booming laugh echoes through the room as Iris's grandfather walks in, saying it's been far too long and that he missed his family. Melrys greets him with a smile, while our girl stares in shock and blurts out, asking why he's here. Gazelle smiles and says he decided to visit after hearing Melrys had returned. He is Gazelle Diaz Anderson, the kingdom's Grand General. Finding noble society too exhausting, he joined the military instead and rose to become one of the country's greatest commanders. 30 years earlier, Tasmiria was locked in a brutal war with neighboring Taware. Gazelle was appointed Grand General during the conflict. Although the two nations now maintain an armistice, no formal peace treaty exists, meaning another war could break out at any time. Gazelle apologizes for not being there during her difficult times, explaining he couldn't come sooner. Iris quickly reassures him, saying she knows how busy he has been and never blamed him. He waves it off, saying he has plenty of free time after passing leadership of the family to his son. Even if war broke out, he jokes, the kingdom wouldn't collapse overnight. Iris remembers hearing that he's still searching for promising recruits to train, making his carefree attitude hard to believe. Gazelle simply laughs, saying she's as nostalgic as ever. He gently pats her head and smiles, saying she's starting to look more and more like Melrys. Our girl asks if that's really true. Gazelle tells her there's no need to rush into marriage and encourages her to live however she wants. If she ever loses her place, she can always come with him. Melrys immediately objects, refusing to let that comment slide. She firmly declares that Iris will never lose her place. Instead, she tells her father to take his foolish son, Byrne, with him. Gazelle sighs and says that's impossible. He explains that Byrne is still Almeria's heir, and taking him away would only trouble Louis. Melrys smiles and replies that her husband probably wouldn't mind. Our girl grows uneasy, wondering if Byrne has already caused trouble back in the capital. At the same time, she realizes his plans seem to be progressing exactly as intended. Gazelle falls into thought. At first, he assumes everything is being done for Prince Edward's sake, but quickly realizes the political maneuvering is actually centered around the Baron's daughter. Changing the subject, he asks if he can stay at the estate for a while. Iris smiles and happily welcomes him. She says she has a favor to ask during his stay. Gazelle asks what it is. Our girl explains that she recently created a town patrol to strengthen local security and asks him to train the new recruits. Gazelle eagerly agrees, secretly amused that he thought he'd only be spending time with Lyle and Dita. She adds that there's one more request. She asks him to accompany her into town. Gazelle agrees without hesitation but asks why. Gripping her dress with determination, Iris says she wants to walk through the city herself. She explains that she wants to see the town's current condition with her own eyes and understand how the common people truly live. Melrys watches her daughter with quiet concern. Meanwhile, our girl can't help wondering if everything she's doing is really benefiting the fief. She realizes countless lives are shaped by her decisions and that every choice she makes can change the future of the fief. The weight of that responsibility frightens her at times, but without clear right or wrong answers, she resolves to keep searching for the path she believes in. She says she wants to see everything with her own eyes, walk through the town, and observe as much as possible. That's also why she doesn't want a large escort. Our girl smiles confidently, pointing out that no one would object if she went with her grandfather. With Lyle and Dita around, she knows the trip will be perfectly safe. Melrys chuckles and agrees, saying Gazelle is the perfect escort since he doesn't look like a noble. Gazelle strokes his chin thoughtfully. He slaps a fist into his palm and readily agrees. Turning to Iris, he asks if they should leave tomorrow. She happily thanks her grandfather for agreeing to help. Gazelle grins and tells her to leave everything to him. A knock comes from the office door as Say enters to announce that it's time for the afternoon meeting. Iris is surprised by how quickly the time has passed. Melrys tells her not to worry about them since they came on their own. Gazelle adds that it works out well because he's scheduled to train the guards with Lyle and Dita. Later, while walking with Say, Iris asks about Yuri's visit that morning. Say reports that he immediately rejected her request to become an exclusive member of their company. Our girl is surprised and asks whether Prince Edward objected. Say explains that he stood his ground, reminding them that Yuri is not part of the royal family until she officially marries into it. Say continues explaining what happened. He told them the company already had a waiting list filled with people of even higher status. Prince Edward was clearly furious, but Yuri eventually managed to calm him down. Our girl smiles faintly. If everything was resolved peacefully, that's all that matters. Say can't hide his frustration, wondering what those two are even thinking. Clutching his papers, he fumes that they should know the Azuda conglomerate belongs to Iris. Even so, they still act as if they're entitled to special treatment. She gazes at the cloudy sky with a bittersweet smile. Prince Edward and Yuri probably have no idea how the company actually operates because they were never interested in her to begin with. Turning back to Sei, she says the company's interests come first, adding with a quiet laugh that, to them, she's probably just someone insignificant. Sei sighs, saying love truly is blind. Dealing with those two is like standing in the middle of a hurricane. What irritates him most is that Prince Edward keeps trying to use his influence while insisting special treatment is unfair. He points out that the company's aristocratic membership has always been a form of special treatment. If people like Yuri keep applying, he wonders how they're supposed to handle it. Our girl thanks Sei for caring so much, but assures him everything is fine. Startled, Sei looks at her in confusion. She says that if he's only worried because of her, she doesn't mind letting Yuri join after all. She explains that refusing her could create unnecessary trouble if Prince Edward decides to interfere with the company's business. Then she asks Sei if he doesn't think that's the wiser choice. Sei nods, admitting that her reasoning does make sense. He decides he'll reconsider if Yuri comes back to apply again. Iris asks if he's happy with that decision, and Sei admits the whole situation has been surprisingly entertaining. Our girl teases him for having a mischievous side, leaving him flustered as he hurriedly denies it. Still, he can't help wondering if she might actually be right. Iris heads down the estate's grand staircase when Tanya suddenly steps in front of her. The head maid says she has been waiting, leaving our girl startled. She immediately suspects Tanya is up to something. Tanya insists on coming along, arguing that one extra person will not make much difference. Our girl explains that she wants to keep the outing as small as possible. Tanya grabs her arm and urges Iris to value her own safety more. She points out that while Gazelle is incredibly strong, protecting Iris and fighting at the same time would be difficult if something went wrong. Our girl reluctantly admits the concern is justified. Tanya makes one final request, asking to accompany her. Before Iris can answer, a familiar voice gently asks if that would really be a problem. Gazelle rests a reassuring hand on his granddaughter's back. He reminds her that a good master should also consider the feelings of those who serve them, adding that Tanya is simply worried about her safety. She nods in agreement and tells the two of them it is time to leave. Just before they head into town, our girl makes one last request. With a playful smile, she asks them to simply call her Iris while they are outside. Iris happily strolls through the bustling streets with Gazelle and Tanya, enjoying the lively atmosphere. She soon stops at a flower stall, where the vendor explains that the plants are ajuga, also known as bugleweed, a flower that blooms during this season. Our girl admires the flowers and comments on how cute they are before asking the vendor what kind they are. She asks for the price. The vendor says a blooming flower costs 1,000 bells, while a bag of seeds is 500. Iris decides to buy the seeds instead. As they continue through the market, Tanya asks what she plans to do with the flower seeds. Iris says she wants to plant them beneath her study window because the room feels too gloomy. Gazelle laughs and praises her eye for detail. Their attention is then drawn to a large stack of fabric rolls. She feels the cloth between her fingers and wonders if it is silk. Tanya quietly repeats the word as she carries their purchases. Our girl examines the fabric, noting how light, smooth, and durable it feels. Since Tasmeria mainly uses cotton, hemp, and wool, she wonders if other textiles can be found in the local market. The merchant says silk only arrives occasionally from a port city, and that he last saw some a few years ago. He adds that it is extremely expensive and rarely available. Iris thanks him while Tanya listens. She walks away wondering if silk is simply uncommon in Tasmeria. The group later stops at a restaurant where a server brings out a steaming meal. Delighted by the food, our girl praises how delicious it looks. The server then remarks that he has never seen them in town before. Iris explains that they recently moved from the royal city and have been too busy to visit until now. The shopkeeper accepts the explanation with a friendly smile. Iris asks him how the town has been doing lately. The server thinks for a moment before proudly saying, "Their fief is every bit as good as the royal city." He explains that life has been steadily improving and that things have changed for the better in recent years. Hearing that the townspeople are living better brings a smile to our girl's face. She is genuinely happy to hear it. After finishing every last bite, the group leaves the restaurant. Gazelle stretches and declares the meal was excellent, and Iris agrees that going out like this once in a while is refreshing. She adds that eating at home all the time can get dull. Moments later, Gazelle notices a huge crowd outside an Azuda branch store. Our girl figures the rush is due to the company's newly released beauty product. She then spots two scruffy young girls sitting beside a barrel. Crouching down, Iris gently asks if they are lost. One of the girls tearfully admits that they are. Our girl asks if they were separated from their parents. The child shakes her head and explains that she lives with a teacher and the others. The mention of a teacher surprises both women. Tanya then suggests that the children might be from the orphanage. Iris asks about the institution. Tanya explains that it is an orphanage in the downtown area that cares for children who have lost their parents. Without hesitation, our girl decides to escort the girls there and gently takes one of their hands. As soon as they arrive, Mina rushes over and hugs the children, relieved they are safe. The girls apologize through tears, explaining they got lost while exploring. One of the girls points toward Iris, Gazelle, and Tanya, explaining that they were the ones who brought them back. Mina turns to the group in surprise. Mina bows deeply and thanks them, offering to prepare some tea. Iris politely declines, saying, "There is no need to trouble herself." One of the girls tugs on our girl's dress and asks if she is coming inside. She eagerly adds that Mina's tea is really delicious. The group politely apologizes for the interruption and prepares to leave. Moments later, they find themselves seated with mugs of tea after all. Mina thanks them again for helping the children, while Iris apologizes for arriving unannounced. She then introduces herself under the alias Alice. Mina introduces herself in return and explains that she lives at the church while caring for the orphan children. Our girl wonders why someone so young is running the orphanage alone. Mina reveals that she was once one of the children raised there herself. She explains that a sister of the Daryl religion took her in as an orphan and raised her alongside the other children at the church. Mina explains that after the sister passed away, she chose to remain at the church and carry on her work. Iris understands and asks how she manages to support the orphanage financially. Our girl glances at the many children gathered by the window, realizing it must take a great deal of money to care for all of them. Mina says the church once survived on official donations, but those contributions dropped sharply after the sister's death. She explains that she is not an officially recognized sister. Since no successor has been sent by the church, financial support has nearly disappeared. Iris realizes how difficult it must be to keep the orphanage running under those circumstances. Mina then apologizes for bringing up such a depressing topic. Suddenly remembering something, Mina asks where Alice found the two girls. Iris says they were near the Azuda store by the main street. Hearing that, Mina quietly realizes her suspicion was correct. When Iris asks what she means, Mina admits the children had heard about Azuda's chocolates and desperately wanted to try them. She explains that the children secretly ran off the moment she looked away. Mina excuses herself to prepare dinner and tells her guests to make themselves comfortable. After she leaves, our girl quietly reflects on everything she has learned. Iris watches the room and notices Tanya gently playing with one of the children. She realizes her headmaid is surprisingly good with kids. Nearby, Gazelle entertains the children with a wooden practice sword, drawing cheers from his young audience. Our girl can only stare in confusion, wondering where he even found the wooden sword. A little girl tugs on Iris's sleeve and asks if they can play together. She has the children gather in a circle and offers to tell them a classic fairy tale. Gazelle and Tanya watch from outside as Iris finishes the story with a happy ending. The children burst into applause and excitedly praise their big sister's storytelling. The children immediately beg for another story. Before Iris can respond, an angry voice from outside orders everyone inside to come out. A window suddenly shatters as the stranger repeats the demand. Our girl quickly pulls the children close to protect them, while Tanya turns toward the broken window in alarm. Mina rushes in and asks if everyone is all right. At the same time, Tanya steps in front of Iris and the children, demanding to know what is going on. Tanya steps into the center of the room and demands to know what is happening. Across from her, Mina clutches her hands to her chest and gasps in shock. Fighting back tears, Mina explains that they have officially been ordered to leave. Tanya freezes in disbelief before demanding to know why they are being forced out. Iris falls silent as the truth sinks in. The Daryl religion has decided to stop supporting this church entirely. Mina comforts the frightened orphans clinging to her dress and explains that outsiders have bought the land, leaving the children with nowhere to go. Before anyone can respond, a hostile voice from outside orders everyone to get out immediately. The shouting continues as the men mock everyone inside and call them worthless. Our girl rises with a cold expression, but Tanya quickly turns around and begs her not to go outside. One of the thugs rubs his ear in annoyance and demands to know who Iris is. She calmly places a hand on her chest and introduces herself as someone who came to worship. She reminds them that this is still a Daryl church and says it is disgraceful to see people throwing stones at a sacred place. The thug casually explains that his employer bought the property and they are only forcing out the people who refuse to leave. Without backing down, Our girl says she cannot forgive anyone who would throw stones at a church. Her gaze turns icy as she tells them to settle the matter legally. If they truly own the land, they should present proof at the proper government office instead of resorting to violence. The thug immediately snaps and tells her to shut up. A hooded man quietly leaves the estate with a smug look, convinced that anyone refusing to move out has only themselves to blame. Iris says she understands the situation, but firmly rejects using violence to force the weak into submission. Mina and the children peek through a cracked window as someone outside calls out. The man complains that the people staying inside have cost them a lot of money. The hooded leader mockingly asks who would waste time going to a government office. Then he flashes a sinister smile and suggests that Iris could repay the overdue rent herself, leaving her stunned. Our girl narrows her eyes and asks if they are seriously planning to sell her as payment. The man strokes his chin with a grin and says she would sell for a very high price. Iris immediately rejects the idea, making it clear that she will never accept such an arrangement. The man sighs and mutters that selling her right away would be a waste. Iris rubs her forehead and says that is exactly why she refused his offer. The hooded leader lets out a mocking laugh and asks if she no longer wants to protect the poor children. He spreads his arms and offers a deal. All of the children's debts will disappear, while Iris will live comfortably with good food and fine clothes. Tanya glares at him, and our girl remains completely unconvinced. He boasts that the deal will even earn him a handsome profit. The man steps closer and grabs Iris's hand, asking if his offer is not beneficial for everyone. She grits her teeth and glares back in fury. Tanya reacts in an instant, pressing a blade against the thug's throat. With a deadly glare, she warns him not to take another step toward her lady. She locks the thug in place, drawing a surprised reaction from Iris. The man grunts in pain before mocking her, pointing out that she condemned violence, yet her own subordinate is using it. Our girl folds her arms and realizes Tanya has simply reached her limit. She admits that responding to violence with force is only natural after witnessing the thug's behavior. She considers revealing her true identity to end everything immediately, but decides it would be better to let the city patrol handle the situation and prove they can maintain public order. As Iris weighs her options, a voice suddenly calls out from nearby. Gazelle walks around the corner and casually asks if everything is all right. Recognizing him at once, our girl calls out to her grandfather. Gazelle fixes the thugs with a fierce glare, forcing their leader into a cold sweat. Realizing they are outmatched, he orders everyone to retreat. Once the men leave, Tanya lowers her blade as Iris turns to her. With a worried look, Tanya scolds her lady for putting herself in such danger. Iris smiles awkwardly and tries to calm her down, asking her not to use her formal title for now. Our girl crosses her arms with a troubled look. Tanya turns away and points out that Iris was already furious before going outside, so a peaceful conversation was never going to happen. Iris lowers her gaze in thought as Tanya clenches her fists. She believes it was better for her to confront the thugs herself, since her grandfather's presence alone would have scared them off. Our girl gently takes Tanya's hand and asks if she remembers what they talked about when they first met. Tanya falls silent as Iris reminds her of the dream they once shared of fief, where no child would have to suffer the hardships they endured. With a warm smile, Iris says the children at the church are also citizens she is responsible for protecting. That is why she never hesitated to put herself at risk for them. Tanya quietly accepts her lady's resolve. As they prepare to leave, Iris tells Gazelle that the church incident will be added to their list of priorities because it is an issue the fief must address. Outside the church, Mina and the orphans gather at the entrance and wave goodbye as their protectors depart. The group makes its way through the city streets. Tanya remarks that it is already getting late, and Iris smiles, saying the day passed by quickly. Tanya asks if she is tired after the long outing. Iris thanks her for the concern and says she is fine. Seeing how everyone lives their daily lives made the trip worthwhile. Gazelle suddenly stops and stares ahead with a serious expression. Noticing the change, Iris calls out to her grandfather. Gazelle asks Tanya if she understands, and she immediately nods. Without another word, he orders them to run. Tanya grabs Iris's hand and pulls her forward, leaving our girl completely caught off guard. A startled Iris tells them to wait, but Tanya tightens her grip on her hand and urges her to stay quiet and keep running. The group rushes past an archway where 2 guards are on watch. Tanya bursts into the guard station and begs the officers for help. Behind her, Iris struggles to catch her breath. The guards immediately ask what happened, and Tanya explains that they were attacked by a group of men nearby. She adds that a bystander stepped in to save them, but is now outnumbered. The guards immediately rush to the scene, while another officer stays behind to check on the exhausted pair. Gazelle glances over his shoulder with a confident smile as the guards arrive. He is pleasantly surprised that the 2 girls managed to bring the city's security patrol so quickly. One of the guards suddenly freezes and points at Gazelle in shock. He blurts out that this is the very man who trained their unit yesterday. Gazelle scratches the back of his head with an awkward smile and explains that he was only helping as a temporary guard after a young lady asked for his assistance. The thugs lie unconscious across the street as Gazelle surveys the aftermath. Looking at the battered group, he admits he may have gone a little overboard. One of the guards stares in amazement, unable to believe a single man defeated every criminal on his own. He sincerely thanks Gazelle for his help. The guards assure him they will handle everything from there. Gazelle waves them off and leaves with Iris and Tanya, telling them the rest is in their hands. Night falls over the estate. Inside, Gazelle calmly sips from his glass as our girl walks over and quietly calls out to her grandfather. With a warm smile, Iris thanks her grandfather for everything he did today. Gazelle shares the latest report from the security patrol. The men who attacked them were confirmed to be working for the same employer. He adds that the group was also involved in human trafficking, leading to their immediate arrest. Our girl firmly declares that such crimes have no place in her fief. Gazelle says Lyle and Dita were worried sick about her and will probably give her quite the lecture later. Iris can only let out an awkward sigh. Looking out into the night, Iris quietly says she learned a great deal from today's experience. Gazelle smiles and asks if she truly feels that way. Our girl gazes over the city and reflects on the responsibility she carries. With the power to protect so many people, she wonders whether the choices she makes will always be the right ones. She lifts her eyes to the star-filled sky and quietly strengthens her resolve. No matter what lies ahead, she decides to trust herself and keep moving forward. Sei enters the office and wishes Iris a good morning while she works at her desk. She returns the greeting with a smile, and Sei hands over the morning reports as she thanks him. While reviewing the documents, our girl asks about the construction of the new orphanage. Sei reports that everything is on schedule and should be finished soon. That news brings a smile to her face as she hopes it will give everyone a better life. After the church incident, Iris and her team established a proper orphanage where Mina and the children can finally live in peace. The orphanage is funded through sales of a new Azuda conglomerate product, while profits from the picture books continue to support its operation. Once the orphanage is complete, the children will no longer have to worry about their future, as the picture book profits will continue funding it. She then notes that the road improvement project is nearly finished. The primary and advanced schools are drawing plenty of students, and the Azuda conglomerate continues to earn strong profits. Sei adds that Azuda has become a trusted name, with people believing anything released under its brand is reliable, leaving her pleased. He also reports that bank usage is steadily expanding across the fief, with every major project moving forward as planned. Hearing everything is going so well, Iris quietly reflects on how 2 years have already passed since the incident at the academy involving Byrne, Prince Edward, and Yuri. 2 years have given Iris's efforts time to bear fruit. The seeds she planted are finally beginning to bloom, though she stays prepared for whatever challenges may come next. Melrys enjoys tea in the garden with several maids nearby. Watching the scene, Iris wonders why her mother and grandfather have chosen to remain by her side. She knows there is no reason they cannot stay, but their lifestyles are completely different, making her question whether this arrangement is truly the right one. Byrne storms down the hallway as the maids rush after him, begging him to stop. He asks if his mother and sister are in the garden. A moment later, he bursts into the garden and angrily demands an explanation. Melrys calmly sips her tea before complaining about how noisy he is and casually asks the maids to throw him out. Ignoring her remark, Byrne slams both hands on the table and demands that she stop avoiding the question and give him a real answer. Melrys calmly reminds him that she already explained everything in her letter. She says she has been recovering in the fief due to poor health, which is why she has stayed away from public appearances. Byrne points at the tea table in disbelief, arguing that someone calmly enjoying tea hardly looks too sick to appear in public. His frustration boils over as he accuses his mother of rejecting the royal family's invitation to the ball and asks if she intends to throw the ducal house into crisis. Melrys sets down her teacup with a quiet chuckle, amused by Byrne referring to it as his ducal house. She reminds him that he has not inherited the title yet. Byrne quickly argues that he was only speaking from the perspective of the future duke. Melrys silences him with a cold, commanding glare. She questions his claim of acting for the family's benefit and demands to know why he never returned to govern the fief during his long academy break. Melrys bluntly suggests he was too busy spending time with the second prince and the baron's daughter instead. Byrne immediately breaks into a cold sweat and struggles to come up with an excuse. Returning to her tea, Melrys calmly reveals that she had already received permission from the Queen Dowager to skip the royal party. She then asks if he truly intends to go against the royal family's wishes. Iris watches with a nervous smile, realizing once again just how formidable her mother is, while Byrne clicks his tongue in frustration. Melrys adds that attending Prince Edward and Yuri's engagement ball would be inappropriate, considering Iris's engagement was called off just 2 years earlier. She says her husband attending as Prime Minister is more than enough to represent the family. Our girl quietly sips her tea and reflects on how Prince Edward and Yuri are finally engaged. Given how close they have always been, she figures they must have been waiting a long time for this moment. Melrys turns back to Byrne, scolding him for barging in and shouting the moment he arrived before asking what has gotten into him. Melrys lets out a mocking laugh and says it is no surprise Byrne picked up bad habits after surrounding himself with people who lack dignity. The remark leaves him speechless. Byrne glares at her, insisting that even a mother should not say certain things. Melrys calmly asks if he plans to condemn his own mother the same way he once condemned his sister. She admits she has been deeply disappointed in him and warns that if he does not change, she has no problem removing him from the line of succession. After all, Iris has been managing the fief so well that there is nothing to worry about. With a teasing smile, Melrys adds that losing his inheritance might actually suit him, since he could spend the rest of his life with Yuri. Byrne freezes in shock. She reaches for her teacup and points out that without his noble title, he would lose his value and could easily be abandoned by the very people he chose over his family. Unable to hold back any longer, Byrne demands to know why Iris has been given the same authority as the Lord of the Fief. He goes on to complain that she was disrespectful to Yuri and argues that she should have lost her status and been exiled instead. Melrys reminds him that Iris is still the daughter of a duke. She then brings up the academy incident, calling Byrne the disgrace of their family. Melrys says the Baron's family would have been crushed without the Duke's protection, and it is absurd for a Baron's house to stand against a Duke's. Byrne refuses to accept Iris's authority, shouting that someone like her has no right to wield the same power as the Lord of the Fief. Grinding his teeth, Byrne demands to see his sister, completely oblivious to the fact that Iris is sitting right in front of him, leaving our girl utterly baffled. Iris is left speechless, wondering if Byrne has actually forgotten what she looks like. Tanya then steps forward to remind her that it is almost time for her meeting with Sei. Our girl excuses herself, telling her mother it is time to leave and encouraging her to relax. Melrys then asks her to take her foolish brother along, leaving Byrne stunned as he finally realizes Iris had been sitting there the entire time. Melrys chuckles and suggests that letting Byrne watch Iris at work might finally shut him up. She also tells Iris to throw him out if he keeps talking, before leaving everything in Tanya's hands. Tanya calmly accepts the order while Byrne stands there in disbelief, quietly muttering that the sister he remembered looked completely different. He awkwardly points out that Iris used to be much heavier. She shoots him an annoyed look and tells him to stop wasting time and hurry up. Still in shock, Byrne asks if she is really his sister. Iris asks who else she could be and tells him to hurry if he wants to come with her. Byrne silently watches Iris walk down the hallway, his expression filled with confusion. Sei reports that the confectionery department's profits have declined compared to the company's overall earnings. He adds that competing stores are selling similar chocolates at lower prices. Iris acknowledges the report but refuses to lower their prices. She remains confident customers will continue choosing high-quality products. Our girl also rejects the suggestion to cut raw material costs. She points to the documents and explains that the raw material prices are already reasonable. Maintaining strong relationships with producers, she says, is far more important. She instructs Sei to investigate the quality and pricing of competing stores to identify the real issue. The upcoming birthday cake launch, she adds, should temporarily make up for the lower profits. She then asks him to gather reports from every store so she can review them that evening, and he agrees. Meanwhile, Byrne stands with a gag tied over his mouth, frozen in complete disbelief. With a sigh, Iris tells Tanya to remove the gag. Tanya unties the cloth from Byrne's mouth. Finally able to speak, he asks if she is really the one managing the conglomerate. Without looking up from the documents, she calmly replies that since she founded the corporation, of course she manages it. Byrne remains speechless beside Tanya as Iris calls for the next visitor to enter. Moneda steps inside and apologizes for the interruption, mentioning that Tanya said this would be the best time to meet. He hands Iris a document, saying there are several matters he wants to discuss. She asks what it concerns. Moneda reports that commodity prices across the Armelia fief have started rising. Although the increase is still small, the upward trend is clear. She reviews the report and agrees the increase is minor. However, she notes that the value of money is falling as the prices of goods continue to rise. Our girl reflects that items once worth a single coin now cost 2, recognizing the phenomenon as inflation. She concludes that higher prices are driven by growing demand as the economy develops. At the same time, it shows the civilians are becoming more prosperous. Monita mentions that someone proposed raising the bank's interest rates. Tighter borrowing, he explains, would reduce the amount of money in circulation and increase its value. She dismisses the idea, saying there is no need to adjust interest rates yet since doing so would only create further price fluctuations. She explains that their priority is keeping market prices stable. As long as people continue spending, businesses can earn profits, encouraging more entrepreneurs to seek bank loans and start new ventures. Iris says everything is progressing well, so there is no reason to interrupt that momentum. Moneta agrees with her assessment, but Burn suddenly cuts in. He turns to Moneta and asks why his sister is handling these matters, pointing out that banks were only recently established in their fief. Moneta shoots Burn an irritated look, saying the question is a complete waste of his time. He asks whether they really have to answer every question Burn asks. For someone in his position, Moneta adds, not knowing who introduced the concept of banks is inexcusable. Unable to hide his frustration, Moneta firmly states that Iris is the one who created the banking system. At the same time, Seaboss arrives and hands her a stack of documents. She shifts her attention to Seaboss and says the finance department should investigate whether citizens fully understand land ownership. She explains that people need to manage their land deeds just like their family registry, recalling the recent incident with the church. Seaboss agrees and promises to complete the proposal as soon as possible. She then asks Seaboss to take Burn to the finance department. Our girl explains that their mother requested it and instructs Seaboss to have Burn help calculate tax revenue from different regions. Seaboss nods, while Burn stares in surprise. She smiles at Burn and encourages him to put his skills to use as the top student in his class. After setting down her teacup, Tanya asks whether it is really wise to let Burn get involved in managing the fief. Iris leans back and reassures her there is nothing to worry about, saying she never intended to hide the fief's affairs from him. She takes a sip of tea and says the work is nothing more than simple calculations. Even with romance clouding his judgment, she believes Burn should still be able to handle it. As she sets her teacup down, our girl decides she will keep Burn away from the Azuda conglomerate's core operations. She reflects on her brother and realizes she no longer feels anything toward him. To her, he is nothing more than a pebble on the roadside. Her thoughts turn to the future, concluding that they need as much influence as possible in the capital. It would be a shame, she thinks, if their family's long line of prime ministers came to an end. The office door slowly creaks open. Quill in hand, Iris quietly wonders whether returning to the right path is truly possible. Burn asks if she is still working, and she confirms that she is. He wonders if her schedule is always this demanding. She explains that things have actually become easier since their mother and grandfather arrived, whereas she previously spent entire days buried in work. She rises from her desk and asks Burn a single question. Looking him in the eye, she wants to know why he chose to help the second prince back then. Burn angrily fires back that her treatment of Yuri was wrong. Iris calmly replies that he is referring to her accusation against Yuri. She lowers her gaze and asks whether he ever stopped to consider the consequences of his actions or truly understood the impact they would have. Our girl tells Burn that if he still hopes to inherit their father's title, he must learn to think through the consequences of every decision he makes. Her words leave him standing in stunned silence. She admits she neither knows nor cares about what he has been doing in the capital. However, she does know his reputation is far from favorable. Burn averts his eyes and argues that serving the royal family's wishes is the duty of every subject. She agrees, saying, the prime minister is indeed expected to govern according to the king's will. Then she firmly adds that when the king is wrong, it is the prime minister's duty to correct him. At his current level, she says, Burn is unfit to inherit the fief, and becoming prime minister is an even more unrealistic dream. She then asks whether he knows what happened to her at the academy. Iris admits that jealousy drove her to act emotionally, costing her companions and ultimately getting her expelled. She adds with a faint smirk that having emotions is natural, but acting on them is an entirely different matter. Burn looks away uneasily as she asks whether he truly set aside his own emotions while claiming to act in the royal family's best interests. Iris meets Burn's gaze and tells him he simply does not want to become the person she once was. She says that is all she wanted to tell him and asks him to leave if he has nothing else to discuss. After Burn leaves, she lets out a tired sigh, realizing that every conversation with him reminds her of Prince Edward and the others. A knock soon comes from the door, and she tells the visitor to come in. Seba steps inside and says that since her office lights are still on, he thought it was time for her to get some rest. She smiles as she places a lamp on the desk, explaining that she only wanted to review the report from the school's advanced division. Flipping through the documents, Our girl happily remarks that everyone's research is producing results. Seeing their progress brings her genuine joy. Sebas says much of that success comes from giving everyone a place to gather and conduct their research. He also looks forward to what they will achieve next. She then asks Sebas how Bern performed today. With a warm smile, Sebas reports that Bern completed his assignment without any issues. He adds that Bern asked why his sister worked so hard on the way to the finance department. Iris is taken aback by the question, while Sebas remarks that he was probably just surprised. Sebas explains that Bern is a top student at the academy who usually does as he pleases. However, today's work was so demanding that he could barely keep up. Iris remarks that Sebas understands her brother remarkably well. He replies that he has watched over Bern since childhood. Sebas adds that Bern's expressions are easy to read. She smiles and agrees that he is absolutely right. He also mentions that Bern spent much of the day quietly observing Iris. Sebas explains that Bern seemed genuinely stunned to see a young noblewoman buried in reports and working tirelessly. He was even stumbling as he left the room, making the entire experience valuable for him. With a hand over his chest, Sebas says he truly believes it was a worthwhile experience. A gentle smile crosses Iris's face as she realizes there may still be hope. She tells Sebas she wants to visit the school and asks him to have Tanya rearrange her schedule so she can see the research results firsthand. Sebas suggests bringing Bern along for the visit. Our girl agrees with a smile, hoping the trip will inspire some new ideas. Reimei stares at the Grand Academy in amazement. With a bright smile, she says she's grateful for the chance to visit, noting that the research reports she loves reading all come from this school. Our girl smiles and explains that they will meet the principal first before touring the academy. Reimei happily agrees. Bern frowns and questions why a school for commoners even exists, asking why he has to visit it. Iris points back at him and says that with an attitude like that, he should attend a few classes himself while Gazelle watches from behind. She points at Bern with a firm look and says she will explain everything to the principal, but orders him to uphold the honor of their ducal family. Gazelle suddenly throws an arm around Bern's shoulder, catching him off guard. Iris apologizes for the trouble and asks her grandfather to keep an eye on him, leaving Bern completely stunned. Reimei asks if she can sit in on some classes as well. Gazelle laughs and remarks that Bern has grown a lot. A delighted Reimei eagerly waits for the answer as Iris nods, revealing that she already planned to have her attend lectures alongside Bern. Tanya points out that Bern's behavior today was unacceptable and asks why he was brought along in the first place. Iris admits she's beginning to question that decision herself just as the door creaks open. Luca steps inside with a warm smile and thanks everyone for waiting. Iris politely greets him, mentioning that it has been a long time since they last met. Iris gracefully thanks Luca for accepting the role of principal. He then gestures toward the seats and invites everyone to sit. Luca Samosa serves as the academy's principal. He tells Iris this is their first meeting since he took over the position. Her mother had introduced Luca to Iris after he gave up his noble status to pursue medical research. When asked if he has faced any problems at the academy, he says he's more than satisfied, praising the capable staff for allowing him to focus entirely on teaching. Our girl asks Luca to share everything that has been happening at the academy, explaining that she wants to hear it directly from him. Although curious about her reason, Luca agrees. Iris admits that since she was forced to leave school, she simply wants to relive those days. Luca gladly grants her request. Iris thanks him for speaking so openly and says she's happy to experience student life once again, while Tanya quietly stands beside her. Luca says it's an honor to hear that. He explains that the academy once had a huge wealth gap between students, making it feel more like a research institute than a traditional school. At the same time, Bern reluctantly sits through class beside an excited Reimei while the other students take notes. She smiles and says she always enjoys reading the academy's research reports. Luca smiles back and mentions that a priest from Daryl is currently studying in the medical department. The news catches Iris by surprise. Luca explains that the priest genuinely wants to gain knowledge to help underprivileged children. Luca points toward a man carrying books through the hallway and identifies him as Priest Raphael. Hearing his name, Raphael turns around. Raphael greets Luca as he approaches. Luca apologizes for stopping him, but Raphael assures him it's no trouble since class has just ended. Iris steps forward and asks if he's also a student at the academy. Raphael confirms with a gentle smile and asks how he can help. She quickly waves her hands and apologizes for interrupting him, explaining that she's only touring the academy. Raphael lets out a soft laugh and praises the academy, saying anyone can learn as much as they want as long as they're willing to study. After a brief hesitation, our girl politely asks why he decided to enroll. She adds that priests usually don't leave the church, making her even more curious. Raphael lowers his gaze and admits that he enrolled because he knows he's still powerless. He explains that although the church does its best to care for the sick, it simply can't help everyone. That's why he wants to learn more and save as many people as possible. Iris quietly admires his resolve. Raphael closes his eyes with a humble smile and says it's nothing extraordinary. To him, it's simply a priest's duty. Iris recalls that the church once stood as the people's protector. Since the Daryl faith is Tasmeria's state religion, most citizens follow it and regard the church as their last source of hope. Iris reflects that the church is meant to heal the sick and feed the hungry. Yet in today's Tasmeria, very few priests still live by those ideals. She recalls that the Daryl faith often holds more influence than the nobility because its priests are seen as God's representatives. Treated like aristocrats, many have abandoned their original purpose for lives of luxury. Seeing someone like Raphael fills our girl with hope, and she wishes to support people like him. Just then, someone calls her name, prompting her to turn around. Gazelle strikes a dramatic pose beside Raimi and Byrne. Iris looks at her grandfather in surprise, while Byrne rubs his forehead with an exhausted sigh. She lets out a quiet laugh and teases Byrne that he looks like he's been thinking hard. Clearly frustrated, he demands to know what kind of curriculum this academy has. Iris gestures toward the nearby fields and explains that every subject taught here is tied to everyday life. Whether it's medicine or agriculture, the students study with a clear purpose. She adds that everyone here is learning to improve both their own lives and the lives of the people they care about. With a serious expression, Iris asks Byrne if he finally understands. She explains that the students stay motivated because they know exactly what they're working toward. Byrne lowers his gaze and quietly asks why she went so far as to build a place like this. Iris notices that he suddenly has a lot of questions. She explains that when people continue to learn and expand their knowledge, the benefits eventually return to society as a whole. Iris fixes Byrne with a determined look and explains that although it takes time, improving education will eventually raise the people's standard of living. As the acting lord of the fief, she says it's her responsibility to prepare for the future. Byrne returns to the capital with a solemn expression. Standing outside the estate, he realizes there's nothing more for him to accomplish in the fief. Back in her study, our girl reflects that Byrne failed to change their mother's mind, so the engagement ball proceeds as planned. Before a cheering crowd, Prince Edward publicly announces Yuri, the Baron's daughter, as his fiancée. As Tanya reminds her to keep an eye on both political factions, Iris realizes the battle for Tasmeria's throne is drawing near, making it impossible for the ducal family to stay uninvolved. She compares the two royal factions. The second prince is backed by high-ranking nobles who squander their wealth while their territories decline. In contrast, the first prince has earned a solid reputation through the support of newer nobles who govern their lands well. Despite his reputation, the first prince still avoids appearing in public. While reviewing documents, one report suddenly catches Iris's attention. Sebas notices her reaction and asks if something is wrong. She brushes it off, saying she's simply impressed by how well the report is organized. Taking a closer look, Iris is astonished by the detailed order records for every store branch. Calling it the best report she's seen so far, she wonders who prepared it. Sebas explains that the Commerce Guild recently hired a talented newcomer with an excellent reputation. Interested, Iris asks him to find the man's name because she has a job in mind for him, and Sebas agrees. With a thoughtful smile, our girl reflects that there are still plenty of talented people waiting to be discovered. Sebas hands Iris a stack of documents and reports that the tax records from various locations have been submitted for review. She accepts them with a quick word of thanks. As she flips through the papers, Iris realizes they are the records she requested from the Commerce Guild. She notes that the investigation took longer than expected. A closer look at the report makes her eyes widen in shock. Our girl quickly flips through the pages and asks Sebas if every detail has been verified. After he confirms they have, she orders him to bring the report's author to her immediately. She stares at the document on the unclear budget request, unable to believe what she is reading. The report explains that the Armelia fief provides grants to cities and towns, but one application immediately stands out. The town requested agricultural aid, claiming poor weather caused a weak harvest. Strangely, none of the neighboring towns reported the same issue. Iris realizes the application slipped through simply because no one conducted an on-site inspection. Frustration washes over her as she realizes she focused so much on development that she overlooked something so fundamental. Since every grant is funded by the people's taxes, she resolves to build a proper management system to prevent this from happening again. A knock at the door draws Iris's attention. Sebas steps inside with the man from the Commerce Guild and invites Dean to enter. Dean places a hand over his chest, bows respectfully, and introduces himself. He explains that the Commerce Guild referred him for this assignment. Our girl welcomes him with a friendly smile and says it's a pleasure to meet him. She introduces herself as Iris Lana Armelia and explains that she is currently serving as the acting fief lord. After thanking him for his hard work, Iris gets straight to the point and asks if he has another job besides working with the Commerce Guild. Dean replies that he is still a student. Dean explains that he learned reading and accounting from skilled mentors around him. Iris then asks what first made him suspect something was wrong. He says he started by organizing the revenue and expense records from previous budgets, but one town's numbers kept standing out. Dean explains that a town of that size should never need such a large budget, especially since it doesn't produce any special crops. Iris listens closely. She asks how he would deal with the situation if he were in charge. Iris is caught off guard when Dean says the real solution is to establish a proper management system. He admits building one from scratch won't be easy, but suggests making oversight part of every official's responsibilities. Our girl adds that all town and city mayors could be required to study accounting in the school's advanced division, with future financial reports submitted in full detail. She then shifts the discussion to the disciplinary action that still needs to be taken. As she studies Dean, Iris wonders if she can trust him with such an important responsibility. He not only uncovered the budget fraud, but also proposed ways to prevent it, instead of focusing solely on punishment. The fief desperately needs capable people like him, especially with corruption lingering since her predecessor's rule. To set an example, those responsible must be dealt with firmly. Still, Iris hesitates. Dean isn't an official, and his background is largely unknown, making it risky to entrust him with such a major task. Just then, the door opens and Melris walks in, about to ask about the beauty cream Iris gave her. She stops the moment she notices Dean. Dean smiles politely and greets Melris, saying, "It has been a long time." Surprised, Iris asks if they already know each other. Melris confirms they first met at her father's estate. Dean explains that the Anderson family has long been close to her family. During his visits to her father's estate, he met Melris and often learned martial arts from the general. Relief washes over Iris as she realizes there is no reason to doubt Dean's identity. She asks Dean to verify the report one last time. After he leaves, Iris turns to Melris and asks what she thinks of him. Melris clasps her hands together with a bright smile and asks if Dean isn't a wonderful person. Our girl quickly waves her hands, saying that wasn't what she meant. Melris lets out a playful giggle and admits she was only teasing. Melris assures her that Dean can be trusted, adding that her grandfather would personally vouch for him. Hearing that, Iris concludes his background is no longer a concern. She reveals that she has been considering offering Dean a position. Melris repeats the idea in surprise. Melris decides she can ask about the beauty cream another time. Dean returns with the documents and reports that he has verified every detail. Iris thanks him for the effort before turning to the matter she really wants to discuss. Dean looks surprised as Iris asks if he would take charge of handling the entire incident. Iris waits hopefully for his answer, but Dean hesitates. He says he would like to accept, but cannot stay in the Armelia fief for extended periods. He explains that he must regularly return to the capital to help with important matters. Dean reveals that he assists with his family's business and joined the Commerce Guild only to gain experience and learn. Hearing that, Iris smiles. She says that won't be a problem. Whenever he finishes helping his family, he can work for the fief under short-term contracts. Iris adds that he will receive the same daily pay as an official, making the offer far better than working through the Commerce Guild. She reaches out her hand and asks if he can accept those terms, saying they can discuss the details later. After a brief hesitation, Dean asks if he is really allowed to accept, and our girl assures him that he is. Dean smiles, places a hand over his chest, and gratefully accepts the offer, asking Iris to take good care of him. Iris smiles sweetly at Dean and asks if he would consider becoming hers, playfully placing a finger near her lips. He smiles with his eyes closed, saying he is flattered by her offer, but trails off before giving an answer. Our girl leans over her desk and says she understands, but refuses to give up. She tells him she is counting on him again this week, and he agrees. As Dean reviews the documents, Iris realizes they have repeated this confession-like exchange so many times that anyone watching would think she is trying to win his heart. She quietly laughs to herself, thinking she really is trying to recruit him, even if it sounds like she is sweet-talking a handsome young man. 4 months soon pass with Dean working in the Armelia fief. Iris points out that the monetary fraud case Dean has been handling is finally coming to an end, and he confirms it. He explains that the mayor's brother, who is responsible for overseeing the mayor, will also be held accountable. Both men will lose their positions and pay a fine. She remarks that losing their jobs and paying a fine is still better than ending up in prison. Dean agrees as he places the report on her desk. He hands over another stack of documents, explaining that they contain each school's expenditure reports and next year's budget requests. Iris thanks him as she accepts them. Iris reviews the reports and notes that every region now has a primary school. She says the next goal is opening vocational middle schools, but Dean points out that this year's budget will be tight. Our girl hands him a proposal she drafted to secure stable tax revenue and asks for his opinion. Dean reads through it and notices plans for a sales tax and an income tax. Iris explains that she is considering replacing the current head tax with an income tax. He says a tax based on a percentage of purchases is an interesting idea, but believes it is still too early to introduce. Iris immediately asks why. Dean explains that every tax system should be built on 3 principles: fairness, simplicity, and equality. He says Armelia is still improving literacy through primary education, so citizens are unlikely to accept a sales tax yet. Large businesses could handle it, but smaller ones are not ready, making the system unfair. Dean recommends waiting until literacy and basic arithmetic become widespread before introducing a sales tax. He then moves on to discuss the income tax proposal. He explains that replacing the head tax with an income tax would create new problems because it would conflict with the core principles of taxation. Iris rests a finger against her chin and quietly nods as she listens. Dean points out that Armelia's head tax applies equally regardless of age or gender, making it a fair system that also reminds people they are citizens of Armelia. Dean admits her income tax proposal is fair, but points out that the current head tax has the opposite problem: too much equality. Iris asks what he means by that. Dean questions whether it is fair for children and the elderly to pay the same taxes as everyone else. Our girl says she wants children to focus on education instead of labor, but admits that if one family member cannot work, the burden falls on the rest of the household. She asks if that would place even greater pressure on families, and Dean agrees it is a valid concern. Iris explains that her income tax proposal is based on individual earnings, with different rates depending on the job. That makes revenue easier to estimate for people with stable incomes. However, she admits the system works well for businesses, but not for ordinary households. She proposes calculating taxes from a property's estimated harvest instead. Officials would assess each plot's expected annual yield and base the tax on that amount. Dean realizes the system would also help the Public Affairs Department clearly define land boundaries, and Iris agrees. He then wonders where they would find enough officials to calculate everyone's taxes. Iris smiles confidently and says she already planned for that. Finance officials are studying accounting in the school's advanced program, and future accounting graduates will eventually handle the work. Dean smiles and says it will take a long time before the people are educated enough to manage their own taxes. Iris smiles at the documents in her hands, realizing that the first step is always the hardest. She suddenly remembers something about Dean. Our girl tells him to keep his schedule open tomorrow because she wants him to accompany her somewhere. Dean agrees without hesitation. The next day, Dita spots Dean and reacts in surprise. Lyle looks over as Dean turns toward them with Iris and Tanya. Dean greets Lyle and Dita with a smile, saying it has been a long time since they last met. Dita throws an arm around Dean and jokes that he has not changed a bit, telling him to just call him Dita. Lyle watches with an exasperated look. Surprised, Iris asks if they already know Dean. Lyle and Dean nod, while Dita reluctantly agrees. Dita explains that they trained together several times under their master. Dean laughs, remembering those training sessions were quite intense. Iris recalls that Lyle and Dita studied martial arts under her grandfather, whom they both called Master. Surprised, Iris asks Tanya if that means she has met Dean before, but Tanya says no. She explains that her maid training kept her away from their master's side for long periods. As Dita keeps messing up Dean's hair, Tanya adds that Dean was rarely around either. Dean fixes his hair and asks if the general is not here today. Lyle explains that their master has already returned home, so the two of them are serving as guards instead. Dita casually says they do not all need to go, since the princess is the only important one, earning an annoyed outburst from Lyle. He then jokes that having Dean with them is like adding the strength of 100 men. Tanya quietly clenches her fists. Iris claps her hands with a smile, happy that everyone is finally together. Our girl cheerfully suggests they all head into town. She then tells everyone to stop calling her princess and simply call her Iris from now on. Iris cheerfully greets a woman on the street, and the woman warmly returns the greeting. The woman laughs and teases that Iris is out with a group of handsome boys again today. Caught off guard, our girl glances back at her companions, quietly wondering what the woman means. Dita laughs at the comment while Lyle remains calm. Dean looks confused, and Tanya quietly watches from the background. With an awkward smile, Iris agrees. She then realizes that being surrounded by attractive people all the time has made her stop noticing their looks. She browses the fresh fish on display and wonders if the variety has increased since before. The shopkeeper explains that improved roads now allow fresh seafood to arrive directly from the East Coast, and pre-processing makes it much more affordable. The woman happily points out how much Iris can buy, while Dean quietly watches the exchange. Dean adjusts his collar and remarks with surprise that Iris seems very close to the townspeople. She smiles and nods, explaining that everyone in town has always treated her kindly. As they continue through town, Iris notices far fewer people lingering on the streets than during her previous visits. She realizes that the growing local businesses have created more jobs for the townspeople. She suddenly bumps into someone and quickly apologizes. Looking up, Iris realizes it's Raphael and greets him. He smiles warmly in return. Raphael thanks Iris for her continued support of the church, but she brushes it off and says she's simply happy to help however she can. Our girl asks if he's heading to the slums again. Raphael confirms that he is, explaining that many sick people still live there. She thanks Raphael for his dedication and prays that God will continue to bless him. Iris asks if she can come along, and Raphael gladly welcomes her. At the facility, Raphael examines a patient's pulse before treating the sick, while Iris and Dean quietly observe his work. Dean reflects that the Daryl faith truly treats the sick without expecting anything in return. He recalls that the priest they met yesterday was doing the same. Raphael kneels to care for a young child as a pregnant woman, and the other villagers watch nearby. Seeing this, Dean realizes that not everyone serves nobles in pursuit of wealth or luxury. Dean looks around the slums and admits that Armelia's poorest district is surprisingly well maintained. Iris recalls being taught that a city's poorest district reveals its true condition. Compared to other fiefs, Armelia is in much better shape. She quietly agrees that, by comparison, the fief is doing well. As she surveys the narrow streets, our girl realizes her reforms have yet to make a real difference in the daily lives of the common people. She then reveals that her next goal is healthcare reform. With a determined look, Iris announces that the new system will be called insurance. She outlines a healthcare system modeled after Japan's, where taxes fund the fief, subsidies cover most medical costs, and patients only pay a small portion of their treatment expenses. Iris explains that lowering medical costs will encourage more people to seek treatment, while giving doctors like Raphael a stable way to support the fief. Dean quickly realizes that such a system would also require tax reform and a proper family registry. Dean points out that collecting insurance contributions would be difficult in a society with large income gaps, creating extra work for government officials. He also warns that dishonest doctors could exploit the system by filing fraudulent claims on behalf of unsuspecting patients. Dita adds that launching another reform will strain their already limited workforce and wishes they had a way to detect fraud. Dean thinks for a moment before suggesting the creation of a doctors' guild. Iris immediately sees the potential as Dean explains that her reforms could overwhelm government officials, so some responsibilities should be entrusted to the public. He proposes that doctors join the guild, receive support from the fief, while the guild manages funding and handles disputes. Dean adds that making the guild the center of the system would allow dedicated officers to oversee its operations. Impressed by the idea, Iris suggests bringing it up with the officials. Lyle is surprised that Dean can keep up with Iris during such complex discussions. Dida simply shrugs it off. Dida admits they would like to help with administration, but don't understand it. He then points out that Iris has been pushing herself too hard lately, leaving Tanya constantly worried. With an arm around Dean's shoulder, Dita jokes that the world is small and says it's a relief to have someone as capable as Dean on their side. Dean chuckles in agreement. Dita grins and tells Dean they're leaving Iris in his care. Embarrassed, our girl quietly covers her face. She realizes even Dita, who rarely stays around, has noticed how much she's been overworking. After smiling at everyone, Iris says there's one more place she'd like to visit. She suddenly points at Dita and Lyle, firmly calling out both of their names. Iris leans forward and scolds Dita and Lyle, reminding them that she already told them to simply call her Iris. Lyle covers his mouth in surprise while Dita remains unfazed. She lets out a soft laugh and sincerely thanks everyone for caring about her. A group of children rushes over, excitedly asking if they'll come back again. Our girl's face lights up at their enthusiasm. With a bright smile, Iris promises they'll definitely return before turning to Dean for confirmation. Dean smiles, pats one of the children on the head, and promises they'll be back soon. He then tells them to behave until then. The children happily wave goodbye and ask them to read another picture book next time. Iris, Dean, and the others wave back as they leave. Iris smiles, realizing that getting out of the office has refreshed her and cleared her mind. She mentions that work finished early thanks to Dean and hopes they can do this more often. Dean agrees, quietly thinking that Iris deserves more breaks. A large crowd gathers in the street, buzzing with conversation. Iris notices the crowd and recognizes the building as the thief's famous jewelry store. Curious, she looks through the window at the elegant displays inside. As she watches the people passing by, Iris recalls that the jewelry store opened at the same time as the Academy's advanced division. A young woman smiles as she clings affectionately to her partner's arm. A loving couple catches Iris's attention, and the ring on the woman's hand immediately stands out. The sight triggers painful memories of Edward and Yuri, leaving Iris visibly shaken. She falls silent, lost in thought, while Dean quietly watches from beside her. Tanya notices something is wrong and asks if she's okay. Iris quickly forces a smile, insists it's nothing, and suggests they head home. Later, Dean visits the study and asks if Iris has a moment. She looks up from the pile of paperwork on her desk and asks what he needs. Dean says there doesn't seem to be any urgent work left, then gently asks if something has been bothering her. She smiles and denies it, explaining that she only wanted to write down the ideas she came up with during today's outing. Dean pauses for a moment before speaking again, his expression calm yet serious. Dean points out that she's actually drafting the budget, leaving Iris flustered. She awkwardly laughs and claims she was just about to write down the ideas she got from today's inspection. Iris quickly adds that she noticed a few unfinished documents and decided to complete them while she was there. Dean cuts her off, reminding her that rest is just as important. He brings up Dita's earlier comment, saying everyone in the mansion is worried about her health. With an embarrassed smile, Iris quietly admits he's right. Dean then asks why she pushes herself so relentlessly. The question leaves our girl speechless. After a brief pause, she asks if Dean isn't overworking himself as well. Dean calmly explains that their situations are different. He works because he has to make a living, while she doesn't. Iris is taken aback when Dean points out that, as the daughter of a duke and the prime minister, she could live comfortably without working. She quietly admits that he's right. After all, most noble women don't work and are expected to focus on supporting their families instead. Iris explains that her father entrusted her with the role of acting fief lord, and she refuses to bring shame to that responsibility. Dean apologizes for his bluntness, admitting he always believed nobles simply lived off taxes. He points out that Iris could have followed the previous lord's example and left everything to Sebastian. She quietly admits that the thought had crossed her mind before. Clenching her fist, Iris says that now she's finally been entrusted with an important role. She wants to give it everything she has, even if she's still inexperienced. She adds that she truly believes in her work now and knows there are things only she can accomplish. With a gentle smile, our girl says that if her efforts can bring more smiles to the people, then their happiness is the greatest reward she could ask for. Dean smiles and quietly agrees. Flustered by his smile, Iris quickly asks if there was something else he wanted to say, secretly scolding herself for almost getting distracted by a handsome face. Dean then brings up how she seemed absent-minded earlier that day and asks what had been bothering her. Looking down, Iris claims she was only thinking about how wonderful it was to see the school funded by the fief becoming such a success. Dean simply smiles without saying a word. Unsure why, Iris asks if something is wrong. Dean shakes his head and points out that she looked genuinely down when she zoned out in the street earlier. He apologizes for being so direct. Startled, Iris grabs her face in embarrassment, wondering if she really looked that obvious. Dean gently tells her that she wasn't actually looking at the jewelry store back then. After a brief silence, our girl looks up with a soft smile and asks if he could spare a little time for her. Guests gather beneath the grand chandeliers to celebrate Prince Edward's birthday. Edward thanks everyone with a bright smile and hopes they enjoy the celebration. The ballroom soon fills with couples dancing gracefully across the floor. A noble greets the Armelia family, remarking that it has been a long time since they last met. A noblewoman warmly tells Iris how cute she looks. She adds that our girl will surely grow into a woman as beautiful and intelligent as her mother. Iris responds with a graceful curtsy and sincerely thanks her for the compliment. As Melrys becomes occupied with another noble's conversation, Iris quietly waits by herself. Edward suddenly steps closer and asks if she is really unhappy about being called cute. Caught off guard, Iris hesitates. Startled by how close he is, she blurts out his name. Edward simply looks away with a quiet sigh. Edward points out that the nobles only see Iris as the Duke's daughter, while her parents continue greeting the guests. He explains that the adults constantly compare her with children from other noble families. Iris listens in silence. She lowers her gaze and clutches her dress, unable to respond. Edward firmly tells her there is no reason to feel inferior. He encourages our girl to grow stronger and prove everyone wrong until they have nothing left to say. With a gentle smile, He tells her to have more confidence because she is perfect as herself. That memory takes Iris back to the day she decided to become someone worthy of standing by Edward's side as Dean quietly serves drinks nearby. She recalls pushing through fierce opposition and convincing her father, the Prime Minister, until their engagement was finally approved. She also remembers studying tirelessly to keep Edward from being manipulated by the adults, only for their engagement to end in heartbreak. As wine is poured into a glass, Iris realizes the engagement she treasured never meant the same thing to Edward. Iris invites Dean to sit and have a drink with her. She mentions seeing a couple in town earlier, asking for directions to the jewelry store. Dean quietly sets down his jacket and listens. Our girl admits she never got to enjoy simple moments like holding hands, chatting, or going on dates, even during her engagement. She reasons that such things were probably impossible for nobles, whose marriages were often arranged for political gain rather than love. Even so, Iris points out that a political engagement should at least come with an engagement gift as a matter of custom. Dean listens quietly from across the table. She lowers her gaze and reveals that Edward never gave her anything. Turning to Dean, Iris explains that her reason for working was never a lie. She truly wants to improve people's lives and bring them more smiles. With a faint smile, she admits she also wanted to find a purpose for her own life. She reflects that her new life only began after she lost everything: her place as a duke's daughter, her engagement to the royal family, and her family's honor after being expelled from the academy. Iris closes her eyes and admits that, back then, work was the only thing keeping her going, even if that reason now feels a little selfish. Dean sets his glass on the table and gently tells Iris not to think so little of herself. He reminds her that her compassion for the people is genuine. Whatever her original reason, she has found a purpose worth pursuing, and her efforts will eventually bear fruit. With a reassuring smile, Dean tells her that because of that, she will never lose what truly matters. Iris lowers her head before looking back up with tears in her eyes and a gentle smile. She quietly thanks Dean through her tears. He admits he cannot offer much advice when it comes to love. Exhaustion suddenly overwhelms Iris, and she collapses into Dean's arms as he calls out in alarm. From her bed, Iris weakly asks Tanya for some water and a wet towel to wipe herself down. As she lies there recovering, our girl realizes this is the first time she has collapsed since arriving in this world. Tanya hurries to her side while Iris scolds herself, realizing that staying healthy should have been her first priority. After checking her condition, Tanya asks if she feels better now that the fever has broken. Iris apologizes for worrying her, saying she is still a little weak but expects to recover by tomorrow. Tanya admits she feared the worst when she learned Iris had collapsed. Feeling guilty, Iris apologizes. Tanya simply says she'll be happy as long as Iris makes a full recovery. After sitting up in bed, Iris asks if Dean has already returned to the capital. Tanya assumes he has. She explains that Dean was only scheduled to work until noon. Iris quietly nods as Tanya brushes her hair. Our girl falls back onto the bed, already dreading the mountain of paperwork waiting for her tomorrow. Footsteps echo outside the room before the door slowly opens. Iris is stunned to see Dean and asks if he never returned yesterday. He calmly asks how she's feeling while holding a stack of documents. Dean explains that he has already finished every task he was authorized to handle. Only the reports requiring Iris's approval remain, neatly arranged on the desk. Moved by his thoughtfulness, Iris looks at Dean with teary eyes and quietly thanks him. Iris asks if staying longer will cause problems with Dean's contract. He reassures her that he planned ahead and can remain in Armelia for 2 more days. Dean smiles and says he could never leave while a sick lady is still recovering. Iris apologizes for the inconvenience, but he brushes it off as his own choice and asks her to review the documents. She carefully checks his work and finds nothing to criticize. Instead of feeling relieved, Iris grows uneasy. His flawless work makes her realize she could easily become dependent on him for both work and emotional support. She admits to herself that Dean's presence has become a source of comfort and that she has already started relying on him. Deep down, our girl wishes he could stay by her side. She quickly reminds herself that she cannot let those feelings go any further. Clenching her fist, Iris recalls the painful lesson Edward left her with, that people always leave in the end. She reflects that this is why she has always kept her distance, believing there are limits to how much she should rely on or trust anyone. Iris reminds herself to always be ready for betrayal, yet doubt still lingers in her heart. In the darkness, she realizes Dean is slowly breaking down the walls she built. The thought of giving him everything both comforts and terrifies her. She presses a hand against her chest and resolves to bury those feelings deep within her heart. Tasmiria's capital is the thriving center of culture and commerce. Nestled within the city is its prestigious academy, The academy is where noble children study and build valuable social connections. Byrne passes Edward and Yuri, greeting them politely on his way. Students crowd around the notice board, nervously discussing the latest exam results. Byrne quietly listens as some hesitate to check their scores while others gather the courage to look. To Byrne, it is just another exam, but someone suddenly calls out to him from behind. Yuri greets him with a bright smile, excitedly congratulating him on claiming first place once again. Byrne casually replies that finishing first is only to be expected. Yuri quickly objects, insisting he should not take it for granted. She reminds him that staying at the top takes constant effort and is far from easy. To her, his achievement is something he should be proud of. Yuri thanks him for always helping her study. She then asks if he can explain a section she still does not understand. She proudly shows him her latest results, revealing how much her grades have improved thanks to his guidance. Yuri congratulates Byrne once again, calling him amazing. He smiles gently, realizing she has become someone he can no longer imagine living without. He wishes he could always stay by Yuri's side and protect her happiness, even after she marries Edward. He knows supporting Edward will only make the succession struggle even more complicated, but it does nothing to change how he feels. Alone in the hallway, Byrne quietly admits that he loves Yuri more than anything else. Yuri spots him in the hallway and asks if he is all right, noticing that he does not look well. His heart skips a beat. He quickly looks away, his face turning red. Edward asks if he stayed up studying again. Byrne admits he did, but insists he did not overdo it. Edward arrives and cheerfully greets everyone with a good morning. Edward notices Van has arrived early. Van groans and tells him to stop, assuming he is always late, while Dorson quietly listens nearby. Yuri hurries over to Dorson and points out how exhausted he looks, asking if he is feeling all right. Dorson explains that yesterday's night training was especially intense, but assures Yuri that he is fine. Yuri encourages him, saying everyone must have high expectations as the Knight Commander's son. Behind them, Byrne bitterly suspects the harsh training is actually punishment for what happened at his family's party. Van gently brushes Yuri's hair aside and comments on how beautiful it has become. He continues praising her hair. Yuri happily credits the beauty products from the Azuda conglomerate. Yuri excitedly talks about finally becoming a member of the Azuda conglomerate. Edward complains that a mere company is making his fiancée wait, but she quickly asks him not to say that. Byrne quietly watches, uneasy that the company's president is his own sister. Van remarks that the conglomerate has become incredibly popular, admitting he is still stuck on the waiting list. Yuri giggles and says she deeply respects the company's president, convinced they must be an incredible person. Edward gently cups her cheek and suggests inviting the president to the castle, certain they would be honored. Yuri happily agrees before he asks about their earlier discussion. Dorson explains they were discussing almsgiving at the church and confirms permission has been granted. Van adds that the Darrell Church will gladly lend its full support. Yuri smiles brightly, delighted by the good news. Edward says that if it makes the people happy, then it is a worthy cause. He adds that everyone will be delighted if Yuri takes part. She smiles warmly, touched by his kindness. Byrne quietly wonders if Edward truly realizes how much the national budget has declined. Disaster relief once had little impact on the treasury, but those days are long gone. The kingdom is still burdened by debts from the war with Taware 30 years ago, while the royal family's spending continues to grow. Edward constantly showers Yuri with gifts, Queen Elia keeps spending lavishly, and frequent almsgiving continues despite stagnant tax revenue. The outcome is exactly what Byrne expected. Tasmiria's treasury is slowly running dry. After returning to the capital, Byrne finally understands what his father and Iris had been warning about. He recalls Iris saying that thoughtless almsgiving changes nothing and only earns empty praise. Byrne steps forward and calls out to Edward. He warns that holding another almsgiving event now will place an even greater burden on the national treasury and urges Edward to reconsider. Tears well up in Yuri's eyes as she asks Byrne why he would say something like that. Yuri argues that helping the people should always come first and asks if making them happy could ever be wrong. Byrne calmly replies that good intentions can still go too far and asks her not to push Edward into making unreasonable decisions. She fires back, asking if the prince of the kingdom cannot simply do as he pleases. Yuri tearfully asks why they cannot simply raise taxes if the national budget is running short. She then suggests another solution, with a bright smile, disband the military. Yuri cheerfully calls it a great idea, insisting that a peaceful nation has no need for an army. She adds that eliminating the military would free up even more money for the budget. Yuri happily asks Edward what he thinks. Byrne can only stare in horror at her reckless proposal. Edward gently pats her head and praises her for being so clever. He pulls Yuri into a hug before telling Byrne that his thinking is too rigid and that he sounds more like a retainer than a friend. Byrne lowers his head in shock. Byrne apologizes for overstepping. Nearby, one student is left speechless, unable to believe they seriously suggested disbanding the military. Gazelle angrily argues that the military has never wasted the nation's budget. If cuts must be made, he says the Night Order should lose funding instead. He insists the military is essential for protecting the kingdom and defending against Tower. He then criticizes the knights for caring more about appearances and questions whether the prince's fiancée understands the situation at all. The man with glasses calmly asks General Gazelle to settle down. He says Edward should examine his own spending before holding almsgiving events. He also points out that Yuri is never satisfied with the gifts she receives and suggests selling them to fund her charity instead. Gazelle crosses his arms and says Yuri's constant demands for presents are a serious problem. He adds that Queen Elia is no different. The man adjusts his monocle with a sigh, saying that no matter how much they object, Yuri's proposals always get approved, making the situation a constant headache. Byrne finishes his report, saying that is everything happening at the academy. The man thanks him for the update. He instructs Byrne to report back immediately if anything else happens. Byrne quietly listens. Byrne lowers his head and solemnly acknowledges the order. Dean heads down the grand hallway with a companion close behind. His companion asks why he came. Dean smiles and says it is nothing, explaining that he simply remembered a few things. To him, life in the Armelia fief is true happiness. As Iris works through her documents, he reflects on how important she has become to him. Watching her work so hard makes him want to support her, and helping her brings him genuine joy. He points out something in the paperwork while Iris reviews it, appreciating how naturally they understand each other and how every interaction feels meaningful. He hopes this peaceful life will continue, even though he knows change is inevitable. Dean opens the door with a warm smile and greets his grandmother, saying it has been a long time. Ludius quietly follows him inside. Queen Dowager Elia von Tasmiria smiles warmly and welcomes him back, addressing him as Alfred. She then turns to Ludius and remarks that it has been a long time since they last met. She adds that supporting Alfred could not have been easy. Ludius bows with a polite smile and agrees. He says he has known how Alfred operates for a very long time. She points out that he has been going out often and asks if he has been too busy to visit her. Dean smiles and explains that various matters have been keeping him occupied. She gives him a knowing look and tells Alfred not to try to fool her. She reminds him that even she knows about the constant trouble Elia and Edward have been causing, leaving him and the Prime Minister to clean up the mess. He can only smile awkwardly. She brings up an incident from 2 days ago, revealing that Edward tried to build a summer resort just because of something Yuri said. At first she thought it was a joke, but Yuri had simply praised the location and mentioned it would be nice if more people could enjoy it. Dean asks if the Prime Minister opposed the project until the very end. He adds that Yuri will probably receive a new dress instead as compensation for the cancelled plan. She sighs, saying a new dress is still far better than building an entire summer resort. He firmly states that there is no reason to spend the royal family's money or the national budget on Yuri, who is not even part of the royal family yet. Between the kingdom's finances and the capital's administration, things have already gone too far. She clenches her fists in frustration, explaining that Elia's Marquis family and their political allies have filled nearly every government position, pushing out capable officials. That kind of nepotism will only speed up the kingdom's corruption. Meanwhile, the bedridden king remains the only person with the authority to stop it, yet he is powerless to act. Alfred quietly notes that the king has never been the same since his mother passed away. She solemnly replies that although news of the king's declining health is being tightly controlled, the truth will eventually come to light. He grips his arm with a troubled smile and agrees. The Marquis family is rushing because they know the truth will soon come out. She quietly acknowledges that Alfred understands just how serious the situation is. She declares that she has no intention of dying until everything is settled. With unwavering determination, she vows not to die until the kingdom's intellectuals return and its corruption is wiped out. He smiles to himself, realizing he can never keep anything from his grandmother. She smiles knowingly and asks if he can tell her where he and Ludius have been going. Alfred heads for the door with Ludius and casually says they can talk about it next time. She watches the two leave through the window and quietly chuckles. She already knows Alfred has been visiting Armelia. A sly smile crosses her face as she thinks her long-held wish may finally come true. She gazes out from the balcony, her thoughts drifting to Melris's adorable daughter. She clasps her hands and gazes at Melris's portrait, hoping Iris will soon become her granddaughter-in-law. Her thoughts drift back to the first time she met Melris. She is instantly captivated, thinking Melris looks just like a doll. She admires Melris's long eyelashes and sparkling eyes, wondering if she could ever become part of the royal family. Her thoughts are interrupted when someone addresses her about the matter they had discussed. She acknowledges that Melris is already engaged to Duke Louis, making a royal marriage nearly impossible. Forcing the issue would only make Melris resent her. With a gentle smile, she accepts that she has to give up for now. A messenger suddenly rushes in with news that Melris has safely given birth. She gasps and leans forward as the messenger excitedly announces that the baby is a beautiful little girl. Louis and Melris present their newborn and thank Her Majesty for naming the child Iris. She gazes at the baby in awe, amazed by how much she resembles her mother. She smiles warmly at baby Iris, reflecting that the name was created by combining the sounds of Elia and Melris. She becomes convinced that her long-held wish may finally come true, hoping Iris will one day find her match within the royal family. But first, Iris needs to return to the high society that cast her aside. Without her return, everything else will become far more difficult. Once our girl returns and things begin moving forward, the rest of her plan can finally take shape. A sly smile crosses her face as she decides the time has come to make her move. The staff warmly welcomes Iris back after her return. Dean asks how her trip to town went. She says she made plenty of interesting discoveries and found the children at the orphanage especially adorable. With a lighthearted smile, our girl jokes that she might work at the orphanage after retiring before laughing it off as nothing more than a joke. Settling behind her desk, she cheerfully asks Dean to begin his report. Dean explains that Armelia's new tariff policies have boosted both exports and imports throughout the fief. As Iris reviews the documents, he reports that both product variety and company profits have increased. She says they need to make full use of Armelia's trade relationships with other countries. A chart explains Armelia's two tariff systems. Border tariffs apply to goods entering or leaving the fief, while national tariffs are charged on goods moving between cities within the same fief. Another chart shows that export taxes were abolished, while import taxes were introduced instead. Lower import tariffs successfully achieved their goal of increasing trade. She admits she feared lower tariffs would reduce product sales within the fief, but the surge in company profits has more than made up for the lost tariff revenue. Dean explains that the success comes from Armelia being the only fief producing goods like cocoa beans and other advanced division crops. Iris is pleased to hear it. As she reviews the report, Iris notes that they still need to keep a close eye on future price fluctuations. She adds that trade has expanded overall, and a new type of fabric was recently discovered. Just then, footsteps approach before someone announces their arrival. Sebas rushes into the office with a sealed letter, urging Iris to read the newly arrived message immediately. She opens the letter in confusion and asks why Sebas is so unusually flustered. Her eyes widen as she realizes it is an official invitation to the kingdom's founding celebration, leaving Dean and Tanya equally surprised. Our girl clutches the letter to her chest in disbelief, wondering why the royal family would invite her. Tanya angrily points out that Iris already left the academy and cut ties with the royal family, yet they still sent her an invitation. Sebas explains that since the invitation came directly from the royal family, refusing it will not be easy. She quietly agrees, accepting that there is no escaping the invitation. As the carriage heads toward the capital, Iris steels herself and decides to face whatever awaits her. She gazes out the window, realizing she has not seen the capital in 3 years. During the ride, she wonders if Bern and Edward are about to graduate. Tanya asks if she misses the academy, but Iris instead asks if she and Bern are only a year apart. She admits she was simply thinking that she would have graduated by now, leaving her feeling nostalgic. Our girl reflects on how much her life has changed since her expulsion. She also believes Bern graduating would benefit both him and the family. Tanya firmly assures her that she does not need to worry about Edward anymore. Iris smiles to herself, realizing Tanya has completely written him off. She then reflects that Tasmeria needs strong ties with the capital and hopes to help Bern prepare for his future as prime minister. Tanya gives her a worried look, saying she talks as if she expects the country itself to fall someday. The carriage rolls through the capital as Iris quietly reminds herself that no one can predict what the future holds. A maid happily welcomes Iris back. She warmly greets Elulu after so long before following her inside. Iris suddenly stops as a familiar voice warmly welcomes her home. Melris smiles with relief, saying it has been far too long and that she is glad Iris is doing well. Iris politely greets both of her parents. She then turns toward Bern, who quietly stands nearby. Bern asks if she truly intends to attend tomorrow's banquet. Iris calmly replies that she has no choice, since the invitation came directly from the royal family. He warns her that both Edward and Yuri will be there. Our girl leans forward in surprise and asks if he is actually worried about her. Byrne lowers his head, admitting she is probably wondering why he waited so long to say it. She gives him a warm smile and quietly thanks him. Louis notices Iris and calls out to her. He praises her for managing the fief so well and tells her there is no reason to downplay her achievements. Louis grows serious and apologizes to Iris for everything that has happened. She asks if he means the banquet. He nods, explaining that he and Melrys looked into it but only confirmed that the invitation came directly from the royal family. She wonders why the royal family would invite someone like her when there is clearly nothing to gain from it. Louis warns that the banquet will likely be difficult since the nobility rarely shows mercy to those cast out of high society. Iris says she has already prepared herself and accepts that she has no choice but to attend. Louis adds that the one piece of good news is that the king will not be attending. He explains that the king's absence will cause quite a stir, which should draw attention away from Iris. Shocked, she asks why the king would miss the nation's founding celebration. Louis solemnly reveals that the king is bedridden. He explains that the king was not in such poor condition when he first collapsed, but his illness has since worsened. Louis grimly says anyone who sees the king can immediately tell how critical his condition has become. Louis says news of the king's condition will likely spread across the country after tomorrow's banquet. Iris agrees, knowing everyone will realize something is wrong once the king is absent. She quietly thinks that the king's absence also takes some attention off her. If she can get through the banquet, everyone will soon forget about her, allowing her to return to life in the fief. Turning to her father, Iris worries he'll have even more work after the celebration and asks him to take care of himself. Louis smiles and tells her not to overwork herself either. She then calls Tanya over. Our girl shows off her new dress and asks for Tanya's opinion. Tanya excitedly declares that she looks absolutely stunning. She thanks Tanya with a smile. Melrys then remarks that she has never seen fabric like this before and asks if it will become a new product. Iris explains that the material is called silk and is known for its beautiful luster. Since it is still a prototype, it will take time before it goes on sale. Melrys happily says she cannot wait for that day. The preparations are finally complete, and Melrys asks if Iris is ready to leave. With everything prepared, Iris steels herself and takes a determined step forward. Wearing a confident smile, she boldly declares that it's time to step onto the battlefield. Iris reflects that this is her first banquet since being cast out of high society, and she has not felt this anxious in a long time. She knows the hall will be filled with rumors and hidden agendas, and one particular person is certain to be there. Clutching her dress, our girl hopes to avoid attention and make it through the night without trouble. The grand hall fills with noble couples as they mingle beneath the bright lights, exchanging greetings and quiet conversations. Earl Caldina greets Earl Dorenbald, saying it has been a long time since they last met. Dorenbald agrees as the two begin chatting. He asks how things have been, and the other replies that nothing unusual has happened. He then mentions that his wife wants to join the Azuda conglomeration. Caldina says his wife is still on the waiting list, noting that membership in the Azuda conglomeration has become a symbol of social status. Dorenbald is surprised to hear his wife is interested as well. The conversation turns to Louis from the Armelia fief, who oversees the organization. They praise him for being exceptional in both politics and business. Caldina admits he is envious before another thought crosses his mind. He asks whether Dorenbald has greeted the people attending today's banquet as nobles continue chatting throughout the hall. Dorenbald replies that it is always the same group, adding that he still has no intention of abandoning his neutral stance. Caldina laughs and says he feels the same way. Dorenbald then looks around, surprised that Elia did not arrive with the king. The nobles agree it is unusual not to see Elia at the king's side. One guest points out that Elia normally stays close to the king to display her influence. He adds that even the minister of the people has joined her faction. They note that the Marquis family's influence is growing by the day, warning that those who remain neutral may soon have to choose a side. Meanwhile, Yuri nervously clings to Edward's arm. Whispers spread through the hall as Edward enters with Yuri, Dorson, and Van. The nobles are shocked to see the Knoll family's daughter with him and question whether the two are already engaged. Yuri quietly wonders if she should have skipped the banquet. Edward holds her hand and reminds her that she is already his fiancée, urging her to stay confident and remain by his side. Van jokes that everyone is staring because Yuri is so cute, though he wishes he were the only one who knew it. Dorson also reassures her, promising to protect her no matter who stands against them. Yuri blushes, smiles brightly, and thanks them for their support. Edward gently cups her cheek and tells her to focus only on him, leaving her flustered. Yuri shyly whispers that everyone is watching them. At that moment, Elia walks over with open arms and cheerfully greets Edward, saying he looks as magnificent as ever. Edward greets Elia as his mother, while Yuri warmly says hello. Smiling behind her fan, Elia compliments Yuri on how adorable she looks today. Yuri clasps her hands together, delighted by Elia's praise. Blushing, she admits she still feels childish and hopes to become as beautiful as Elia someday. Elia giggles behind her fan and tells Yuri she is perfect just the way she is. She reassures Yuri that her current charm is something only she can have, reminding her that she has her own unique beauty. Elia then asks whether Byrne is with them. Yuri explains that he had a prior engagement. After a brief nod, Elia tells everyone to enjoy the banquet, and Yuri thanks her. The grand doors suddenly swing open, drawing every eye in the hall. Byrne enters arm in arm with Iris, and their arrival instantly silences the room. Our girl walks beside Byrne with effortless grace, leaving the nobles stunned as whispers spread about her beauty. The guests watch in awe, wondering who the mysterious woman is. Some even compare her to the goddess of the moon. As the pair moves through the hall, the nobles finally realize she is Iris. Shock spreads across the room as they struggle to believe the woman cast out of high society has returned. The doors open as Queen Dowager Tasmiria enters the hall and thanks everyone for attending the kingdom's founding banquet. Her unexpected appearance leaves the nobles stunned. Tasmiria announces that the king is unwell and recovering, adding that he apologizes for being unable to attend today's celebration. With a gentle smile, she reflects on overcoming the Cold War with Taware and thanks everyone for helping the kingdom reach this day. She says the achievement belongs to both the nobles and the people who have supported the country. She then invites everyone to enjoy the banquet. Beside Byrne, Iris realizes the king's absence could deepen the conflict between the rival factions. She wonders if the Queen Dowager appeared in person to keep those tensions under control. An attendant approaches our girl and informs her that the Queen Dowager wishes to see her. Iris is stunned, asking if the summons is really meant for her. A moment later, Iris stands respectfully before the Queen Dowager. Tasmiria greets her with a warm smile and says she has been looking forward to seeing her. Iris bows respectfully, as Tasmiria reveals that meeting her was the reason she attended the banquet in person. Iris sincerely thanks her for the honor. Tasmiria praises Iris for successfully leading the Azuda Company and managing the Armelia fief as acting lord. She even admits that hearing about Iris's accomplishments has become one of her favorite pastimes. Tasmiria tells Iris to come to her if she ever faces any trouble. Iris gratefully replies that it would be the greatest honor. The surrounding nobles are left stunned as they realize she is truly the Armelia daughter who runs the Azuda Company while serving as acting fief lord. Byrne quietly listens as the nobles express disbelief that someone so young is running everything. They admit they had always assumed Lewis was the one in charge. After returning, Iris apologizes for making Byrne wait and admits that attending a formal banquet again has made her nervous. Byrne suddenly turns in surprise as someone approaches. Yuri walks over with a bright smile and warmly greets Iris, saying it has been a long time. Yuri happily greets Iris, saying it has been a long time since they last met. Our girl politely returns the greeting, saying it has been a while for her as well. With a bright smile, Yuri says Iris has been away from the academy for so long and is glad to see her doing well. Iris smiles politely and says she is happy to see Yuri doing well too. Deep down, she cannot tell whether Yuri is being sincere or trying to pick a fight. Van rushes over in surprise, exclaiming that it really is Iris. Yuri proudly says she recognized Iris right away because she is good with faces, especially after seeing her beside Byrne. Van admits he did not recognize her at all, saying she gives off a completely different impression now. Edward praises Yuri, and she happily agrees that she has always been smart. Watching him hold Yuri so affectionately, Iris wonders if he was always this naive, and why he would act that way in front of his former fiancé. Yuri smiles and asks Iris why she came to the banquet. Iris immediately senses the hostility behind the question. Edward angrily demands to know how she could fail to understand what Yuri meant. Edward raises his voice, declaring that someone of Iris's status has no place at the banquet. Byrne is stunned by Edward's words. Pointing at Iris while holding Yuri close, Edward claims Yuri was only trying to help by reminding her that she has no place at the banquet. A faint smirk crosses Iris's face as she calmly thanks Edward for the advice and asks if that is truly what he believes. She explains that the Queen Dowager personally invited her to the banquet, leaving Edward speechless. With a composed smile, our girl says that regardless of her status, she is simply carrying out her duty as a loyal subject. Edward refuses to believe it. He demands to know why his grandmother would invite someone like Iris and accuses her of making up a ridiculous excuse, while Yuri watches in confusion. Yuri awkwardly smiles and says she does not really understand what the two of them are arguing about. Iris is caught off guard, as Yuri nervously explains that she was only asking if Iris came to the banquet to promote her dress. Yuri points out that Iris belongs to the Armelia family, and everyone associates the name with the Azuda company. She wonders if the company asked her to advertise the dress. Iris politely explains that the dress is not ready for sale yet, and that she is simply showcasing the quality of the fabric for a future product. She suddenly realizes Yuri has no idea that she runs the Azuda company. It dawns on her that Edward and Yuri were so absorbed in themselves that they completely missed her greeting with the Queen Dowager. Yuri eagerly asks where she can buy the fabric to make a dress like Iris's. Iris explains that it is still unavailable, but once production expands, it will be sold through the conglomerate. She reflects that the Armelia fief's new tariff policies boosted trade, leading to the discovery of a remarkable material called silk. Since Tasmeria mainly uses linen, cotton, and wool, Iris had a dress made from the newly discovered silk to promote it. However, high import and shipping costs mean it will be a while before the fabric reaches stores. Yuri pleads for one anyway, saying the dress is beautiful and asking if Iris can make an exception. Iris politely thanks her for the interest, but explains they still need more time before it can be sold. Deep down, she finds the request unreasonable and tiring. Edward immediately steps in, declaring that Yuri is right and insisting this is the wish of the future queen. He demands that the conglomerate speed things up, claiming they should feel honored by Yuri's request. Iris lets out an inward sigh, knowing that what cannot be done simply cannot be forced. Edward continues accusing Iris of being insolent before a noblewoman suddenly interrupts, startling both him and Yuri. Melrys approaches with a warm smile and asks if something happened after overhearing what sounded like an argument. Yuri politely greets Duchess Melrys Armelia, saying it has been a long time, but Melrys ignores her completely. Melrys turns to Iris with concern and asks if she is all right. Our girl apologizes for causing a disturbance. The surrounding nobles begin whispering among themselves, leaving Edward visibly stunned. Edward angrily demands to know why Melrys ignored Yuri, insisting her behavior is completely unacceptable. Melrys fixes him with a sharp glare from behind her fan and tells him not to be ridiculous. She asks if Edward has forgotten basic court etiquette, making him click his tongue in frustration. A soft chuckle escapes Melrys as she reminds him that people of lower rank cannot casually address those above them without raising questions about their manners. She adds that if Yuri is to become queen, she must learn proper court etiquette as well. Edward argues that Yuri is his fiancé, but Melrys calmly points out that an engagement is not a marriage, so Yuri is still not part of the royal family. With a faint chuckle, Melrys reminds him that Yuri is still the daughter of a baron and that anything can happen before the wedding. Iris smiles wryly and agrees, pointing out that her own engagement was once broken off. Just then, someone else steps into the conversation. Van steps in, saying that although Edward and Yuri are not married yet, she is the consort he chose and has already been accepted by both the king and Elia. He explains that this is nothing like Iris's broken engagement. Hearing that, our girl wonders if Yuri's engagement has already been officially recognized by the royal family. Yuri tells Melrys that returning a greeting is only natural and should not depend on social rank. Iris is left speechless. She reflects that noble society has always been built around a strict hierarchy with the monarch at its peak, making Yuri's casual rejection of it hard to believe. Melrys calmly says Yuri will be taught proper etiquette once she joins the royal family, but Edward cuts her off, claiming those traditions are outdated. Pulling Yuri close, Edward declares that Melrys's way of thinking will soon disappear. Once Yuri becomes queen, he insists, a new era will replace the old rules. Iris steps forward and asks if Edward is calling her mother, the flower of high society, old-fashioned. She adds that while she expects such views from Yuri, hearing them from Edward is far more shocking. She reminds them that Yuri is not queen yet. Even if they want to change society's customs, they would still need the support of the people. Fixing them with a cold glare, Iris declares that these traditions are the foundation of the nobility. She calls their actions blasphemous and refuses to accept them. Furious, Edward points at Iris and orders her to leave, shouting that someone like her has no right to remain at the banquet. Queen Dowager steps into the hall, her voice echoing as she firmly orders Edward not to throw Iris out. With a composed smile, she asks if Edward intends to ignore the very person who invited Iris to the banquet. Edward freezes in shock and calls out to his grandmother, while Yuri, Van, and Dorson stare at the scene in disbelief. Edward stares in disbelief, asking if his grandmother really sent the invitation, unable to believe it is real. Melrys politely asks if it is all right for Her Highness to leave her seat. Dowager replies that she has already greeted everyone, so there is no issue. Dowager explains that she will return once she finishes her business here. She then invites Iris to join her for a chat away from the crowd. She turns to Melrys and asks if she would like to come as well. Melrys smiles and gladly accepts. Dowager then calls out to Byrne, catching him by surprise. She tells him that the Duke of Armelia and the Marquis of Anderson are waiting near the dance floor and suggests he go speak with them. Byrne places a hand over his chest, bows politely, and agrees. Dowager suggests they all head over together. As the group starts to leave, Edward angrily calls out to his grandmother. She stops and turns back, calmly asking why he is making such a scene. Dowager sternly reminds Edward that foreign dignitaries are attending the celebration. She warns that his disgraceful behavior reflects poorly on the entire nation. Yuri clings to Edward's arm as he falls silent in frustration. Our girl glances back and shoots them a sharp glare before following the others. Dowager sincerely apologizes to Iris. She regrets leaving Iris with unpleasant memories, but Iris gently assures her that it is not a problem. Iris respectfully says there is no need to apologize. Dowager insists that, as the one who invited her, she failed as a host by letting the evening turn unpleasant. Iris places a hand over her chest and quietly repeats the words, "unpleasant memories," with a bittersweet smile. She glances across the banquet hall and notices the guests are no longer giving her cold stares. Instead, many greet her with surprisingly warm expressions. Iris turns to Dowager and asks why she was invited to the banquet. Dowager lets out a soft laugh and explains that it is because she supports Iris. She picks up a glass from an attendant's tray and says that a girl who gives her all is truly charming. She adds that she has been looking forward to speaking with Iris. Iris pauses for a moment before sincerely thanking Dowager. Dowager praises Azuda Company's chocolate, saying she loves it so much that she eats it every day and wishes she could visit the stores herself. She adds that someone of her position rarely has that kind of freedom. Iris offers to regularly send products from Azuda Company after returning home. Though slightly surprised by the praise, she is pleased when Dowager happily accepts. She explains the shipments will have to wait until she returns to the Armelia fief after the celebration. Iris also asks if Azuda employees could be allowed to deliver them directly, and Dowager gladly agrees. A noble approaches and respectfully asks if Dowager could introduce them to Iris. Dowager apologizes with a laugh, joking that keeping Iris all to herself must have made everyone impatient. Our girl swallows nervously. As foreign dignitaries gather around, Iris recalls that she once received the education expected of a future royal bride, including how to interact with them. She remembers studying the kingdom's internal affairs and its relationships with neighboring nations. Dowager suddenly claps her hands as an idea comes to mind. A decorative box of assorted chocolates is brought over, and Dowager invites everyone to try them. Dowager happily enjoys a piece of chocolate and invites the surrounding nobles to help themselves. One of the guests reaches into the box. A noble takes a bite and exclaims that the chocolate is absolutely delicious. He praises how it melts in the mouth, saying both men and women would love it. Dowager laughs at the enthusiastic reaction, leaving Iris pleasantly surprised. Dowager gently pats Iris and urges her to step forward. Iris smiles politely and thanks everyone for their praise of Azuda Company's products, quietly deciding to make the most of the opportunity. A noble asks if the chocolate really comes from her company, admitting he has never tasted anything like it. Iris explains that she heard his country prefers lighter flavors and asks if it suits his taste. Surprised, the noble wonders if she already knows his country's preferences. She calmly replies that understanding such things is only natural when welcoming an honored guest to Tasmeria. The noble praises the chocolate again, confirming that people in his country do prefer lighter flavors. Iris nods with a smile. She explains that the chocolates on display are only a small part of their selection and encourages everyone to compare the different flavors to find their favorite. The nobles agree they should visit Azuda Company's stores and bring some of the products back home. Iris watches with a satisfied smile. Our girl quietly pumps her fist, celebrating the successful promotion. She reflects that the banquet has helped her build valuable connections and gather useful information. The insights should prove invaluable when expanding exports to other countries. Iris glances at Dowager and silently thanks her. At the same time, she cannot help wondering what Dowager's true intentions are. Dowager asks if it is all right that she has kept such a young lady occupied instead of letting her enjoy a dance. Iris is caught off guard, her heart skipping a beat. Iris thanks her for the thoughtfulness, saying she is already more than happy to have spoken with everyone. She admits she never expected anyone to ask her to dance and reflects that, despite Dowager's help, the second prince's faction still views her with hostility. Dowager giggles and teases that Iris would be flooded with dance invitations the moment she stepped onto the floor. She points behind Iris and tells her to take a look. Startled, Iris turns around. Byrne greets her with a gentle smile and apologizes for pulling her away from the gathering. Iris immediately recognizes him. Iris asks if he is really sure about dancing with her. Taking her hand beneath the grand chandelier, Byrne points out that staying hidden in the corner will not help her meet other nobles. As the violin fills the hall, Byrne explains that earning the favor of the royal family and foreign diplomats is important. With Tasmeria's most influential figures gathered here, he says this is the perfect chance to build connections. He reveals that Dowager was worried about Iris and discussed the matter with their father, hoping to help her leave that situation. Iris says he has nothing to apologize for and instead apologizes for making him accompany her, but Byrne brushes it off. Byrne smiles and remarks that Iris has a strong heart. She gives him a wry smile and jokes that it is a little rude to say that to his own sister. He points out that she never backed down and held her head high while speaking with everyone, adding that anyone there would agree. Iris quietly admits she could only stay confident because Dowager stood behind her. As they continue dancing, our girl reflects that it has been a long time since they last shared a dance. Byrne agrees. The siblings glide gracefully across the dance floor, drawing admiring gazes as onlookers comment on how elegant they look together. Gazelle warmly admits that, despite being a rough man, he loves dancing and praises Iris's graceful movements. Louis urges him to tell her himself, saying she would be delighted. Gazelle laughs it off, insisting she would not care about praise from an old man. Louis questions that assumption. Louis tells Gazelle to judge himself more fairly, pointing out that plenty of young noblewomen admire him and asking if he has never noticed their attention. Gazelle smiles knowingly and says that if they are talking about admiring gazes, no one has attracted more attention tonight than Iris. He remarks that, after everything that happened today, Iris's value is beyond measure, adding that it is Edward's loss. Gazelle explains that, as the head of a Zuda company, the daughter of a duke, and someone favored by Dowager, Iris has become the ideal consort for any prince seeking the throne. He adds that if Edward had married Iris, those powerful connections alone would have greatly strengthened his claim to the throne. Watching the dancers below, Gazelle notes that this is a huge win for the first prince's faction. Meanwhile, the second prince's faction must be seething as nobles rush to build ties with Iris. Louis clenches his fist, worried that Iris has returned to a world where people either use others or are used. He fears those around her will be even more calculating than before. Gazelle confidently replies that Iris is no longer the girl who could be taken advantage of like she was at the academy. He then asks Louis if the reason he did not stop Iris from returning to noble society was because he believed in her. Louis answers that it is not about belief. If Iris wants to continue managing the fief and her business, returning to noble society is unavoidable. He adds that he simply wants her to succeed, prompting Gazelle to burst into laughter over how indirect he is. After the dance, Iris catches her breath and thanks Byrne for accompanying her. Since it has been so long, she says she wants to take a short break and goes to get some drinks. Byrne reaches out and calls after her, suggesting they go together. Before he can follow, someone grabs his arm and stops him. Byrne gasps in surprise as Yuri steps in front of him with a gentle smile, asking if they can talk for a moment. Byrne leans against the upper balcony railing as Yuri approaches from behind. He glances over his shoulder and asks what is wrong. With a hurt expression, she asks if she is no longer even allowed to talk to him. Byrne looks away and explains that she is now officially engaged to Edward. At a social gathering like this, they cannot casually speak to each other. She quietly asks if that rule applies even to friends. A faint smile crosses his face as he repeats the word friends. He explains that regardless of how they see each other, everyone else would misunderstand their relationship. He says he does not want to take that risk or create unnecessary conflict. She pleads that she is only worried about him. Yuri points out that Byrne has been so busy lately that she has barely seen him. He remains silent. She says he works too hard and never takes care of himself, then asks if he has been pushing himself too much. Byrne denies it, but inwardly compares his efforts to how tirelessly Iris works. Yuri insists she knows how hard he is on himself and admits she has been worried about him this whole time. Byrne quietly says she is like someone from a dream. She shakes her head and insists she is not someone from a dream. He faces her and calmly says he already lives in reality. Byrne closes his eyes and walks away, asking her to stop worrying about him and live happily in her own world. She watches him leave in shock, softly calling his name. Melrys quietly watches everything from the shadows. Byrne suddenly stops and turns back as Melrys steps out, commenting that he certainly said some bittersweet words. He asks why she is there. A playful smile appears behind her fan. Melrys explains she stepped out to take a break and wanted to see how he would react after meeting Yuri again. She adds that his father has also been worried about him seeing Yuri again, but unlike her, he cannot simply leave his duties. Byrne lowers his gaze and quietly says he understands. Byrne turns away and says it meant nothing. With a gentle smile, Melrys asks if that is really true. She smirks and admits she found their conversation, especially his final words, quite interesting. Melrys asks if what he really meant was that their worlds are different and Yuri should no longer involve herself with him. He quietly falls into thought. Byrne admits she is right and says he truly sees Yuri as a girl from a dream. He reflects that dreams are sweet escapes from reality, which is why he was once captivated by her. Byrne says dreams are still illusions and can never become reality. He realizes Yuri's words and very existence revolve around her own world. Melrys listens in silence behind her fan. His sister's words echo in his mind about almsgiving being only a temporary solution, educated people strengthening the fief, and the importance of planning decades ahead. Byrne realizes he never truly understood the kingdom or the fief until now. Instead, he had been chasing ideals that could never work. He clenches his fist, ashamed whenever he compares himself to Iris. Byrne turns to Melrys with renewed resolve, declaring that he has no more time to waste. He vows to work tirelessly from now on and never bring shame to the Armelia family name. Melrys says it sounds admirable, but asks if that alone will be enough. She wonders how he plans to regain the trust he lost with his father, adding that she looks forward to finding out. Byrne forces a wry smile and remarks that she can be incredibly harsh. She simply waves goodbye and walks away. Outside the grand hall, Alfred realizes Queen Elia had planned everything from the start. She remarks that it would have been even more entertaining if her Marquis family had caused a scene at the celebration. Alfred says getting too greedy would have been a mistake, especially with foreign dignitaries watching. He points out that they weakened the second prince's faction while tightening their hold over the neutral faction, praising Elia. She smiles knowingly and claims she did nothing. Elia quietly says Edward simply dug his own grave. She wonders if Edward has always lacked good judgment. Alfred replies that he was always arrogant, but things have only gotten worse since meeting the Baron's daughter. Alfred says Edward completely loses control whenever no one keeps him in check. Curious how deeply Edward is devoted to Yuri, Elia asks if they have investigated her. Alfred calls for Ludius, who reports that Yuri Knoll, the Baron's daughter, was actually born out of wedlock and was not raised by the Baron's wife. He explains that Yuri's mother worked as a maid at the royal castle, where she likely met the Baron. After leaving the castle, the maid entered the Knoll household but left again after becoming pregnant with Yuri. Ludius adds that someone searched for the mother and child for years, finally finding Yuri around the time she entered the Royal Academy. Elia realizes that the Knoll family took Yuri in after that. She reasons that if the Baron searched so desperately, then the mother and daughter must have been extremely important to him. Alfred agrees, suggesting they either knew one of his secrets or shared a deep bond. Ludius apologizes that the investigation is still ongoing, and Elia tells him she understands. Alfred thanks Ludius and orders him to investigate every detail, no matter how insignificant it seems. Ludius acknowledges the order. Elia points out that Edward's current state should benefit Alfred. He responds with a subtle smirk and asks what she means. Elia points out that Edward's recklessness at the celebration likely drove some nobles away from the second prince's faction. Others, meanwhile, probably realized how easy he is to manipulate. She smiles, saying the current Edward is the perfect bait to expose those nobles' true colors. Alfred calmly admits he cannot deny that. He explains that if Edward became king, people seeking to manipulate him for their own ambitions would quickly emerge. Elia asks if he already has a plan for what comes next. Alfred simply smiles. She says she will support whatever he decides since her only role is to play her part. As long as Yuri remains by Edward's side, she has no expectations for him. Elia briefly considers placing Edward on the throne while ruling through him, but quickly dismisses the idea as too dangerous. In the end, she believes only Alfred can be trusted with the kingdom of Tasmeria. She suddenly mentions inviting Iris to the celebration, causing Alfred to flinch at the mention of her name. Elia says it would have been nice if he had attended. Since everyone believes he studied abroad for the past 10 years, no one would have recognized him. Alfred smiles and explains that he attended the Royal Academy under a different surname, so some guests would still recognize him. Avoiding unnecessary attention is the wiser choice. Alfred asks his grandmother why she invited Iris to the celebration. Elia chuckles and says she has always admired hard-working girls, so wanting to meet Iris was only natural. She adds that our girl stood out like a blooming lily among the crowd. She explains that the invitation also benefited Iris by introducing her to foreign dignitaries. According to Melrys, invitations have been pouring in ever since, and anyone with good judgment can no longer ignore her. Elia says Iris's achievements, graceful demeanor, and noble lineage make her an exceptionally appealing match. She turns to Alfred and asks if he agrees. He quietly says she is right. Elia suddenly sighs in exhaustion. Alfred asks if something is wrong, but she brushes it off. She then asks what he thinks of the Armelia dukedom. Surprised, Alfred asks what she means. Elia clarifies that she is talking about its governance and policies. Alfred says the simplest way to describe it is interesting, praising the duchy for carrying out one solid reform after another. He adds that the duchy's rapid growth and military strength are becoming a real threat. Even guards like Dita and Lyle are on par with soldiers from the royal army. Elia reflects that giving one family too much power is usually dangerous. Still, a nation's future depends on the growth of its fiefs, making the situation far from simple. With a faint smirk, Alfred points out that despite saying that, she still intends to meddle in House Armelia's affairs. Elia smiles and replies that he is no different. She knows he has been quietly helping Iris behind the scenes. Alfred lets out a quiet laugh, admitting he can never hide anything from his grandmother. Elia explains that interfering out of fear of a coup would be foolish. Few noble families are as devoted to the kingdom and its people as House Armelia. Alfred says acting recklessly and provoking conflict would only make things worse before taking his leave. Elia tells him to visit any time he needs her, and he politely agrees before walking out. Left alone, Elia quietly murmurs Alfred's name. She watches him leave, reflecting that he never reveals the cards he keeps hidden. The scene shifts to the Armelia estate in the royal capital, where the afternoon remains peaceful. Tanya brings a silver tray with 2 letter openers and a stack of newly arrived letters for the lady and young mistress of the house. During tea time, Melrys notices the unusually large stack as Tanya delivers the letters to Iris, who politely thanks her. Melrys checks the envelopes from Earl Monroe and Marquis Rudolph and smirks, saying she would never attend either of their gatherings. Iris asks who sent the letters, and Melrys explains that they all belong to Queen Elia's faction. After yesterday's banquet, Melrys says it is only natural for nobles to seek closer ties with House Armelia. Tanya adds that both lords also invited Iris, prompting our girl to notice how quickly they changed sides. Tanya leans closer and quietly reveals that one of the letters is from Dean, leaving Iris completely stunned. Melrys casually asks if Iris plans to visit any of those nobles. Iris immediately refuses. She has no intention of maintaining any ties with the second prince's faction. Melrys agrees with her decision. Iris looks over the letters and realizes that entering their territory would probably be walking straight into a trap. Melrys asks if there is any noble household Iris wants to visit. Iris mentions the Marquis Langley family. Melrys takes a sip of tea and pauses as she tries to remember the Langley name. She soon recalls that their daughter was Iris's classmate. Iris explains that her friend took good care of her at the academy, so she wants to see her before returning to the Armelia fief. Melrys agrees to the visit, then asks if Iris has anywhere else in mind. Iris hands over the remaining letters with an awkward smile, asking for her mother's opinion. Melrys carefully examines one of the envelopes. She points out the invitations from Baron Messy and Earl Dorenbald, surprising Iris. Melrys picks out the 2 letters and recommends that Iris attend both gatherings. She explains that 3 distinct factions are currently competing in the royal succession dispute. She identifies the 3 factions as the first prince's faction, the second prince's faction, and the neutral faction. Baron Messy supports the first prince, while Earl Dorenbald belongs to the neutral faction. Melrys explains that members of each faction will attend their respective tea parties. Melrys explains that Iris is usually busy managing the fief, so attending these 2 events is the quickest way to understand the current state of each faction. Our girl is impressed by her mother's sharp thinking. She adds that Earl Dorenbald's wife's tea parties are known for their elegance, while Baron Messy has a good relationship with Iris's grandfather, making both houses safe choices. Melrys cheerfully announces that she plans to attend both parties with her daughter. Iris happily agrees, knowing her mother's presence will make things easier. Melrys then suggests preparing their dresses since the Langley invitation comes first. Later, Tanya calls out to Iris inside the estate. She tells Iris that everything is ready and asks her to board the carriage, which will leave first and wait for her. Iris agrees with a smile and says she is coming as the carriage sets off down the road. Iris thinks back to Mimosa Langley, Marquis Langley's daughter and her best friend at the academy. They stayed in touch through letters after Iris left the academy, but they have not seen each other since. Now, Iris and Tanya finally arrive at the Langley residence. Several estate staff warmly welcome Iris at the entrance. She realizes just how long it has been since she last saw Mimosa. Despite herself, Iris feels a little nervous. A maid opens the door and invites Iris inside. She nervously grips her arm as she steps forward. Inside, Mimosa stands by the window, holding back the curtain as the door opens behind her. Iris gives a polite bow with Tanya behind her and sincerely thanks Mimosa for the invitation. Mimosa warmly greets her with both hands resting over her belly, saying it has been far too long since they last met. She suddenly drops her formal demeanor and reaches out with a playful shout, leaving Iris completely startled. Mimosa beams as she rushes over and grabs Iris's hands, excited to finally see her again. She says it is wonderful to see Iris doing well. Iris gives a sheepish apology for making her worry. Iris forces a wry smile as Mimosa complains that she was expelled from the academy while Mimosa was stuck at home recovering from a cold. Mimosa pouts and reminds Iris that she always warned her to stay away from that group. Iris lowers her gaze, remembering how Mimosa warned her not to get too close to Yuri at the academy. She had even confronted Yuri for getting too close to her fiancé instead of keeping her distance. At the time, Iris thought those were only minor complaints, but Edward and Yuri twisted them against her while growing closer themselves. Looking back, Iris realizes she made a foolish mistake. Instead of relying on her position as a duke's daughter, she let herself be manipulated by noble classmates who already resented Yuri. A bittersweet smile crosses Iris's face as she remembers how easily the nobles framed her for things she never even did. Mimosa admits she never imagined Edward and the others would go so far as to publicly humiliate Iris, force her to the ground, and accuse her of things she never did. Iris quietly agrees. Mimosa looks troubled as she recalls that the Edward they knew would never have done anything like that. His personality changed completely after meeting Yuri. Iris is shocked that Mimosa noticed the same strange change in their behavior. Mimosa gives a wry smile and says Iris was simply too trusting of Edward to notice. Iris is left flustered and speechless. Mimosa turns serious, explaining that she noticed the warning signs back at the academy before calling Iris's name with concern. She then admits that Yuri genuinely terrifies her, leaving Iris stunned. Iris raises her hands in disbelief, unable to understand why Mimosa would be afraid of Yuri. Mimosa frowns and admits she cannot understand what Yuri is thinking. Before meeting Yuri, Edward always carried himself with the dignity expected of his rank. Mimosa points out that someone of his status should know better than anyone how easily others can take advantage of him. She adds that Edward and the other boys around Yuri seemed far too easy for her to deceive and manipulate. Mimosa points out that everyone blindly follows Yuri despite her childish behavior, making her suspect that something deeper is going on. Iris takes a sip of tea and suggests that Mimosa might be overthinking it. She points out that Yuri's behavior will eventually backfire, since most aristocrats would dislike someone who acts that way. Mimosa still looks uneasy, so Iris decides to change the subject. Iris picks up a piece of chocolate and examines the lily symbol engraved on it. She warmly thanks Mimosa for supporting the Azuda company. Mimosa eagerly praises the Azuda conglomerate, clearly a huge fan. With sparkling eyes, Mimosa says that she and her mother love the brand. She especially praises the Capital Store's cafe and says their beauty products have done wonders for her skin. Iris smiles at Mimosa's excitement and decides to ask her for product feedback next time. Mimosa touches a finger to her lips and adds that Iris seems much prettier than when they first met. Iris's eyes widen as Mimosa teasingly asks if something good happened to her. Iris quickly denies it, claiming she has no time for such things. Mimosa giggles and points out how red her face is. Iris sulks as she covers her burning cheeks, then turns the question around and asks if anything good has happened to Mimosa. Mimosa thinks it over while sipping her tea. With a bittersweet smile, Mimosa admits she wants to find a partner, but the ongoing faction disputes make things difficult, especially with her family remaining neutral. Iris agrees that marriage can strengthen ties between noble families. Mimosa adds that with the political situation so uncertain, no one knows where each house will eventually stand. Mimosa rests her chin in her hands and admits that she has been feeling rather bored. She says it is fine since her time has not come yet, so she can simply spend her days figuring out what she wants. Iris quietly agrees. Iris smiles and invites Mimosa to join her next week for a private inspection of the Azuda Company's capital branch. Mimosa lights up with excitement, thrilled to finally have something to break up her boredom. She eagerly promises to ask her father for permission. Iris confirms the plan and explains that since it is a private inspection, Mimosa should bring no more than 2 guards. Iris adds that Dita, Lyle, and Tanya will be accompanying her. She asks Mimosa to send her a letter once she gets permission. Mimosa happily thanks her for the opportunity. Iris smiles warmly and tells her she is welcome as the afternoon light shines through the tall windows. Tanya calls out to Iris from across the carriage. She asks if something is bothering Iris about her earlier conversation with Mimosa, catching her off guard. Iris crosses her arms with a smile and admits that Tanya is quite perceptive. Tanya points out that Iris does not seem convinced Mimosa was simply overthinking things. Iris admits she is right. Iris gazes ahead and explains that while the idea seems far-fetched, she cannot stop thinking about it. Tanya reassures her that there is nothing wrong with thinking it over. She adds that talking things through with someone else might help clear her thoughts. Iris admits that although she told Mimosa that Yuri was only damaging her own reputation, she is not convinced that is the whole story. Tanya widens her eyes, surprised by the implication, and asks what she means. Iris explains that while nobles and officials criticized Yuri for acting without permission and wasting money on food distributions, the citizens saw it as genuine concern for their well-being. She points out that with the country's finances already in bad shape, Yuri's actions are reckless. In the long run, they will waste money without actually solving the people's problems. The kingdom is still burdened by debt from the war with Toware and continues to lose money. Iris notes that cutting unnecessary spending could stabilize the situation. At this rate, taxes will eventually have to rise. Iris wonders what the uninformed citizens will think when that happens. Tanya realizes that public criticism could turn against the government, and Iris confirms that it would. Tanya is shocked as she realizes the danger. If the rift between the government and the people widens, Yuri's faction could gain the upper hand, potentially leading citizens to demand Edward as their king. Iris explains that Yuri's actions toward the nobles could serve the same purpose. From another perspective, her outrageous behavior may have been a calculated move to win support for Edward's faction. Tanya is stunned by the possibility and asks if that is what Yuri's behavior was really about. Iris points out that nobles would normally be repelled by such behavior. She considers that Yuri's innocent demeanor might be nothing more than an act. Iris solemnly adds that Yuri could be deliberately showing everyone just how deeply Edward is blinded by love. Tanya clutches her dress in disbelief and demands to know why Yuri would go that far. Iris explains that the performance is meant for corrupt nobles who only care about lining their own pockets. She considers how the aristocracy's comfortable lifestyle could change if the first prince inherits the throne. Since the first prince rarely appears in public, no one truly knows where he stands on these matters. Iris lowers her gaze and points out that the noble's luxurious lifestyle could suddenly come to an end. She looks toward the window and notes that no one would willingly give up their status and fortune, especially nobles driven by self-interest. Iris asks what those nobles would think of Edward as he is now, leaving Tanya stunned. Tanya wonders if those nobles would see Edward as easy to manipulate, and Iris solemnly confirms it. Those nobles could simply flatter Yuri to win her favor, then have her persuade Edward to do whatever they wanted. Iris sighs softly as she looks out the window, admitting that it is all still speculation. She points out that Yuri would have little to gain by going to such lengths and hopes she is simply overthinking things. Tanya agrees, but suggests they stay cautious after hearing Iris's concerns. She decides to keep an eye on Yuri and gather more information about her, which Iris gladly agrees with. Back at the estate, Melrys greets Iris with open arms and excitedly calls her over. Melrys wraps her arms around Iris from behind and holds a frilly dress against her, catching her completely off guard. Melrys rests a hand on her chin and proudly declares that the color suits Iris perfectly. Iris admires the beautiful fabric. Melrys explains that Earl Dorenbald's invitation calls for pastel-colored dresses. She adds that the dress for Baron Messie's party is ready as well, made from Iris's own design. Iris thanks her mother and points out that a heavy gown would make moving around difficult. Tanya then notes that the dress matches Iris's eyes perfectly. Melrys suggests an elegant updo to complete the look and asks Tanya to style Iris's hair. As Tanya brushes her hair, Iris brings up Baron Messie's farewell party. She wonders why Baron Messie is returning home in the middle of the social season when so many nobles are still in the capital. Iris points out that leaving now seems like a waste of a valuable opportunity to gather information from other nobles. Melrys explains that Baron Messie's territory borders the Toware kingdom, so defending it is his top priority. Melrys sighs and says Earl Monroe should do the same instead of neglecting his own territory. Iris wonders what is keeping him in the capital. Melrys admits she does not know the exact reason, but Earl Monroe keeps staying in the capital, whether to build connections or for something else. He attends every kind of party and even hosts several himself, making his neglect of his own domain hard to understand. Iris agrees, pointing out that his territory's location is especially concerning since the Monroe domain was once a battlefield against Towire. Tasmeria's northern border faces the massive Toware kingdom, with the Messie and Monroe domains standing side by side as the kingdom's first line of defense. Toware spends most of the year in winter, making farming difficult, and rumors suggest its people are now suffering from famine. Tasmiria, on the other hand, has always enjoyed plentiful harvests. Its everlasting spring and fertile soil make it ideal for growing abundant crops. 30 years ago, Taware invaded Tasmiria to seize those plentiful harvests for itself. The Monroe domain, the kingdom's main breadbasket, became the first target of the bloody invasion. Taware and Tasmiria eventually agreed to a ceasefire, creating the fragile peace that remains to this day. As Tanya finishes styling her hair, Iris gazes into the mirror and thinks that stronger defenses would be far more reassuring, even with the ceasefire in place. Her expression turns serious as she wonders if she could truly protect the citizens and those dear to her if another crisis struck. Melrys suddenly calls her name, snapping Iris out of her thoughts. Melrys pulls her cheeks into a wide grin and warns Iris that making such a gloomy face before the party will only exhaust her. She urges her to smile instead. Iris relaxes and laughs warmly at her mother's cheerful encouragement. Melrys claps happily, while Tanya notes that Iris already looks much more relaxed. Melrys then suggests they loosen up with some yoga together. Iris stares at her mother in disbelief and asks if she means right now. Melrys happily admits that she has been hooked on yoga ever since Iris taught her. Tanya suggests doing yoga tomorrow morning instead, so Melrys proposes matching outfits for the session. Iris quietly agrees. A warm voice welcomes Melrys and Iris to the tea party. Iris admits that she feels nervous since it has been a long time since she attended one. Melrys reassures her, reminding her that Lady Dorenbald is a very kind person. Iris stares ahead in awe, her eyes widening at the beautiful sight before her. The garden is filled with elegantly dressed guests in pink and yellow gowns, gathered around tables covered with pastel green cloths. Iris clasps her hands in amazement, saying that everyone looks like blooming flowers. Melrys agrees, praising the host's excellent taste. Dorenbald spreads her arms with a bright smile as she welcomes Melrys and Iris, and Melrys happily greets her in return. Dorenbald invites them to join the table as lively chatter fills the garden. While Iris enjoys her tea, a guest compliments the stunning dress she wore to the Founding Day banquet. The curious noblewomen, including Dora, lean closer and ask where Iris bought such a beautiful dress. With an awkward smile, our girl explains that she commissioned it from a clothing shop in the Armelia fief using fabric brought by an Eastern merchant. She adds that the dress will soon be available for sale. When a noblewoman asks if she designed the dress herself, Iris humbly explains that she only gave the shop an idea of the overall shape, since she wanted something lighter than the usual heavy dresses. A noblewoman excitedly praises the dress, saying it stole the spotlight at the banquet and will soon have shops flooded with orders. Dora agrees, convinced the design will become the next big trend. Iris takes a sip of tea and realizes this could be a great chance to promote clothing shops in the Armelia fief, provided she can secure enough fabric to sell. One of the guests suddenly brings up the latest news about Earl Monroe, drawing everyone's attention. She mentions that the Monroe family seems to have grown quite wealthy lately. Dora agrees, pointing out that they have been hosting an unusually large number of parties. The ladies continue gossiping, noting that Earl Monroe's wife always shows up wearing new jewelry with massive gemstones. Even the local jeweler has confirmed that she has been buying huge amounts of dresses and accessories. Yet no one has heard of Earl Monroe starting any new businesses, leaving the ladies wondering where the sudden wealth came from. Iris listens carefully, knowing that the Monroe fief mainly earns its money from grain and other agricultural products. Dora wonders how the Monroe family's income could have increased so dramatically, then turns to Iris and asks if Earl Monroe has been visiting the Azuda Company, since she is its president. Iris gives a polite smile and explains that customer management is handled separately, so she does not know the details. Even if she did, she says she would never reveal a customer's information out of respect for their privacy. Melrys sets down her teacup and smoothly changes the subject, turning the conversation toward jewels as she addresses Dora. Melrys compliments the necklace Dora wore at the Founding Day banquet, saying its beauty left her mesmerized. Delighted by the praise, Dora reveals that it was made from topaz. The ladies continue admiring Dora's jewelry. One admits she begged her husband for a piece with the same reddish tint, then teases that Dora looked so beautiful that the Earl must have fallen for her all over again. Another lady playfully asks if Dora dressed up so beautifully that the Earl spent the entire evening worrying about her. Iris listens quietly with an awkward smile. A noblewoman suddenly turns to Iris and asks what kind of person she likes, catching her completely off guard. With a bright smile, the lady clarifies that she means Iris's ideal husband. Iris hesitates, quietly repeating the question to herself. She then responds with a knowing smile and shares her thoughts. Iris gently explains that everyone already knows about her broken engagement, so she plans to spend the rest of her life living quietly in the Armelia fief. She adds that she hopes to retire someday and devote her life to caring for orphans, a future she genuinely looks forward to. A noblewoman waves her hand in disbelief, teasing Iris that she cannot possibly be serious. Dorenbald proudly points out everything Iris has accomplished, from managing her territory and company to earning the favor of the Queen Dowager. She declares that anyone who marries Iris would be hitting the jackpot. Iris tilts her head in surprise and asks if she really thinks so. Dorenbald immediately assures her that she does. Dorenbald chuckles and admits that if her family's status were higher, she would have considered it an honor to welcome Iris into her own family. Later that night, Iris rides home in her carriage, quietly dwelling on Dorenbald's words about family status. The aristocratic hierarchy beneath the king is laid out clearly, with dukes at the top, followed by marquises, earls, barons, and knights. Iris gazes out the carriage window and realizes that only a handful of families can truly match a duke's status. Among the high nobility, she accepts, this is simply how things work. She then considers Yuri's remarkable rise in status, realizing how unusual it is for a baron's daughter to climb so quickly through the aristocracy. The Messi family, whom Iris will be visiting next, also holds the rank of baron. Baron Messi was once an exceptional military aide known as her grandfather's right hand, helping turn the tide of a war that left Tasmiria at a severe disadvantage. The narration explains that her grandfather was promoted to general for his military achievements, while Baron Messi was granted his current title and territory as a reward. Iris arrives at the grand ballroom in an elegant evening gown. She quickly realizes that the gathering belongs to Prince Alfred's faction. The ballroom is packed with influential figures, from top government officials and self-made nobles to commoners who earned recognition through science and the arts. Baron Messi approaches and calls out to Iris. She looks around in surprise, amazed by the number of accomplished people gathered there. Iris bows respectfully and thanks Messi for the invitation, then apologizes that her grandfather could not attend. Messi places a hand over his chest and says he is sorry to miss the general, but expects they will meet again soon. Iris politely asks if she can speak frankly and ask him something. Messi smiles and gives her permission to speak freely. Iris gets straight to the point and asks why he is returning to his fief so soon during the social season. Messi falls silent for a moment, his expression turning serious as he considers Iris's question. He firmly explains that he must leave because protecting the country's border is his duty. Iris is surprised by his words and repeats that it is his duty. Messi calmly confirms it. Messi explains that he was a military officer before receiving his title, and his determination to protect the land entrusted to him has never changed. With a knowing smirk, Messi adds that he must guard the border against their neighboring kingdom. Iris freezes as she realizes he means the Taware kingdom. Messi chuckles and admits that staying cautious has become an old habit. With the war not truly over, he believes there is no harm in remaining vigilant. He warns that Taware has always set its sights on Tasmiria, and the hatred between the two nations has only grown since the war, which remains deeply troubling. Iris takes his warning seriously and sincerely thanks him for the advice. Earl Sagittaria approaches with a wine glass and warmly greets Iris, remarking that it has been a long time since they last met. Iris admits she did not expect to see Sagittaria here. He agrees that his presence is rather unusual. Sagittaria explains that he came to assess which prince would be better suited for the throne. Iris recalls that Sagittaria served under her father and has been the Minister of Finance since the Queen Dowager's reign, giving him considerable influence over the nation's finances. She wonders what it would mean if someone this influential backed the other prince. Sagittaria only remarks that, as a mere bureaucrat, he can offer his support without drawing attention. Iris looks at him seriously and asks outright if he believes the first prince is better suited to rule the country. Sagittaria closes his eyes with a mysterious smile, leaving Iris without a clear answer. Instead, Sagittaria changes the subject and compliments Iris's gown, asking if she had it made with fabric from the East as well. Iris lightly touches the fabric and explains that she ordered this dress from a shop in her own domain. Sagittaria nods as an attendant offers him a drink, remarking that he has heard trade is thriving in the Armelia fief. Sagittaria raises his glass and jokes that he is jealous of how easily a coastal fief can prosper. Iris smiles politely and credits her people's hard work for the territory's success. Sagittaria chuckles at her modesty. Sagittaria's expression sharpens as he reveals that he has heard much of the territory's growth is actually thanks to Iris's personal efforts. Iris grows tense as he points out how dramatically the Armelia fief has changed under her leadership. He lists her achievements, from reforming the tax system and funding projects through her company to opening foreign trade, protecting orphans, and establishing a public military force. Then he asks what she is really trying to accomplish. Sagittaria turns toward Iris and bluntly asks if she is planning a revolt against the kingdom. Iris remains composed and firmly assures him that none of her actions should warrant such suspicion. She explains that a feudal lord's duty is to protect the people's safety and stability, and every decision she has made has put their well-being first. Ultimately, Iris says she only wants the people of her fief to live peaceful lives with smiles on their faces. Iris looks ahead with unwavering resolve and declares that even if the path is long and difficult, she will continue pursuing that goal. Sagittaria reflects on her words, recognizing her vision of a government that serves its people. He is impressed by her dedication at such a young age. His expression turns stern as he gives Iris a serious warning to be careful. He reminds her that others could easily mistake her actions for a threat against the central government. Iris lowers her gaze and thanks him sincerely for the warning. Sagittaria reveals that Prince Alfred was also testing Iris, explaining that some of her policies in Armelia could potentially benefit the entire country. Iris realizes that Prince Alfred had been assessing her abilities all along. Sagittaria asks if the revelation surprised her. Iris calmly admits that it did. Iris scans the crowded ballroom beneath the grand chandelier and realizes what this faction truly means. Many influential people here must already be secretly supporting Prince Alfred. Iris says she is honored that Prince Alfred has taken an interest in Armelia. Sagittaria warns that if the prince adopts reforms like hers, the king would need to keep a close eye on the power of the feudal lords. Iris lowers her gaze and admits that she is unsure whether such sweeping reforms would actually work within the kingdom's political system. Reforming the entire kingdom would take enormous amounts of time and wealth, while facing fierce resistance from the nobility and territorial lords. Sagittaria calmly assures Iris that Prince Alfred already understands how long such reforms would take. With confidence, he declares that if anyone can unite the entire country, it is Prince Alfred. Iris clasps her hands to her chest, quietly repeating the idea of uniting the country as one. Sagittaria simply nods, confirming her understanding. He then asks where Iris will stand when that decisive moment arrives, leaving her speechless. Iris lowers her head, admitting that she still cannot figure out what kind of person the first prince truly is. Iris admits that if uniting the country truly benefits the people, she believes it would be a wonderful achievement. Sagittaria chuckles and says he would genuinely like to see Iris stand beside Prince Alfred someday. Iris moves to the corner of the hall, still thinking about Sagittaria's words and what uniting the entire country could really mean. She wonders if unification would mean reducing the power of territorial lords and restoring greater authority to the king. Such a system could make the kingdom easier to govern, but forcing every fief into the same structure could also become a dangerous double-edged sword. A map shows how Tasmiria is divided among numerous fiefs, each ruled by its own feudal lord under the king's authority. They can set local laws and taxes as long as they do not conflict with the central government. Iris reminds herself that the Armelia family has always remained loyal to the royal family, and she has no intention of becoming a rebel against her parents' wishes. Memories of the smiling townspeople and children fill her mind, reminding her that protecting her citizens must always come first if a conflict ever threatens them. Iris grips her shoulder, torn by uncertainty, as she wonders what she should do when that fateful moment finally arrives. Dita wonders why they had to come here in the first place. Lyle calmly explains that they had no choice since their teacher specifically requested it, as the knights and soldiers continue their joint training in the courtyard below. Dita smirks and points out that neither of them belongs to the army or the knight order, yet they were still called over. Lyle remains silent beside him. Dita slumps onto the steps and complains that he would rather guard their beautiful princess than stand around with a bunch of sweaty men. Lyle reminds him that Tanya is handling the evening party's security, so Iris will be fine. Dita grins and remarks that their mistress has grown noticeably stronger lately. He also suspects she has been sneaking around late at night for some reason and wonders what she is planning. Lyle points out that there are few places to properly measure someone's strength and tells him to watch the training instead. Dita dismisses the idea as he wanders near the steps. Lyle watches the training and doubts that this gathering is really meant to build friendship between the royal knights and the army. The two swords crash together with tremendous force, sending sparks flying as the fighters struggle for an opening. An older soldier angrily drives his sword forward and challenges the inexperienced youngster, insisting that simply being able to move his body does not make him talented. Dita watches the brutal sparring and wonders how this could possibly promote friendship. Lyle agrees that it seems unlikely, while Dita praises their teacher for having the courage to step between the two sides. Gazelle approaches with a friendly smile and apologizes for calling them here. Lyle turns to greet their teacher as Dita looks over at him. Druna approaches from behind and asks General Gazelle who the two guests are. Gazelle glances back and agrees that it is time for proper introductions. Gazelle introduces Dida and Lyle as his students, explaining that he invited them over since they happen to be staying in the royal capital. Druna, wearing an eye patch and armor, gives a knowing smirk and says he has heard that both of them are quite skilled. Gazelle asks if they are ready to begin. Druna agrees and asks him to go easy on him. Gazelle introduces him as Druna Cotabelia, the leader of the Night Order and the father of Dorson, one of Edward's followers. He then asks whether anyone in the courtyard catches their interest. Dida and Lyle take a moment to consider the fighters below. Dida estimates that about 4 people are worth sparring with. Lyle, however, sees only 2 who might be worth facing. The clash of swords echoes across the courtyard as Lyle criticizes the fighters' weak technique, saying they simply lack the resolve to risk their lives. Gazelle calls him rather strict, but Lyle says he has only become this way recently. Dida then points out that Lyle's real motto is to be hard on himself and everyone else. Lyle calmly says Dida is far too lenient with his judgment. Dida puts a hand on his hip and argues that Lyle's standards are simply too high. The exhausted soldiers can barely stay on their feet after basic drills, with some collapsing onto the ground beside their swords. Dida calls out to his teacher and suggests training the soldiers properly instead of letting them waste their nights sparring. Without real battle experience, he says, they will be useless when it matters. Gazelle turns serious and tells him not to say that. No real battles have occurred since the war with Tower, leaving the soldiers with little chance to gain experience. The soldiers with actual combat experience are stationed along the border, making it unlikely that the royal guards will ever see real battle. Gazelle admits that their lack of preparation is inevitable under these circumstances, but he recognizes that it remains a serious problem. A soldier calls out to the general from afar. Gazelle waves to Dida and Lyle as he leaves, telling them to mingle with the others as they please. Dida raises a finger and asks Lyle which fighter he wanted to spar with. Lyle points out the brown-haired knight and the black-haired soldier at the far end of the courtyard. Dida groans when he realizes they picked the exact same opponents. He suggests taking the brown-haired knight while Lyle handles the other soldier, but a sharp voice suddenly calls out to them. Dorson points at them and angrily orders them to stop slacking off. Dida grits his teeth while Lyle silently watches him. Dida clenches his fist and sarcastically remarks that this is certainly one way to greet someone. Dorson scowls and wonders how they managed to win General Gazelle's favor. He dismisses them as lowly mercenaries, chasing ambitions far beyond their station. Dida stares at him in confusion and grabs his cloak. Dorson smugly assumes they came here hoping to join the Royal Knights, since the training grounds are the perfect place to build connections. He explains that serving the country as a knight is an honorable ambition, but becoming a royal knight requires unwavering resolve. Dida turns away and struggles to hold back his laughter. Dida glances at Lyle with an amused grin and laughs at the idea of them wanting to become knights. Lyle closes his eyes and calmly agrees that it is ridiculous. Their expressions turn cold as Dida asks what the country has ever done for them. Dida firmly declares that the only person they owe anything to is the master who saved them, so serving this country is completely out of the question. Dorson's eye twitches with anger as Dida smirks from the shadows and mockingly calls him the young master of the Royal Knights. He assures Dorson that serving anyone else has never crossed his mind. Enraged by the disrespect, Dorson draws his sword and orders Dida to draw his own. Dida grins and unsheathes his blade, happily accepting the challenge. Lyle calls out his name in concern. Dida clicks his tongue and asks Druna if the duel is allowed. The knight captain calmly gives his approval. Gazelle steps forward and announces that he will referee the match. The duel begins, and the 2 swords clash in a blinding flash. Their blades lock as Dida points out that a knight's duty is to protect the castle and royal family. He then asks Dorson what truly matters when protecting something. Dida unleashes a barrage of powerful strikes and questions whether protection is about how many people one can kill or simply how strong one is. Dorson grits his teeth as he realizes the gap between them. Dida gives him a sharp grin and declares that both assumptions are completely wrong. A swift slash cuts through the air as Dida explains that what truly matters is accurately judging an opponent's strength. Dida knocks Dorson's sword out of his hand, sending it spinning to the ground as the knight loses his balance and falls. With his blade pointed at the defeated knight, Dida asks if Dorson would only think about defeating an enemy beyond his strength while protecting his master. Dorson sweats as the blade hovers inches from him. Dida tells him that defeating the enemy should never be the priority. Keeping his master safe comes first. Dida explains that running away is perfectly fine if it is the best way to protect one's master. Nothing else matters as long as that duty is fulfilled. Dida gives Dorson a piercing glare and says that while he may have skill, that is all he truly possesses. Dorson remains slumped on the floor as Dida dismisses his pride in the knights. He declares that he would face any battle without hesitation and risk everything to protect his princess. Dorson stares up at him in shock as Dida delivers his final verdict. He is no true knight. The sword passes inches from Dorson's terrified face before a voice urgently orders Dida to stop. Dida sheathes his blade with a sharp click and casually explains that he never intended to cut Dorson since they are only using blunt training swords. Gazelle sighs as the soldiers whisper in surprise, admitting that his old eyes can still tell what really happened. Gazelle announces that the match is over and orders everyone to stop staring and return to training as Druna walks away. Dorson sits on the ground and uneasily calls out to his father as Druna passes by. Druna looks down at him sternly and reveals that both men were scouted by the Royal Knights and the army, asking if Dorson really had no idea. Dorson lowers his head in stunned silence as Druna walks away, telling him that his worldview is far too narrow. Druna warns that obsessing over one person while disregarding proper conduct elsewhere is unacceptable for a knight. Dorson must take responsibility and avoid bringing shame to the order. Druna looks back and reminds him that the Royal Knights devote their swords to the royal family. He then asks Dorson who his own sword truly serves and tells him to think carefully about it. A knock sounds at the door of the Armelia residence as someone asks for permission to enter. Tanya announces Mimosa's arrival, and Iris realizes the time has passed. She asks Tanya to let her in while she finishes reading her letter. Tanya hesitates, wondering if it is safe to let Mimosa in, but Iris assures her that there is nothing important around. Iris smiles and reminds Tanya that Mimosa is a dear friend before carefully folding the letter. At her desk, Iris reads through Dean's letters and recalls that he has been sending updates regularly since she arrived in the capital. Dean asks how life in the capital has been before explaining that he is writing to update her on several matters that have progressed since her departure. His report reveals that the land rezoning and family registry projects in Armelia are complete, although some rural areas still struggle because of local customs. With the land boundaries now clear, identifying owners and signing contracts during trades has become much easier. Dean then moves on to the plan for a secondary education facility. Instead of simply expanding elementary education, Dean proposes turning the facility into a vocational school that can provide more advanced training, a suggestion that immediately catches Iris's interest. Dean points out that craftsmen already train apprentices, so vocational education is not entirely new. He believes their new system must offer something truly worthwhile. Iris takes a sip of tea and groans in embarrassment as Dean correctly guesses that she is still working, despite being in the capital. Dean urges her not to overwork herself and reminds her to take care of her health, stressing that returning safely to the fief is what matters most. Iris smiles softly at his closing words, touched by his reminder that everyone back home is waiting for her safe return. The door opens as Tanya announces that she has brought Mimosa to the room. Iris greets Mimosa and apologizes for receiving her in the study, but Mimosa cheerfully tells her not to worry because she is feeling generous today. Mimosa happily lifts her dress and reveals how excited she has been ever since her father gave her permission to come. Iris compliments the outfit, and Mimosa explains that she dressed like a merchant's daughter for their undercover outing before pointing an accusing finger at her. Mimosa points at the letter in Iris's hands, leaving our girl flustered and speechless. Mimosa giggles and teases Iris for looking like a maiden in love, wondering if the letter came from someone special. Iris blushes and dismisses the teasing, insisting that the letter is only about business back in the fief. She sets the letter aside and declares that she has no time for something as trivial as love. Mimosa's expression turns troubled as she quietly calls Iris's name, making our girl turn back in surprise. Mimosa clasps her hands to her chest and earnestly asks Iris not to treat love as something trivial. The sudden change in mood catches Iris off guard, and she steps closer with concern. Mimosa reminds Iris of their days at the academy, when she was deeply in love with Edward and seemed truly radiant. Back then, Iris would light up with happiness whenever she talked about Edward. Mimosa warmly recalls how bright that happiness felt, especially to someone like herself who had never had anyone to love. Iris offers a bittersweet smile and admits that things ended terribly, while Mimosa listens with quiet empathy. Iris remembers the conflicting emotions she once felt, from the joy of being near Edward to the painful jealousy of seeing him with Yuri. A tear rolls down her cheek as she recalls the helpless anger she could never release. The memories still weigh heavily on Iris's heart whenever she looks back on those painful days. Iris leans against the table and realizes that, deep down, she is still afraid of what it truly means to love someone. Mimosa reaches toward her and admits that, despite knowing how busy Iris is, there is something she needs to say. She gently takes Iris's hands and explains that because of everything that happened, she wants nothing more than to see her find happiness. Mimosa looks into Iris's startled eyes and urges her not to reject love before giving it a chance or deny the person she once was. Iris softly calls Mimosa's name as they continue holding each other's hands. Iris lowers her gaze and quietly accepts her friend's words, agreeing with a gentle smile. Mimosa leans closer and apologizes, admitting that she may have been selfish to say all that. Iris gently rests her face against Mimosa's and offers her friend a warm, reassuring smile. Morning settles over the capital as the city comes alive beneath the bright sky. Mimosa throws her arms up in excitement, amazed that she finally gets to explore the capital on foot for the first time. Tanya calls Iris by the name Alice and asks how she is feeling, leaving Mimosa confused by the unfamiliar name. Iris quietly explains that Alice is her alias, since using her real name in public could attract unwanted attention. Mimosa cheerfully suggests using Misha as her own alias for the outing, and Iris readily agrees. The group spots a massive crowd gathered along the street and decides to see what is happening. A bell rings above the shop entrance as a cheerful voice welcomes the arriving guests. The waiter asks how many are in their group, then offers to seat all 7 immediately if they do not mind splitting between tables. The group gladly agrees. Mimosa sighs with relief after sitting down, admitting she never expected such a long line. Iris apologizes and explains that using her real name would have defeated the purpose of the visit. As cake is served, Iris explains that she came as an ordinary customer to assess the service, see what kind of people visit, and judge the quality of the products. Mimosa smiles and assures her that she does not mind, adding that their walk made her hungry anyway. Iris smiles with relief, pleased that Mimosa is enjoying herself. A staff member welcomes customers as a crowd waits outside the Azuda Company's Grand Café. The long line outside catches Iris's attention, confirming that business is booming. The shop is divided into 2 sections, with one dedicated to takeout orders while a server prepares baked goods at the counter. The other section serves as a dining area where guests can relax with tea and pastries. Iris studies the room carefully, taking note of how everything is arranged. The line outside never seems to shrink. Iris suspects it is because dine-in and takeout customers are forced to wait in the same queue. Iris studies the menu with a frown, unsure whether expanding the current shop or opening a second branch would be the better choice. Tanya raises her hand and calls over the waiter, letting him know they are ready to order. She orders the cake set and chocolate-covered assorted fruit. The cafe uses paper slips to send orders to the kitchen, while each table has a numbered wooden plaque used to track orders and bills. Staff place the order slips inside the plaques at the cashier counter, where they calculate each bill with an abacus. Each plaque has 2 sides, with white showing that all orders have arrived and black indicating that more items are still pending. The server places the cake and tea on the table with a polite clack, thanking everyone for waiting. Mimosa takes a bite and lights up with delight, praising how delicious the dessert is. Iris giggles, happy that her friend enjoys it. Mimosa reaches over with her fork and asks for a bite of Iris's dessert, and our girl gladly agrees. Iris surveys the dining area and is impressed that, despite the overwhelming crowd, both the service and food quality remain excellent. She feels proud seeing how hard all her employees are working. Mimosa pauses mid-bite and asks how Iris came up with the idea for the cafe in the first place. Iris thinks for a moment before explaining that it all started with having access to quality ingredients like raw cocoa beans. Mimosa is amazed that such a simple advantage could turn into such a successful business, but Iris credits the capable and supportive people around her. Iris explains that they began with Merida's recipe and that the cafe's success ultimately came from everyone's hard work. A bell rings as the customers leave, and the staff cheerfully thank them for visiting. Once outside, Iris suggests checking out the beauty shops next, as she continues through the city with Mimosa and their guards. Iris browses the displays through a shop window and explains that she also wants to compare the capital's current market prices. Mimosa happily tries on a top hat, making Iris laugh as she holds another one. A nearby food stall fills the air with steam and tempting aromas. Daida buys some snacks and cheerfully offers one to Tanya, who backs away in annoyance at his antics. Mimosa presses a hand against a shop window and excitedly calls out to Alice. She points at the shop and gushes over the beautiful items inside, but Iris suddenly freezes after noticing something farther down the street. A hooded figure is hurriedly led through a doorway by an attendant, and Iris recognizes the face beneath the hood. The figure disappears inside as the door closes, leaving Iris staring down the now empty side street. Iris stands frozen with a hand against her chest, wondering if the person she just saw was Lady Yuri. Mimosa notices Iris suddenly stop in the crowded street and turns back, asking what is wrong. Iris freezes with wide eyes, disturbed by the thought that she may have just seen Lady Yuri. She uneasily tells Mimosa that she thinks Lady Yuri just walked past them. What bothers her most is that Yuri seemed to be alone, with no attendant and only a mysterious person accompanying her. Mimosa seems skeptical and suggests that Iris may have simply mistaken someone else for her. After all, Yuri is now a prince's fiancé, so it would be strange for her to wander around town without an attendant. Our girl reluctantly agrees, hoping that she really was mistaken. Iris tries to put the matter aside, while Mimosa suggests strolling around a little longer before heading to the company. They soon arrive at the capital branch of the Azuda Company, with Iris still hoping that her earlier suspicion was unfounded. Mimosa beams with excitement, saying this visit feels like a dream because she has always wanted to come here. Iris smiles and thanks her for being such a loyal customer before suddenly gasping. Mimosa worries about entering without her membership card, especially while disguised. Iris reassures her that, as the company owner, she can personally approve Misha's entry. Mimosa clasps her hands and praises Iris for being such an impressive president, relieved that she will not be turned away. An attendant bows respectfully at the entrance and welcomes Iris and Mimosa to the manor. Barrett greets them with a warm smile, and Iris happily says it is good to see him again. Iris points out that Barrett does not seem surprised by her arrival. He calmly explains that he had already heard she was coming to the capital. She jokes that news travels too quickly for surprise inspections to work, prompting Barrett to explain the situation. Barrett explains that aristocrats visit the building every day, making it a place where mistakes cannot be tolerated. Even the smallest error could cause a major problem, so the staff must remain on guard at all times. Iris thanks him for the explanation and looks forward to seeing the inside as they walk through the building. A carriage suddenly arrives outside, drawing Iris's attention as she turns toward the people stepping out. Her expression turns serious as she asks Barrett to take Mimosa inside first. She then asks him to come back as soon as possible so they can talk privately. Barrett agrees without hesitation. An attendant welcomes Earl Monroe and offers to escort him upstairs. Monroe laughs and introduces the man accompanying him, asking the staff to take good care of them. From the shadows, Iris, Tanya, and Lyle watch as Monroe and his companion head upstairs. Iris recognizes Monroe as a frequent visitor to the company, confirming that the rumors about him were true. Lyle wonders if the young man is Monroe's son, but Iris says she has never seen him at any aristocratic gatherings. He also cannot be a servant since Monroe introduced him as a companion. Iris studies the unfamiliar man, realizing she cannot remember ever seeing him before. She then calls for Tanya. She asks Tanya to investigate Monroe's recent activities and look into the man accompanying him. Tanya agrees, just as a voice announces that Barrett has returned. Barrett closes the door and apologizes for bringing Iris to such a plain room, but she assures him that it is fine since her visit was unexpected. Iris asks about Monroe's frequent visits, and Barrett confirms that the Earl comes once or twice a week. She then asks what Monroe usually buys, prompting Barrett to think for a moment. Barrett explains that Monroe's wife regularly buys beauty products in bulk, while the Earl himself favors sweets and recently purchased cologne. He even bought an entire carriage full of chocolate once. Iris asks whether Monroe pays for everything up front, and Barrett confirms that he always does. Iris grows troubled as she recalls that the company's membership products are expensive luxury goods, just as she heard at the tea party. Monroe visits every week and pays up front for huge amounts of expensive products, leaving Iris wondering where all that money comes from. Barrett notices Iris lost in thought and calls her name, snapping her back to reality. She quickly apologizes and returns to the matter at hand. Iris asks Barrett if there are any current problems or areas where the company could improve. She explains that while she regularly reads the reports, discussing things directly is often much more effective. Barrett asks if she knows that membership registrations have started to slow down. Iris says she does, adding that the current staff can barely handle the workload. The company's noble product line uses an exclusive membership system designed to give wealthy customers a sense of prestige. To serve them, Azuda Company bought a grand mansion in the capital where aristocrats can shop comfortably in private rooms. Iris realizes that assigning an attendant to every private room naturally explains why the branch is struggling with a staff shortage. She recalls the earlier proposal to hire more workers and asks Barrett what happened to it. He admits that complications came up. Barrett then reveals that he was the one who rejected the proposal to hire additional staff. Iris looks surprised and asks why, prompting Barrett to explain that he specifically needs workers who are already trained. Since the branch serves high-ranking nobles, proper etiquette is essential. Training inexperienced recruits while already short-staffed would be too risky. Barrett points out the problem. They desperately need more employees, but they cannot simply hire anyone. Iris considers his reasoning and understands why experienced workers are necessary. She reassures Barrett that she understands and promises to find a solution, even if it takes some time. Barrett bows gratefully, thanking her for her understanding. As Iris enjoys her tea, the problem becomes even clearer. Even former employees of noble households cannot be hired without careful consideration. Iris realizes they cannot risk hiring spies from other noble families, meaning every candidate would require a thorough background check. Just then, Mimosa calls from the doorway and apologizes for keeping her waiting. Iris welcomes her back with a smile as Mimosa excitedly rushes in, praising all the amazing new merchandise. Mimosa gushes over the herbal tea, praising its lovely fragrance, tart flavor, and beautiful red color. Iris asks if she likes it, and Mimosa happily says yes. Her cheerful mood suddenly fades as she grows hesitant and troubled. With a bittersweet smile, Mimosa tells Iris that she will soon be returning to her fief. Iris sets her cup down with a sharp clack, staring at Mimosa in surprise. Mimosa smiles warmly and thanks Iris for the wonderful time, saying it was just like their days together at school. Iris places a hand on her shoulder and promises to keep in touch through letters. Mimosa happily promises to write back. Under the twilight sky, the two friends say goodbye and promise to meet again. Iris then returns home. General Gazelle greets Iris with a wide grin, while Melrys warmly welcomes her home with a cup of tea. Iris stares in complete shock as Tanya, Lyle, and Dita stand behind her, looking equally exhausted and bewildered. Iris demands to know why her grandfather is in the capital. Gazelle laughs and casually explains that he simply wanted to visit and stay for a few days. Gazelle pats Iris on the head and asks if she feels lonely, knowing she will soon return to the domain. He then asks Iris to lend him Dita and Lyle for a while. She wonders if he plans to train them. Gazelle admits it is not exactly training, though it is practically the same thing. Iris turns to Dita and Lyle to hear their thoughts. Dita gives a nervous smile and admits that he would rather sit this one out if possible. Gazelle responds with a terrifyingly cheerful grin, making it clear that refusing is not an option. Gazelle throws an arm around both men and happily drags them away. Iris awkwardly waves goodbye before turning to Tanya. Iris thanks Tanya for her hard work and tells her to rest for the night. She plans to finish a few documents before going to bed. Tanya looks concerned and urges Iris to get some rest as soon as possible. Iris gives Tanya a grateful smile and thanks her for the concern. The door slowly closes behind Tanya as Byrne enters, his expression unusually serious. Byrne admits that he has wanted to have a proper conversation with Iris ever since the party. He sits down and explains that her return to the fief is approaching, so he wanted to see her before she leaves. Iris smiles gently and praises him for all his hard work, adding that she has not been around to help much herself. After taking a sip of tea, she asks Byrne how things have been going lately. Byrne lowers his gaze and says he has been learning a lot while working alongside their father. Still, he regrets wasting so much time in the past and knows he cannot get it back. Iris gently reassures him that he was not simply wasting his time. Some experiences, she reminds him, can only be had during one's student years. Byrne reflects on those days, remembering, studying together, and sharing a dormitory with the others. Iris explains that those experiences cannot be repeated after graduation, and that both good and bad memories can become valuable lessons for the future. Byrne clenches his hands in remorse and admits that he feels guilty for taking such an important period of her life away from his older sister. With his head bowed, Byrne asks Iris to let him apologize. Iris quietly sets her thoughts aside and asks what he feels he needs to apologize for. Byrne explains that he wants to apologize for what happened when she was expelled from the academy. Iris sets down her teacup and tells him there is no need to apologize. She admits that she let her emotions get the better of her and harassed Lady Yuri. She calmly insists that it was her own mistake and assures Byrne that he was not solely responsible. Byrne falls silent before reminding Iris that she has said the same thing to him before. He lowers his eyes with a firm expression and tells her that he believes she is wrong. Byrne admits that, just like Iris, he had been acting purely on emotion back then. He recalls standing before Prince Edward and Lady Yuri, admitting that he only wanted Yuri to like him and desperately wanted to protect her happiness. Byrne turns away in embarrassment, admitting how ashamed he feels whenever he remembers his past behavior. He regrets that, despite being the son of a duke, he never considered how much influence his actions carried. Iris calmly points out that it is important to keep emotions in check and never let them overwhelm one's judgment. She tells Byrne that she has already accepted his apology and that they do not need to dwell on the matter any longer. Byrne clenches his fists and admits that, although he knows this confession is partly for his own sake, there is something else he needs to say. He looks up with a tormented expression and confesses that he acted arrogantly, even going as far as plotting against Iris. Byrne admits that his actions deeply hurt his sister, even though he knew she still had feelings for the prince. Byrne lowers his gaze and firmly says that, as her family, he has to sincerely apologize for what he did. Iris grows melancholic as she reflects on the connection between her current self and the person she was in her past life. She realizes that her past self and the Iris she is now have become completely intertwined. A painful memory suddenly returns, taking her back to the moment Byrne and Edward condemned her. She remembers collapsing in despair that day, with Prince Edward shielding Yuri while Byrne stood beside them. The academy memories resurface, reminding her how painful it was to watch the two people she cherished choose Yuri and abandon her. In front of the entire academy, the accusation was made against her without hesitation, leaving everyone watching in stunned silence. Iris grips her skirt as she remembers how that betrayal made her swear never to fall in love again and left her struggling to trust others. She realizes that being rejected by her own family that day permanently changed the way she saw the world. Even when Byrne once looked at her with coldness, Iris still wished they could reconcile as siblings. Iris accepts his apology, but admits that she is not ready to forgive him yet. Byrne smiles with relief and thanks her, saying that hearing those words is enough for him. Iris then sits by the window, gazing into the night. She looks out into the darkness and wonders if the original Iris would have been able to forgive him. Byrne gets up to leave, glancing back at her with a calm, reassured expression. Iris enters the room and greets her grandfather Gazelle, who warmly returns the greeting and asks if she has eaten breakfast. She confirms that she has. Iris gives Gazelle a piercing stare and asks why Lyle and Dita still have not returned since yesterday. Gazelle scratches his ear awkwardly and admits that he let the two drink far too much during their night out. Iris sighs in frustration, pointing out that he came to visit only to leave her guards completely useless the next day. She firmly tells him not to overdo it with her guards again. She points at him and warns that excessive drinking is bad for his health, no matter how high his alcohol tolerance is. Gazelle can only shrink back with a strained groan. Gazelle happily clinks mugs with Dida and Lyle, explaining that drinking with knights and military officials is boring, so he chose to drink with them instead, since they would soon be leaving the capital. Iris admits that she understands he simply got carried away having fun. Suddenly, someone knocks on the door and announces that he has come to pick up Grandfather Gazelle. Gazelle instantly recognizes the voice and freezes in terror, his face covered in sweat. Iris is startled when Rudy enters, while Gazelle quickly ducks behind the sofa to hide. Rudy enters the room as Iris looks over in confusion. From behind the couch, Gazelle desperately whispers for her to tell Rudy that he is not there. Rudy leans over the couch with an intimidating smile, saying he heard Gazelle drank everything in the store again and demanding to know how many times he has to tell him to show some restraint. The old general trembles under the scolding. Rudy gives him a stern look and reminds him that he is a general of the country. He warns that it would be pathetic for someone of his rank to get attacked and defeated simply because he drank too much. Rudy orders Gazelle to stop drinking so much when he goes out. Iris muffles her laughter behind her fist while Gazelle winces through the lecture. Iris wipes away a tear of amusement and smiles, saying it has been quite a while since she last saw Rudy. Rudy raises a hand with a polite smile and introduces himself as Rudius Gibb Anderson, apologizing for their chaotic first greeting. Gazelle is Iris's grandfather, while Iris and Byrne belong to House Armelia. Rudy is her cousin, 2 years older than her and the heir to House Anderson. Iris giggles and assures him that it is fine, mentioning that she was also telling Gazelle to drink less. Rudy smiles and asks her to keep reminding him, since Gazelle actually listens to her. Iris turns toward Gazelle and asks if he agrees. He peeks over the couch with a defeated groan, clearly having nowhere left to hide. Iris asks how things are going in the Anderson fief. Rudy explains that as the heir, he helps manage the domain while keeping up with his studies, though most of his work is still behind the scenes. Rudy smiles gently and reflects that if he and his father had inherited Grandfather Gazelle's strength, they might have followed a different path. He figures that trait probably came from his aunt's side instead. Rudy turns toward Gazelle and firmly tells him it is time to go home, startling the general as he tries to crawl away. Gazelle turns around and defiantly shouts that he is staying right there. Rudy grabs Gazelle by the ear and demands to know what he is talking about, ordering him to behave and listen. He points out that numerous matters are being delayed because of him as Gazelle groans in pain. Rudy calmly drags Gazelle away by the ear, wishing Iris well and promising they can have a proper conversation next time. She gives them an awkward wave goodbye. Tanya waits quietly near the doorway with a wooden serving cart loaded with a teapot, teacups, and other supplies. Out in the hallway, Tanya approaches Rudy as he prepares to leave with Gazelle. She bows respectfully and wishes him a safe journey home. Rudy responds with a sharp, calculating stare. Rudy looks back and points out that Tanya seems to be investigating Yuri. He firmly advises her not to get too deeply involved. Tanya remains silent as his warning sinks in, making it clear that she should stay away from the matter for Iris's own sake. Tanya enters with the tea cart as Iris giggles and apologizes, explaining that Rudy and Grandfather Gazelle have already left. Iris compares their visit to a sudden storm that appeared and disappeared just as quickly. She then notices Tanya gripping the cart with a dark expression and calls out to her in concern. Tanya pauses before looking directly at Iris and saying that she has something important to tell her about Yuri. Iris taps her knee thoughtfully and agrees, deciding they should move somewhere private to discuss it. In the study, Iris considers the report and recalls that Lady Yuri was born to a royal castle maid and Baron Noir. Tanya mentions that Yuri's mother was famous for her beauty, and Iris notes that Yuri herself is quite cute. Iris looks up curiously and asks if Yuri was left completely alone after her mother passed away. Tanya confirms this with a solemn look, explaining that shortly after her mother's death, a man claiming to be a relative arrived and took Yuri in. Iris raises a hand and asks if Baron Noir was not the one who took her in. Tanya explains that she could find no other information, only that a man claiming to be a relative took Yuri in. Iris rests her chin on her hand and considers the mysterious gap in Yuri's past. Tanya reveals that she found no trace of her between her mother's death and her enrollment in the academy as a baron's daughter. Iris lowers her head in thought and realizes that if Yuri was taken in by relatives, there are only two possibilities: her father's family or her mother's. Since Yuri had lived only with her mother in the city, Iris doubts that her maternal relatives were involved. She wonders if they took Yuri in after her mother's death, before eventually handing her over to the Noir family. If Yuri's paternal relatives had taken her in, Iris reasons that she should have gone directly to the Baron's household. She cannot understand why Baron Noir waited until her academy enrollment to acknowledge her, especially since she is his only child. Iris points out that there was nothing stopping Baron Noir from officially adopting Yuri as his heir much earlier. That leaves one unsettling possibility: a complete stranger claiming to be her relative took her in. Iris brings a hand to her chin as the unanswered questions continue to pile up. She concludes that something suspicious is happening behind the scenes. Iris asks how Baron Noir confirmed that Yuri was his daughter. Tanya explains that a pendant originally given to Yuri's mother, along with Yuri's strong resemblance to her, served as the main evidence. Iris narrows her eyes as she silently considers the explanation. She reflects on the pendant and admits that without DNA testing or other scientific methods, physical resemblance was probably the best evidence available, especially since changing one's face is impossible. Tanya then mentions that she also has a report concerning Earl Monroe. Iris immediately asks if she found anything, and Tanya confirms that she did. Tanya reveals that she investigated the man who accompanied Earl Monroe that day. His name is Devon. She explains that Devon appears to be staying at the Monroe household as a guest, and the two have also been visiting the Azuda company together frequently. Iris repeats the name Devon thoughtfully as Tanya adds that quite a few witnesses have seen the two together. Tanya apologizes for not finding more information, explaining that all she could uncover was that Devon is the president of the Ira company. Iris touches her chin as she recalls the Ira company, remembering that it mainly deals in food supplies. Alone at her desk, Iris considers the connection and wonders if Earl Monroe is affiliated with the same company. The Monroe fief is a major grain-producing region, while the Ira company specializes in food trading, making business between them perfectly natural. Iris taps her fingers against the desk as she realizes the real question is where those food supplies are ultimately going. Her finger suddenly stops as she turns her attention to Tanya. Iris gives her a resolute look and orders her to investigate Devon and the Ira company further, especially where their products are being sold and who is buying them. Tanya accepts the order with a respectful bow. Iris grips her quill and considers how much Earl Monroe's influence has grown recently. The amount of agricultural goods traded between the Monroe fief and the company has clearly increased, yet Iris has heard nothing about food prices falling in the capital. That raises a troubling possibility. The excess food could be getting shipped somewhere else in secret. Iris leaves the room, her footsteps echoing through the quiet corridor. Iris approaches her father, Duke Louis, and politely greets him as he stands with a pipe in hand. Louis turns from the tall window and calmly asks if she is leaving. Iris confirms that she plans to leave once everything is prepared, most likely tomorrow. Louis quietly acknowledges her answer. Louis turns serious and tells her that he has one warning to give her before she leaves. He sternly warns Iris to be careful around Queen Elia and House Mayeria. Iris reacts with surprise, repeating Queen Elia's name and the noble house with an uneasy expression. Louis confirms it and explains that during the country's commemoration party, people from both Tasmiria and abroad realize that Iris has the Queen Dowager's full support. Although Queen Elia has been steadily building her own influence, the Queen Dowager Elia remains immensely powerful both inside and outside the country. As Prime Minister, Louis already makes House Armelia a threat to the Second Prince's faction. With both Melrys and Iris favored by the Queen Dowager, their house is becoming an even bigger obstacle. Iris points out that House Armelia has always remained strictly neutral, supporting neither the First Prince nor the Second Prince. She argues that this gives their family no reason to become a target. Even if their enemies acted out of spite, attacking a powerful Duke house would be far too risky for anyone to attempt. Louis gives her a chilling look and asks if she would still think that way if he told her Queen Elia was responsible for the murder of the previous queen, Sharia. Iris freezes in shock, her eyes widening at the unexpected revelation. Louis taps his pipe against the table and explains that it is only a suspicion for now. No physical evidence was left behind, making it impossible to launch an official investigation against Queen Elia. Louis fixes Iris with a sharp gaze through his monocle and warns that with such dark rumors surrounding her, staying cautious around Queen Elia is the safest choice. Iris grips the fabric over her chest as the warning sinks in, leaving her with a growing sense of unease. Louis raises a finger and reveals that there is another important reason to be wary of Queen Elia. Iris looks up in realization as Louis points out that she has gained far more power and influence than she realizes. He lists her growing assets, acting as a feudal lord, managing the Azuda Company, and having the Queen Dowager's backing. Together, they make her influence difficult to measure. Louis explains that the First Prince's faction will almost certainly try to recruit her. Gaining both House Armelia and the Queen Dowager's support would give them tremendous power. Iris lowers her gaze as she realizes that from the Second Prince's perspective, the threat of being overwhelmed at any moment is more than enough reason to target her family. She apologizes for failing to consider the consequences and putting both herself and House Armelia at risk. Louis tells her not to worry, admitting that he also failed to recognize just how much influence she had gained. Louis gives her a sharp look and says they are fortunate that nothing has happened yet. That is exactly why she needs to remain extremely cautious. Iris thanks her father sincerely and promises to take his warnings to heart. As she turns to leave, Louis calls her back and offers one final piece of advice before her departure. He tells Iris to investigate the Rubens family, leaving her surprised by the unfamiliar name. Louis confirms that Iris is investigating Lady Yuri and reveals that the Rubens family was responsible for sending Yuri's mother to the royal castle as a maid. Iris freezes in shock as the unexpected connection leaves her speechless. Louis looks toward the window and says that this is all the information he can provide. He trusts Iris to piece together what it means for the situation in the country. Louis gives her a stern look and warns her not to have her subordinates investigate further inside the castle. Their actions are already provoking people and causing dangerous ripples. Iris bows her head remorsefully and apologizes, understanding that her father is warning her to stop digging deeper into the matter. She gives Louis a respectful curtsy and thanks him for the valuable information. Iris takes her leave as Louis places a hand on her shoulder and warmly tells her to be careful on her journey. Iris leaves the study, and the heavy door closes behind her. As she walks through the grand corridor, Iris turns her attention back to the connection between Earl Monroe and the Era Company. Iris clutches her arm as she considers Lady Yuri, Queen Elia, and House Maeria, overcome by a strong sense that something dangerous is approaching. An uneasy feeling tells Iris that events are unfolding beyond her knowledge. She realizes she needs to return to the Armelia fief as soon as possible. Iris pulls back the carriage curtain and sighs in relief as the familiar Armelia fief finally comes into view. Tanya reminds her not to let her guard down until they reach the mansion safely, and Iris quietly agrees. The curtain falls back into place as the carriage continues down the road. Their journey back to Armelia had been filled with days of constant tension and uncertainty. They endured the exhausting journey as the carriage traveled from morning until night with barely any rest. The group traveled under cover of darkness and secretly rested at inns along the way. Iris stayed on high alert, fearing that Queen Elia might send someone to attack them. The uncertainty of their safety continued to weigh heavily on our girl. Despite the danger, Lyle, Dida, and the rest of the escort protected her throughout the journey without complaint. Seba steps outside the mansion to welcome Iris home, bringing a bright smile to her face as Tanya helps her down from the carriage. Sebas acknowledges how exhausting the journey must have been and urges Iris to get some proper rest, which she quietly agrees to. Before heading inside, Iris turns back and warmly thanks everyone for bringing her home safely. Her voice softens as she sincerely apologizes, leaving her retainers stunned. Iris admits that her actions put everyone in serious danger and warns that even greater risks may await them in the future. She deeply regrets dragging everyone into such danger, prompting Lyle to step forward. Lyle reassures her that there is nothing to apologize for, saying they are proud to serve as her sword and shield. Tanya, Dita, and Lyle reaffirm that they will remain by Iris's side and honor the vow they made to her. Iris remembers how they first placed their trust in her during their initial inspection of the fief and thanks them with heartfelt gratitude. Late that night, Iris finally returns to her bedroom and rests a hand on the bed. She reflects on the journey, relieved that nothing went wrong this time. Still, Iris knows she cannot let her guard down. Losing her position as a duke's daughter is one thing, but her life itself could be at risk. She buries her face in the bedding, realizing that living in constant fear could make her suspicious of everything. Her father's warning and the rumors surrounding Queen Elia make one thing clear. Her enemy is willing to use violence, poison, assassination, or even clever schemes to get what she wants. Iris wonders what kind of plan Queen Elia might be preparing to bring about her downfall. But she quickly steels herself, deciding that fear is no reason to sit around doing nothing. Running away has never been her style. With her resolve restored, our girl decides to put everything back in order and return to her duties as fief lord the next morning. The next morning, Iris enters her office and freezes at the mountain of paperwork waiting for her, while Sebas remarks that this is simply her usual workload. Sebas points out the stacks and explains that the reports have already been sorted into categories for people, supplies, and construction. Iris thanks him and agrees to go through everything. Sebas then mentions that Merida wants to speak with her later and offers his help before leaving. Alone in the spacious office, Iris pulls the first document toward her and gets to work. A warm smile crosses her face as she relaxes, happy to finally be back in her fief. Being home gives Iris plenty of motivation to work, though the mountain of documents makes her wonder how long it will take to finish them all. A knock suddenly comes from the door, and Iris invites the visitor inside. Dean enters with a warm smile and greets her after a long time apart, catching Iris by pleasant surprise. Iris is glad to see Dean doing well and thanks him for helping out while she was away. He brushes off her thanks. Dean asks if he can get straight to the matter at hand, explaining that he has several things to report. Iris asks what the reports concern, and Dean explains that they involve land ownership and rezoning. The eastern and southern regions are nearly settled, despite earlier difficulties in the countryside. In the cacao-producing south, offering land ownership in exchange for company contracts helped resolve the issue, but the northern and western regions remain problematic. Iris says they need to listen carefully to the people in those areas. Dean agrees, adding that the Abitanti department is treating it as a top priority. Dean then reveals that he has another important report concerning the fief's church. Iris immediately perks up, eager to hear the latest news about the church. She quickly composes herself and asks about the progress on her request. Dean chuckles, admitting her sudden excitement caught him off guard. Dean reports that the old church grounds have been cleared, and plans are underway to build a larger church along with an institution for the children. The new building will be larger than the old church, so construction will take some time. Iris nods in understanding. Still, she looks forward to the day it is finished, and she can see everyone smiling again. The group that attacked Mina's church was involved in human trafficking, and an investigation revealed that the land had no actual owner. After the sister passed away, the church stopped managing the property, and the building eventually fell into disrepair. This led to plans for a larger replacement. Mina and the children were temporarily moved elsewhere, and will return once the new facility is complete. With the rezoning process improving, Dean has also begun issuing residency certificates for the fief. Iris thanks him and tells him to continue as planned. A knock interrupts them, and Iris invites the visitor inside. Merida enters with a cheerful smirk and asks if she has interrupted anything. Iris asks Merida to wait a moment, but Dean says his report is already finished and prepares to leave. Dean says he will handle the necessary arrangements with everyone involved, prompting Iris to see him off and tell him she is counting on him. Merida feels slightly guilty for cutting his visit short, but Iris laughs and assures her that it is no problem. Iris is happy to see Merida again and mentions that the cafe branches have been busy, with Merida visiting each one. She apologizes for leaving Merida to handle everything while she was away. Merida laughs it off, saying her workload is nothing compared to the mountain of work Iris deals with. Despite being busy, Merida found time to create a new recipe and proudly presents a freshly made fruit jelly dessert. Iris immediately perks up at the sight of it, asking if the Kantan dessert is finally finished. Merida reveals that it is still a prototype and offers her a taste. Iris happily agrees, deciding it would be a shame not to enjoy the dessert with a fresh cup of tea. As Merida serves the treats, she asks Iris how it felt returning to the capital after so long. Iris admits that the visit was not as emotional as she expected, though seeing Mimosa and her family again left her feeling nostalgic. She presses her fork into the dessert and reflects that while reuniting with familiar faces made her happy, the capital itself felt different. After taking a bite, Iris admits that she feels no real attachment to the capital. The capital holds too many painful memories for her, from the pressure of being a duke's daughter to her bitter conflict with Yuri and her circle. Merida listens thoughtfully as Iris opens up about how she truly feels. Iris gently explains that the fief is her real home, and the people here are the family she cherishes. For her, that is enough. Merida beams with pride, saying it is an honor to hear Iris call the fief her home. After thanking Merida for the delicious dessert, Iris asks if she can offer some suggestions. Merida happily agrees. Iris praises the dessert, saying the taste is already perfect. She suggests trying different versions, such as adding milk or serving it plain with honey instead of fruit. Iris considers a few more ideas, wondering if different toppings could make it even better. Iris suggests cutting the jelly into cubes or serving it in a glass dish to make it more appealing. Merida realizes how much room there is to experiment with the dessert. As Merida clears the plate, Iris wonders if it could become as popular as chocolate. Merida believes the refreshing treat will be a hit in Armelia's warm climate. Merida promises to bring another batch after improving the recipe, and Iris looks forward to trying it. Iris considers adding Canton to the cafe menu, noting that increased foreign trade has brought rare goods like silk and Canton into the fief. Whenever unfamiliar goods arrive, Iris has Sei send samples directly to her for inspection. With the dessert nearly ready, Iris decides that creating a new drink should be her next project. She remembers spotting flowers that look just like dandelions during one of her walks. The idea of roasting their roots to make dandelion coffee comes to mind, giving her another potential addition to the cafe menu. Iris smiles with satisfaction as she notes that tax revenue across the fief is also doing exceptionally well. Foreign trade boosted company profits, while university-developed crops sold well and rising employment in banking and agriculture steadily increased incomes. Iris reviews the reports with concern, realizing the water and sewage systems need urgent attention to prevent polluted water from causing disease. Just then, a knock comes at the door. Iris invites the visitor in, and Dean enters with a binder, asking if he can discuss something with her. Iris asks what happened and tells him to show her. Dean apologizes for interrupting, explaining that one of the documents needs her immediate attention. Iris quickly signs the document and hands it back, saying that should take care of it. Dean thanks her. As Dean gathers the files, Iris asks why he is still working so late. She turns toward him, waiting for his answer. Dean chuckles and points out that Iris is hardly one to question someone about working late. He explains that his time in the fief is limited, so he wants to accomplish as much as possible before he eventually leaves. Iris quietly repeats Dean's words about leaving until next time, reflecting on them for a moment. She worries that balancing his family and the long trips to work in Armelia must be difficult. Iris assures him that he does not need to push himself so hard. Dean smiles gently and says he is not pushing himself at all. He admits that what he is about to say may sound a little rude, catching Iris's full attention. Dean opens the balcony doors to let in the cool night air and suggests that Iris take a break, saying he will do the same. Iris stands by the balcony railing under the night sky as Dean joins her outside. Dean walks over to the railing and asks how her trip to the capital went. With a gentle smile, Iris asks Dean to keep it between them and admits she could not wait to return to the domain. She reflects that beneath the glamorous surface of high society, the capital is really just a gathering of foxes and raccoons, making the whole place mentally exhausting. Still, she is glad to have reunited with her friends and family, and even gotten the chance to talk with her younger brother. Dean asks if that was really how she found the capital while they stand together in the quiet night. Iris turns to him and asks whether he has any siblings. Dean looks into the darkness and explains that he has a younger brother and sister. Our girl smiles brightly and points out that Dean is the eldest child, just like her. Iris grows thoughtful before asking Dean if he and his siblings ever fight with each other. The unexpected question catches Dean off guard, leaving him with a faint, unreadable smile. He turns back to Iris and calmly asks why she wants to know. Iris quickly apologizes, embarrassed by how awkward the question sounds. She hesitates and nervously runs her fingers along the balcony railing. With a bittersweet smile, Iris explains that she had a fight with her younger brother Byrne before returning to the fief, and he later apologized when they met again. She turns slightly away and admits that, despite his apology, she still could not bring herself to forgive him. Iris lowers her head and wonders if that makes her a heartless sister and a failure as an older sibling. She explains that she only wanted to hear Dean's perspective since he also has younger siblings. Dean turns away and pauses in thought before admitting that it is a difficult question. Iris gives an apologetic smile as Dean admits that he cannot say he has a good relationship with his siblings. His unexpected confession leaves Iris staring at him in surprise. Dean explains that he gets along with his sister when they have a reason to, but things are very different with his brother. He says his sister reminds him what family means, while he and his brother have grown so distant that they no longer see each other as family at all. A dark smile crosses Dean's face as he admits he never imagined sharing the same blood could feel so unpleasant. Iris looks at him with concern as Dean admits that thinking this way is part of the problem. Since they have both given up on each other, Dean believes there is no chance of ever reaching an understanding. Dean turns to Iris with a gentle expression and reassures her that anyone willing to face their sibling directly is far from heartless. Iris quietly takes in Dean's words, finally realizing that he may be right. She clasps her hands over her chest with a relieved smile and thanks Dean, admitting that his words have put her at ease. Iris reflects that being the eldest may have made her biased, and she had been afraid that her actions were wrong. A soft smile crosses her face as she realizes she can trust her own feelings a little more. A gentle breeze sweeps across the balcony, lifting Iris's hair as Dean watches her quietly. Dean says the air has grown chilly and suggests heading inside, but Iris hesitates and clenches her hands. As Dean walks away, Iris pauses before calling his name. Dean stops in surprise when Iris asks if she should cancel his employment contract. He looks back at her in confusion and asks why she would suggest something like that. Iris admits that she has been thinking about this ever since returning to the fief. She tells Dean that he could achieve far greater success if he worked under a different contract elsewhere. Iris explains that Dean has the ability to rise to a much higher position, leaving him quietly surprised. She apologizes for not saying this before recruiting him, explaining that she can only offer the pay of a regular secretary. She promises to wait until he finds a better position. Dean chuckles, admitting he had no idea she thought so highly of his abilities. With an amused smile, he asks Iris if he is really causing her that much trouble. Iris looks down in troubled silence, struggling to put her feelings into words. She explains that she genuinely appreciates everything Dean does as her right hand in managing the fief. Iris faces him and hesitates before finally continuing. Dean fixes Iris with a sharp gaze, making her heart skip a beat in the tense silence. Iris turns away and admits she cannot explain everything, but warns that staying here could put Dean in serious danger because of her. Worried, Iris fears that his close connection to her could make him a target for Queen Elia. Dean calls the whole situation troublesome in a dark tone, making Iris look up in surprise. With an amused smile, Dean asks what she thinks would have happened if he had actually agreed to leave. He points out that Iris should not push herself so hard, and asks if protecting him was the real reason behind her suggestion. Dean's expression softens as he reminds her that while she is worried about him getting hurt, she is the one facing the greater danger. He firmly declares that he is not heartless enough to simply run away. Iris looks at him in alarm and insists that she is serious because their lives are on the line. Dean calmly assures her that he is serious too, adding that he would not say any of this otherwise. With an easy smile, Dean admits that he genuinely enjoys working here. Iris stares at him in stunned disbelief as he gives her a warm, peaceful smile. Dean explains that he tends to handle every task with extreme thoroughness. He admits that because things always came easily to him, he struggled to feel any real sense of accomplishment. Dean smiles as he confesses that working in this fief was the first time he truly enjoyed his work. With renewed determination, he explains that this was also the first place where he faced real challenges and overcame them. He recalls working alongside Tanya, Lyle, and Dita under an innovative lady who constantly pushes the domain forward, saying their efforts have reignited his motivation and always leave him eager to see what comes next. Dean closes his eyes with quiet determination and declares that this is why he will stay. Iris lowers her head and hesitates, trying to protest his decision. Dean leans closer with a gentle smile and tells Iris that he already belongs by her side. He asks her to remember that he sincerely wants to serve her with all his heart, leaving Iris frozen in shock. Dean admits that he has only been by her side for a short time, but says this is his final answer. He turns away and calmly announces that he is going back to work. Iris slowly runs her hand along the railing before slumping against it, completely overwhelmed. She covers her blushing face and admits to herself how embarrassing it is to hear something like that from him. Dean smiles warmly and says they are finally close to clearing the mountain of accumulated work, making Iris smile as she agrees. Iris excitedly clasps her hands, happy that she can finally work on something she has wanted to do for a long time. Dean praises her enthusiasm, but warns her not to push herself into exhaustion, nervously glancing at Tanya as he recalls how frightening she gets when Iris overworks herself. A week has passed since that night, yet Dean remains completely calm and as composed as ever. Iris cannot help but find his normal behavior surprising. Iris sighs in embarrassment, realizing she wasted an entire week worrying about an awkward encounter that never happened. Dean turns toward her with a puzzled expression and asks if something is wrong. Iris panics at the question and quickly insists that everything is fine, reminding herself to calm down and act normally. The heavy wooden doors unlock and reveal the estate's grand library, where towering bookshelves stretch across multiple levels of balconies. Iris enters the vast library and calls out for Raimi. A voice from between the shelves answers that she is coming. Raimi appears from behind the bookshelves and warmly greets Iris and Tanya, surprised to see them after such a long time. Iris explains that she needs to research something and asks where she can find historical records related to the Rubens family. Iris recalls her father Louis's final instruction before she left the capital: investigate the Rubens family thoroughly. Fear and curiosity battle within Iris as she nervously wonders what secrets she is about to uncover. Raimi turns toward the towering shelves, noting that the Rubens Duke house is rarely mentioned as she searches through the records. Raimi pulls out a thick tome, saying it should contain the most useful information. Iris's eyes widen in sudden realization. Iris leans forward in disbelief and asks if Raimi just said the Rubens Duke house, prompting a surprised nod from the librarian. Iris covers her mouth in disbelief, wondering how she could have grown up as a duke's daughter without ever hearing about another ducal house. Raimi explains that it is natural for someone of Iris's generation to know little about them, since the Rubens house has stayed out of public affairs for decades. She explains that a prince founded the house several generations ago, but unlike other noble families, it was given no fief and maintained only a single mansion in the capital. Iris asks how Raimi knows about the Rubens house. The librarian explains that its crucial role in the ceasefire negotiations with Taware 30 years ago led to frequent mentions in historical records. The records reveal that the ceasefire between Tasmiria and Tawar was sealed by a marriage, with a princess from Tawar marrying into the Rubens house. Iris falls silent as she processes the significance of the revelation. She wonders why the Rubens house was chosen instead of the royal family, since the marriage was meant to symbolize friendly relations between the two kingdoms. Raimi explains that the royal family could not directly accept the princess under the circumstances. Tasmiria was ruled by a queen at the time, making a direct political marriage impossible. Her only son was also too young, leaving no suitable royal candidate. Raimi explains that the nobles strongly opposed bringing a foreign bride into a family connected to the throne, fearing future succession disputes. They ultimately chose the distant Rubens house instead. Iris realizes that the nobles simply wanted to prevent any future royal heir from carrying Taware blood, and Raimi quietly confirms her conclusion. Raimi adds that the two kingdoms had not fully emerged from the state of war yet. Iris grows concerned, realizing that sensitive political information could easily have been passed back to Taware through the foreign princess. Iris sees the reasoning behind the decision. The Rubens house was founded by a prince and remained closely tied to the royal family, yet had almost no claim to the throne unless the main royal line disappeared, making them an ideal choice during such a fragile period. Iris points to the open tome and asks whether the Rubens house still exists today. Raimi confirms that it does. Iris falls into thought as Tanya seriously asks whether she has ever heard the Rubens name among high society. Iris admits she has no memory of hearing it, explaining that she rarely attended social gatherings during her school years. She adds that she has never heard any rumors about them either, making her wonder if uncovering this history means reopening an old wound. Tanya warns that it is deeply troubling for the Rubens Duke house to have direct ties to the bloodline of Taware. Iris agrees, unable to shake the feeling that the situation is far from reassuring. Iris connects the pieces, recalling that Yuri's mother entered the royal castle as a maid after the Rubens house verified her background. She realizes this could mean Yuri's mother has direct ties to Taware. A disturbing possibility crosses Iris's mind as she considers what that foreign bloodline could mean for Yuri. Iris realizes that, although the exact connection remains unclear, Yuri may very well have direct ties to the Taware kingdom. Iris suddenly turns pale and begins to tremble, leaving Tanya and Raimi shocked by her reaction. Iris composes herself and immediately orders Tanya to stop the investigation into Yuri. Tanya closes her eyes in relief and calmly bows, accepting the order. Iris tells Tanya to continue investigating Earl Monroe. Raimi then asks if she should also monitor nobles from other prominent families. Iris lowers her gaze and gives one final instruction: the investigation must include her own father. Tanya places a hand over her chest and assures Iris that she will find someone capable of handling the investigation quickly. Iris tells Tanya to report any expenses, reminding her that valuable information always comes at a price. Tanya thanks her sincerely. Tanya bows before leaving for a while, and Iris cheerfully waves goodbye, saying she will take care of the remaining matters that afternoon. As the maids help Iris change, she reflects on the possibility that the situation is exactly as her father described. Louis' stern warning echoes in her mind, urging her not to get involved in matters beyond her control. Iris considers the possibility that Yuri's mother is connected to Tauer. She wonders whether Yuri is an unwitting pawn, a victim under threat, or even a spy, making her past actions seem far more suspicious. A chill runs down Iris's spine as she wonders if it would be safer to leave the matter alone. She realizes that if Tauer is truly involved, the situation could escalate into an international conflict far beyond her authority as an acting fief lord. Iris steels herself and decides that, for now, strengthening her position within the territory must come first. Dita smirks at the unusual sight of the three men together, while Lyle remains serious and Dean smiles calmly behind him. Iris explains that the three are together because she assigned Tanya to handle another matter. Lyle firmly objects to Iris going into town, warning that unpredictable dangers remain despite the increased security at the fief's checkpoints. Iris waves a finger at Lyle and assures him that she understands his concerns. She smiles brightly and raises a finger, ready to explain her decision. Iris points out that she has brought 3 capable escorts, leaving Dita trying to hide his laughter while Dean smiles awkwardly and Lyle stares in shock. She explains that the current political situation could drag on for some time, so waiting for it to end might mean never getting another chance to go outside. Iris adds that another opportunity may not come soon, especially since Dean will return home once his work is finished. Lyle sighs in defeat as Dean smiles awkwardly, and Dita scratches his neck, resigned to the decision. Dita points out that Dean is their teacher's student, making him a much better escort than the usual security patrol. Dean politely thanks him for the compliment. Iris thanks them for understanding and cheerfully announces their departure, privately admitting that she would never have brought Dean along otherwise. The group heads down the sunny road toward the fief school, where Iris plans to meet Principal Luca. Iris counts off the rest of her plans, starting with Priest Raphael's church and ending with a visit to Mina and the children. Dita remarks that she has packed quite a lot into one day, earning a sharp scolding from Lyle. Dita complains about Lyle constantly nagging him, but Lyle fires back that he would stop if Dita learned to speak more carefully. Dita responds with a sarcastic jab of his own. Their bickering continues as Iris smiles awkwardly, while Dean chuckles at how little the two knights have changed. Dita suddenly changes the subject, excitedly mentioning a new store in the fief that supposedly serves amazing food. He suggests eating there, explaining that the recommendation came from the security station rather than the Borsa department. Iris agrees, remembering how unusual the last place Borsa recommended was. Dean warns Dita never to trust food recommendations from Borsa, since its workaholics care more about nutrition than taste. Iris flinches at the comment, realizing it hits a little too close to home. The group reaches the grand school beneath its domed bell tower. Iris feels a pang of guilt, realizing she was the one who created the work culture that turned everyone into workaholics. Inside the room, Luca agrees with Iris's proposal to establish a facility for secondary education. Iris explains that students should have a place to learn the fundamentals before moving on to specialized subjects. Luca smiles warmly, impressed once again by her ideas, while Lyle and Dita listen behind her. Luca explains that the Armelia fief already provides elementary education in reading, writing, and mathematics, while the university focuses mainly on research. Since many university students already have experience in their chosen fields, the lessons have become increasingly specialized and difficult. Iris insists that they need secondary education to give children more opportunities after elementary school. Luca considers the idea and suggests that the university curriculum should also be reorganized to match this new system. The university is meant to provide specialized education, but subjects within each field are currently lumped together. As a result, students face an enormous workload while gaining broad knowledge without enough depth. A diagram shows the proposed system, with secondary school covering the fundamentals of medicine before the university divides the field into specialized departments for physicians and other areas of medicine. Iris smiles brightly, fully agreeing that this is the direction they should take. The sound of a teacup touching its saucer accompanies Luca's realization of just how passionate our girl is about education. Luca smiles warmly and expresses his gratitude that the next generation has someone like Iris, praising her dedication and holding her in high regard. Iris smiles modestly and brushes off the praise, explaining that she simply wants everyone to have power. Luca takes a thoughtful sip of tea and realizes that she means the power that comes from knowledge. Iris explains that knowledge gives people more choices and the ability to live by their own skills, helping them make better decisions about their work and lives. Iris beams with joy as she affirms that this is what she truly believes, leaving Luca smiling in admiration. As they walk through town, Dean remarks that it is unusual for Iris to visit a church. She explains that since it is the nation's religion, she cannot simply ignore it. Iris glances back with a sheepish expression and wonders if it is really so strange for her to go and pray. Dean smiles wryly and explains that their young mistress usually takes matters into her own hands instead of relying on prayer, with Lyle and Dita nodding firmly in agreement. Iris looks up at the church bell tower and quietly admits that Dean's assessment is completely accurate. The church doors open with a soft creak, revealing the sunlit hall of the Daryl faith. A solemn stone statue depicts the deity worshipped by the Daryl faith, the goddess Lilu, known as the mother of all life. The Daryl faith is deeply woven into daily life, as people across the Tasmiria kingdom follow it from birth, through marriage, and until death, regardless of age or gender. Iris reflects on how the church once served as a beacon of salvation for the common people, wondering how much things have changed since then. Iris spots a dark-haired nun carrying a book past the front pews and calls out to her. She politely asks the nun if Priest Raphael is available. The nun turns around with a sharp, suspicious glare, questioning what Iris could possibly want with the priest. Iris freezes in surprise as Raphael waves to her from across the hall and calls out. Iris greets Priest Raphael as he approaches and politely asks what brings her to the church. Iris explains that she was simply nearby and decided to stop by and pray. Raphael smiles warmly and says he had just returned as well, adding that it was fortunate they did not miss each other. Raphael warmly invites Iris and Dean to sit down. Noor sets a cup on the table and excuses herself, earning a warm word of thanks from Raphael. Iris notices the lingering tension as Noor silently grips her tray beside Raphael. Noor shoots Raphael a sharp sideways glare and asks who Iris really is. Raphael chuckles nervously and assures Noor that there is no need to be so wary, since Iris is an acquaintance. Noor quietly acknowledges this while Iris watches in surprise. Iris looks up with a flustered expression and politely asks if something happened. Noor explains that many women have recently been trying to get close to Raphael, with some becoming rather reckless in their attempts. Raphael can only smile sheepishly. Raphael blushes in panic and hurriedly calls out Noor's name. Raphael turns to Noor with a desperate grimace and begs her not to say such thoughtless things. Raphael scolds Noor for forgetting that Alice is a patron of the church and urges her to be more polite. Noor reluctantly apologizes and steps back. Noor leans against the doorway with her tray as Raphael apologizes for the awkward scene. Iris quietly remarks that he seems to be highly respected. Raphael explains that Noor has been with him since before he came to this church and has been a great help with the work around the grounds. Raphael turns to Dean and asks if they have met somewhere in town before. Dean politely apologizes for the late introduction and gives his name, explaining that he works at the same place as Alice. Dean glances around the quiet room and assumes the other priests are out making house calls. Raphael confirms that they are. Raphael smiles knowingly and says he understands Dean's surprise, noting that seeing priests out serving the people has become quite rare these days. Raphael clenches his fist as he recalls how the church once existed to serve the people, lamenting that somewhere along the way, things changed. Iris and Dean listen in silence. Raphael grimaces bitterly as he admits that the Daryl Church is now controlled by greedy nobles who care only about protecting their own interests. Raphael explains that after the Daryl faith became the national religion, the church began receiving generous financial support from the state. He reveals that most of that money was used to elevate the noble's status, while donations were also stolen without end. Dean narrows his eyes and questions whether Raphael should really be telling them something this sensitive. Raphael gives a bitter smile and simply says that it is the truth. Raphael lowers his gaze and reveals that he once served at the church's headquarters in the capital. He explains that he knows all about the corruption among the higher-ups, leaving Dean sternly attentive as Iris is shocked that someone so important would come to the Armelia fief. Raphael closes his eyes with a wistful smile and explains that, in the end, it was simply a boy's wish to return to his homeland. Raphael recalls his family's extreme poverty and how the church became their salvation by providing food, medical care, and even teaching him to read and write. Raphael recalls admiring the nuns and wanting to become part of the clergy himself, though the church members were too busy to teach him directly. Fortunately, the clergy recommended Raphael for a school that trained future priests. Raphael steadily rose through the ranks until he was assigned to the headquarters, where he witnessed bitter disputes over concessions, rival factions, and endless self-indulgence that made the clergy no different from corrupt nobles. Raphael eventually packed his belongings and left the capital church behind, telling a startled Noor that he could no longer stay when its leaders cared nothing for the people. Noor stepped forward with determination and asked to accompany Raphael after seeing how the clergy cared only about protecting their own positions. Raphael explains that with his dreams shattered, he fled to the church in the Armelia fief. He smiles warmly and says that he can finally pursue the dream he always wanted while feeling at peace with the path he chose. Iris listens with a gentle nod before Raphael asks if she really comes from a merchant family, as she previously claimed. Iris's eyes widen as her heart skips a beat when Raphael asks if she has ever met the Duke of Armelia's daughter. Iris's heart races as she forces a strained smile and stammers that she has never had the chance to meet her. Raphael apologizes for the sudden question and admits that, although it may be impudent, he hoped to meet the Duke's daughter if Alice happened to know her. Dean asks why Raphael wants to meet her, but the priest simply smiles and says he wants to thank her. Lyle and Dita remain silent by the entrance as Dean presses Raphael for an explanation. Raphael reveals that he recently learned the church was going to be sold after the sister who raised him passed away. He explains that the Duke's daughter worked hard to prevent the church from being closed, so he wants to thank her personally for honoring the late sister's wishes. Dean questions how Raphael could have been unaware of the decision to relocate the church despite living in the area, making Iris suddenly realize something. Raphael lowers his eyes with a somber smile and admits that Dean is right. More accurately, he simply chose not to know about it at the time. Raphael recalls that a young girl named Mina was at the church when he was saved. She continued sending him letters even after he left for school, and he fondly remembers how excited she was when he first departed. Mina's words echo in Raphael's memory as she encourages him to become a wonderful priest, return home, and remember that she will always support him. Iris stares ahead in shock as she recognizes Mina's name. Raphael admits that after losing himself at the headquarters, he found it increasingly difficult to open Mina's letters. Iris quietly asks why. Raphael gives a bitter smile and admits that he believes it was because of guilt. He recalls burying his face in his hands as his dreams slowly faded while he spent his days caught in pointless power struggles. Mina's letters only brought him pain because they reminded him of the hopeful days he had left behind. Raphael clenches his fist against the table and lowers his head, deeply regretting that he did not read the letters sooner. Raphael imagines Mina and wonders what she would think after seeing that he had accomplished nothing all these years. He feels he no longer has the right to face her. Iris finally speaks up, offering her thoughts with a calm and gentle expression. Iris encourages Raphael to visit the church sometime, leaving him staring at her in surprise. Iris gently explains that she cannot know how Mina feels, but avoiding her and keeping his distance will only hurt them both. Raphael pauses as her words sink in before giving a self-deprecating laugh. He admits he never considered it that way and jokes that he can hardly tell which of them is the actual priest. Iris smiles gently and admits that she may be making it sound more dramatic than it is. She has heard that the Duke's daughter occasionally visits the church for inspections, so Raphael might even meet her there. Raphael clasps his hands with a soft smile and admits that Iris is right. He gazes toward the bright window and resolves to gather his courage and visit the church soon. Iris works at her desk and quietly hopes that Raphael and Mina's reunion will go well. The door suddenly bursts open as Sebas and Tanya rush in, breathless and urgently calling for their mistress. Tanya grips the doorway in panic and delivers the shocking news that the Darrell Church has officially denounced Iris. Iris's eyes widen in disbelief as the shocking proclamation leaves her speechless. A side story begins in a dim tavern where Tanya sits at the bar in an off-shoulder dress beside a patron drinking straight from a bottle. Tanya sits quietly among the other patrons as the bartender works behind the counter. Tanya discreetly pays for something at the counter. Tanya walks alone through a narrow, shadowy alley in her long gown and white shawl. She suddenly stops as a shadowy figure appears behind her, followed by a sharp rush of wind. Throwing blades strike the wall on either side of Dita's cloak, leaving him frozen in shock after the sudden attack. Tanya spins around with a piercing glare, holding several throwing needles between her fingers beneath her fluttering shawl. Tanya lowers her guard with a deadpan expression when she realizes it is only Dita. Dita pulls the embedded blade from the wall with a forced grin, sarcastically repeating Tanya's dismissive remark about him. Tanya walks away down the dark street while Dita hurries after her, calling out her name. Dita grabs Tanya's arm and angrily accuses her of throwing the blades on purpose, pointing out how annoyed she looked the moment she saw him. Tanya gives him a cold glare and calmly denies it, blaming the darkness for the misunderstanding. Dita sighs and hands Tanya the needles she left behind, reminding her that she forgot them. Dita examines the tear in his cloak and groans about the new hole in his clothes. Tanya lifts her dress and secures the needles in her thigh holster while Dita inspects his torn cloak, grumbling that the laundry room granny can be terrifying. Tanya gives him a flat goodbye and walks off, forcing Dita to hurry after her and ask her to wait. Dita catches up and asks if Tanya was visiting that shady bar as part of an investigation. Tanya lowers her gaze as silence fills the air after Dita's question. Dita looks at her with genuine concern and admits that although he knows how important the princess is, he worries about Tanya putting herself in danger. He warns that many people would be devastated if she were to disappear. Tanya falls silent and looks away into the shadows. She calmly assures Dita that she knows the limits she must not cross and has no intention of throwing her life away. Dita drapes his cloak over Tanya's shoulders as she pulls it closed. She firmly states that her life belongs to her young mistress and she will only risk it when absolutely necessary, adding that his worrying is pointless. Dita adjusts the cloak with a gentle smile and admits that he is relieved to hear that. Tanya reacts with a slight gasp as she pulls the cloak over her head. Dita turns away and offers his help, mentioning that he knows the eastern area around the port city well. Dita holds out his hand for the cloak, but Tanya gives him a deadpan stare and reminds him that she was the one who put the hole in it. Tanya examines the torn cloak as she walks away, quietly deciding that it would be easier to throw it away. The laundry woman stares at Dita's cloak in disbelief and bluntly points out how terrible the stitching looks. The laundry granny laughs and reaches for the cloak, assuming Dita tried to repair it himself to avoid her nagging. She offers to fix it properly if he hands it over. Dita pulls the cloak back and insists that it is not what she thinks, claiming the stitching is perfectly fine. Dita smirks and jokingly declares that the repair makes the cloak custom-made. The laundry woman stares at him incredulously and tells him to stop talking nonsense. The granny lets the worn cloak drop and points out how dirty it is, suggesting he would be better off buying a new one. From the mansion window, Tanya quietly watches the courtyard and notices Dita holding the cloak. She watches Dita chat with the laundry woman and realizes he is still wearing the cloak despite the intentionally terrible stitching she gave it. Tanya walks down the corridor, reflecting on Dita's words about people mourning her disappearance. Having someone care about her is something she never could have imagined back when she lived on the streets. Tanya lowers her gaze and recalls how she once believed she would live alone and die alone. A faint smile appears as she realizes that having someone worry about her is truly a blessing. Iris sits at the table with an open book and cheerfully wishes Tanya a good morning. As Tanya brushes her hair in front of the vanity, Iris catches her reflection and asks if something good happened. Tanya pauses with a slight blush as Iris points out that she is smiling. Tanya looks toward the bright morning sky and brushes it off, saying that she was simply thinking about how everything is thanks to her young mistress. Iris becomes adorably flustered by the heartfelt compliment. Inside the office, Rudius finishes his report on Iris being denounced by the Darrell Church. Dean's expression darkens as he asks if Edward is behind this. Rudius confirms that it is likely Edward's doing, as he seems to have strong ties to the Pope. Dean quietly processes the news, realizing the situation has become serious. A sharp smile crosses his face as he realizes this could be their chance. Dean writes a letter and orders Rudy to deliver it to priest Raphael Simmons while continuing to keep an eye on the merchant. Rudius accepts the orders and promises to carry them out. Dean realizes their opponent has finally made a move and decides to inform his grandmother. Back in the mansion office, Iris is stunned and confused, unable to understand why the Darrell Church has denounced her as Tanya and Seabass watch with concern. A denunciation from the Darrell Church is essentially a criminal brand, causing the public to despise anyone who receives one. Iris covers her face in despair, realizing the denunciation has ruined her standing as a noble before asking what reason the church gave. Seabass explains that the church accused Iris of recklessly destroying the Armelia chapel, calling the act unforgivable blasphemy. Iris slams her hands onto the desk in disbelief, realizing they mean Mina's church. She insists it was only demolished so the church and orphanage could be rebuilt at a better location. The land had actually been purchased by human traffickers who tried to drive Mina and the children out, but they were arrested immediately, weakening their claim to the property. A letter had already been sent to the Darrell Church asking if they wanted to reclaim the land, but the church simply refused. Iris immediately orders Seabass to prepare a letter explaining the situation, stressing that the church was not destroyed but relocated to a new site. Tanya suddenly calls out to her mistress, clearly alarmed. She warns Iris that another urgent matter needs her attention, making our girl turn around in surprise. Tanya reports that the Medina's fief has raised trade tolls, leaving Iris horrified as she realizes the move could cripple Armelia's trade routes. Medina's is a vital hub between Armelia and the capital, with nearly all exports passing through its territory since the mountain range makes other routes far too costly. The region also depends on Armelia for food while relying heavily on tourism. Iris taps her trembling hands against the desk, realizing the policy could cause massive damage to Armelia's economy. Iris asks why Medina's raised the tolls, and Tanya explains that they claim it is meant to punish Iris and protect the prices of their own crops. Iris stares ahead in disbelief, pointing out that Medinas has more people than farmland and questioning how they expect to offer cheap produce themselves. Iris grits her teeth in anger and calls out Tanya's name. Iris orders Tanya to summon Raimi, Sei, and Monita at once to calculate the time and cost of bypassing the mountains and assess the political and economic consequences. Several days later, the Daryl Church sends its reply, claiming there is no record of the priest who sold the land and denying that it received any inquiry about reconstruction. It insists the chapel still belongs to the church and refuses to withdraw the excommunication. Iris drops the letter in disbelief, stunned by the church's blunt rejection. Tanya points out that this is likely just an excuse to target the Armelia house. Iris tells Sebas that finding both the priest who sold the church and the one who handled the original inquiry could make resolving the issue much easier, though locating them may be difficult. Sebas agrees, explaining that the Daryl Church is virtually untouchable, and even the Duke's connections can only uncover limited information. He reveals that the church supposedly cut ties with someone involved in the land sale to hide the evidence. Iris's eyes widen as she asks if that information is reliable. Sebas explains that finding this person could give them a valuable witness, prompting her to immediately call for Tanya. Tanya smiles calmly and assures her mistress that she will handle the matter. Iris turns to Sei and Moneta and asks about the current situation in the fief and the company. Moneta reports that trade across the fief has fallen as expected, with the toll hikes imposed by Medinas and the neighboring fiefs driving much of the decline. Iris lowers her gaze in concern, acknowledging that the damage to their territory is severe. Territories allied with the second prince have followed Medinas in raising tolls on Armelia, forcing local businesses to increase their prices and driving customers toward cheaper alternatives of similar quality. Sei reports that unease has spread throughout the fief, with growing distrust causing some officials and Azuda Company employees to take leave or resign. Recruitment has also suffered badly, especially at Azuda Company stores in the capital and other territories, shrinking the workforce and driving down overall sales. Iris realizes their options are limited and decides their top priority is getting the church to withdraw the excommunication as soon as possible. She asks how the crisis is affecting the ducal household. Sei explains that her mother has become more subdued at social gatherings before turning to her father. Sei reveals that the second prince's faction is trying to remove her father as prime minister, leaving him unable to move freely and deal with the crisis. Iris gasps in shock. Iris's heart sinks as she realizes the excommunication has been used to cripple the entire Duke's house, with the real goal being to bring down both her and the Armelia family. Iris clenches her fist in frustration, realizing they are being attacked from every direction as Dita watches from the side. Dita calls out to Iris, calmly reminding her that they surely cannot just sit back and let their enemies have their way. Iris clenches her hands against her chest and steels herself, admitting that while she cannot guarantee success, she has come up with a plan. She lays out the strategy for her staff, making it clear that their first priorities are calming the unrest and gathering evidence. Moneta asks what evidence she means just as a letter from Duke Louis arrives, drawing Iris's attention to the sealed message. Iris opens the letter and reveals that a formal court of inquiry into her excommunication will be held in the capital. Her father will attend as head of the Armelia house alongside the Queen Dowager Elia, while Queen Elia and the Pope have also been invited. Her retainers listen tensely. Dita sighs at the intimidating lineup of attendees, and Iris quietly agrees. Iris realizes this inquiry could be their enemy's chance to make her excommunication permanent, stripping the ducal house of its influence and putting her family in serious danger. Iris clenches her fist and declares that they must find undeniable proof before the inquiry that she never demolished the church without proper authorization. Her retainers stand united with unwavering loyalty, ready to support their young mistress. Iris places a hand over her chest and smiles gratefully at her loyal retainers, drawing strength from their support. She orders them to confirm the construction status of the relocated church, noting that it should be nearly finished. Iris also orders them to investigate those involved in the human trafficking case and search for documents proving who owned the land. Sebas respectfully acknowledges the order. Late that night, Iris stares at her reflection in the window beneath the full moon, exhausted by everything that has happened. She gives herself a tired smile and admits that she has barely been sleeping lately. The coordinated attack on the Armelia house has officially begun. Iris leans over her desk, realizing she never expected the Daryl Church to openly side with the second prince's faction. She recalls how Azuda Company expanded into other regions and nations so it could keep earning even if trouble struck the capital or their own territory. Iris studies the figures on her desk and realizes there is little she can do against widespread toll increases, as trade and Azuda Company's sales continue to fall. She can only wonder how low their grain exports will have to drop before her enemies are satisfied. Iris buries her face in her hands, frustrated that her enemies have turned the Daryl Church against her, leaving the Duke's house with little power to fight back. She recalls Yuri, Van, Dorson, and the others, realizing that the Daryl Church holds a privileged status with influence rivaling even the royal family. Van's image comes to mind, reminding Iris that the church's highest figures belong to the nobility, as shown by the Pope's son attending the prestigious Royal Academy. Iris covers her face in despair, realizing how powerful an opponent backed by divine authority truly is. She knows that failure could bring the entire Duke's house to ruin. Her eyes sharpen with determination as Iris resolves to devise a strategy that guarantees victory. Iris looks at her hands, knowing she already has two crucial pieces of evidence: the priest expelled from the Daryl Church and the sales contract uncovered during the investigation into the human traffickers. But she still needs one more decisive piece of evidence to secure victory at the upcoming inquiry. Iris considers whether she should rely on her mother's influence or seek help from the Queen Dowager. She remembers that she became acting Lord of the Fief only because of her father's kindness and decides she cannot burden him with any more trouble. Iris is only one piece away from completing her case. She grips her head and racks her brain for the final piece that could tie everything together. A sudden idea comes to Iris as she sits in deep thought. A voice comes from beyond the study door, politely announcing an unexpected visitor. Iris's eyes widen in shock as she recognizes who has arrived. Dean stands in the doorway with a warm smile, announcing that he has returned to help her.